Плюс заберу вас.
Зачем?
Сейчас вы будете выступать?
Я прямо
У
сейчас
нас
выхожу.
запланировано, во-первых, большое уважение тем, кто сегодня пришел с самого начала и у нас здесь в зале.
вроде
Вы
прочитали.
настоящие молодцы. Да.
У нас сегодня запланирована большая и очень интересная программа.
We have plans for a quite extensive and very interesting program with very different speakers who are going to cover the area of open development from different perspectives. Open development is great power in our hands for both developers and companies, because with help, one can create new communities and people within those communities. That's why we decided to gather here different speakers to cover the topic of open development from different perspectives, including open source development companies, representatives, and individual project maintainers, and our international speakers engaged in developing open standards based on internet protocols. A lot of interesting stuff. During the lunch break, we are going to have here our open source project fair. The owners of the projects that we selected will be demonstrating what they have achieved. You'll be able to ask questions or act as contributors in the future. It's for the first time that we are holding this open development project fair, and I'm pleased to introduce the first speaker. Dmitry will tell you about how difficult it is sometimes to develop open projects and create open project communities. He'll be speaking on behalf of a commercial company with its goals and objectives, how to combine those things that may not always be combinable, if you wish. Dmitry, the floor is all yours. Thank you very much, colleagues. Good morning. I don't see too many people here. Not everyone has probably survived the previous night. Nevertheless, my name is Dmitry Fedosov, and I'm going to share with you my own experience in open source. My experience is a part of a commercial company, and it will not be just my experience. It will be the experience of an entire team. What are we going to cover? It's open source, but not the classical open source, which is usually discussed at development conferences. I'll be covering it from the perspective of information security, which is quite special. Not all the specialists are familiar with this topic, and quite often it is a kind of trade secret of a vendor. Not everything is promoted externally or advertised. The experience that we have amassed, we've been amassing it for almost 3 years. I'll be giving you an example of our small project. And most importantly, after 2 years of supporting our community, our experience was borrowed by our R&D. Our experience is still at a release stage, and I'll be pleased to show you some screenshots. We'll be talking in a true story format. I will cover how it was begun, how my team was joined by other guys, and how altogether we managed to achieve what we have achieved. A few words about myself. I'm leading our security team. We provide security for our product lineup. However, that's not what I'm going to discuss. Before that, I developed expertise for our defensive projects, including the content for those products. What kind of process is it? It's when you research
различных утилит, которые выходят, хакерских, которые выходят постоянно. Их нужно исследовать. Нужно
An unlimited number of utilities coming from hackers. You need to analyze them and develop some detection rule.
Поэтому очень важно вставал вопрос именно его.
It's been a continuous process, and therefore it was important to optimize it, to streamline it.
С точки зрения разработки такой важный момент.
Another point, there is another important thing.
Какое-то время
Development is my second love, if you wish. Some time ago, I was a fan of Martin Palmer's books like The Gang of Four and so forth.
не изменяет. Но как бы профессиональным разработчиком я не стал, но разработка,
However,
как я выше сказал,
I have never become a professional developer, although, as I said, development is my second love. So, and I maintain a toolset that I'm going to discuss. It's called XP. It's designed for creating rules, and the language is called extraction processing. Well, you can find here a QR code to get access to our repository. Now to the agenda of my presentation. First of all, I'm going to explain how I came to the company, joined it to develop detection rules for it. I had never ever dealt with it before. I had never developed detection content, so I approached it as a layman. There may be a code like SDL, and you need to write something for it to implement some logic. The next stage is publication. How we would externalize our internal projects, including all the issues that we may have encountered. Next, creation of a community, interaction with the community, communication, and so forth. And the benefits that we eventually obtained. In the end, I will summarize. I'll give you some results of the 3 years of our work, and I will try to answer your questions, if any. For example, if you eventually understand that you don't need it, or you will conclude that following this path may be useful to you. And in this case, I'll share my experience with you in more detail. Okay, so how I got acquainted with extraction and processing to develop detection rules for our system. A few words about extraction and processing. Of course, you don't need to dig too deep. Basically, it's an event development language to develop events on endpoints, which is used in SIM and EDR systems. And I'm using a simple example of relational rule here. You will see a lot of keywords here. For instance, if two types of events come to the entrance of the product 4688 and 1, with a regular expression, we can extract scheduling tasks and identify the keys. If it's change, run, and delete, we have an operation rule. You will find a lot of tiny details here. If you're interested, I'll give you access to the code and documentation. Now, to practice and experience, when I got down to developing this detection content or detection rules, I encountered the following situation. There are two major areas. A company may have proprietary software only used internally, which is designed, which may be IDE for language processing, for template code, setting, and so forth. Classical IDE residing inside as a native application. As a dependency, an SDK is added, which is not distributed publicly. It's only distributed internally for internal users and partners. It's a very special language. At a certain point in time, we found out that the idea of functionality wouldn't be enough. And with streaming development, it's very difficult to use it. So my team members started adding to the IDE functionality. Someone might add an editor they might like better than the built-in IDE editor. And if they swamped in work, they might read something additionally based on Python. As an amateur developer, I found it to be quite laborious. We have plenty of tools, launching something here, something there, with all those scripts, trying not to forget something. Pretty complex. There was a simplification option. We have our IDE, our proprietary IDE. We grab the functionality of an additional editor, added to IDE, along with additional scripts, and here we are. Cool story. We don't need any additional tools. We have an all-in-one system, everything within an application. But it failed to work out. And for two major reasons. The first one is a set of administrative reasons. Firstly, the toolkit used internally by the company is an official toolset which is supported and maintained. It has customers and suppliers. It requires documentation, a development cycle, which would give rise to a set of challenges. We even tried to add a fork developed by one of our colleagues. However, it was very difficult to have it integrated with the branch, so we gave up the idea. Next, the users of the IDE and the developers, they are focused on their respective tasks. I'm showing this XP-based code for you to understand the difference in vision. The task is as simple as that. Let's call it a function. I apologize to XP fans with all those joins, constructs, and so forth. What does an expert want? They may want to compare the values, and if they are different, it should be taken note of. Well, experts are not developers. They see problems differently. They say, I can write a number of regular expressions, compare them, and it will work out. But it's not going to work out at all times. It is an SDL. It needs to be parsed. But that's not important. A professional developer looks at it differently. Needing grammar, syntax, everything needs to be parsed. Statistical analysis is required to find out that some structure is not correct. Our managers also asked us to place something interesting as open source, something related to information security. That's why we started moving in that direction. Another set of reasons is purely technical. Firstly, we needed some cross-platform approach. We were in the 21st year of the 21st century, so working for and on Windows only was not enough. There is C# Windows for visualization. They couldn't provide anything for this. So we needed some add-ons. Another problem, which is purely technical,
очень сложно превратить
is that
То есть все разработчики
it's very difficult to transform a native application into an IDE. You have extensions, you have some refactoring settings, you can rename structures. However, it requires a lot of work. If you need to do it from scratch, you will spend a lot of time on it. And the question is why? Next, the mere existence of IVS Codium at that point, which allowed to add the support of DSL. Although in the internal documentation they call it programming language support, which can be achieved very easily. You can develop an extension in the marketplace for the support. Type script and Node.js can be used for it. And in some cases, you don't even need to write a code, for instance. If you need bolding for major structures, you just fill out your JSON, put it and it works. You can also use text-native grammar, mark it up. You don't need to read any code, which is very convenient. I like this solution, really. If you've never worked with VS Codium, it's the same VS Code, but adapted for licensing exercises of Microsoft. It's implemented slightly different. However, under Defender, it's all the same thing. And it's available on GitHub.
Результатом тех вопросов и проблем, о которых я говорил выше, в общем, что по итогу мы придумали? Мы придумали...
So, what did we come up with? We came up with the following.
Функциональность вот этой IDE мы можем вынести в доступное...
The functionality of the IDE can be brought to some software available to the users. We have VS Code. And we have an extension, VS Code XP. We also add there all those scripts developed by my team, giving out this part and granting access to it for the open community.
Помимо этого, я до этого отмечал, что у языка есть еще SDK.
Additionally, there is an SDK for this language. Otherwise, it would only be a text editor without any ability to check how it works. So, additionally, we published an SDK and made it possible to everyone, not only our customers. So we transformed a closed SDK into an open SDK. You can download it and have it installed. It's not available as a source code, however you can use it. And there is a licensing procedure for it. And we're helped by our lawyers hugely. A few words about it. Speaking about our experience without showing our results might be pretty weird. On the left-hand side, you can see the preview component. If you need to display some tree-like structure, you can use it. You can use the getParent method. And here you are. Here is your already component. You don't need to develop anything additionally. You can attach any extensions for files. In the middle, you can see a piece of XP code with support of syntaxes. And there is an additional extension showing if the tabulations are set correctly. I don't remember its name, but it's pretty useful. A lot of useful stuff. On the right-hand side, you can see pretty cool functionality. It is great that it was implemented for VS Code. You can build in your voluntary windows. We had an open native application. And our experience, of course, you cannot squeeze it into text editor. That's why we decided to display it as native web view, and you can use HTML for that. You can use JavaScript with jQueries. Great. If you want to come up with something new and beautiful, you have Widget, React, and a lot of other stuff. It's a fully functional system, allowing to use VS Code for single-page applications. So we have discussed the subject of our study, now to the publication, creation of a community and interaction with the community. We have been trying to follow our plan, our roadmap. Preparation is a multi-stage process, and we begin from internal demonstration. I highly recommend to do internal demonstrations, even if you are not planning to publish anything. Share information with your colleagues, use feedback, discuss errors. You'll get a lot of contributors. We started collaborating with our Open Code Committee. We have such a committee internally. For example, I needed to write a lot of rules. I wanted to do it quickly. So I used my amateur skills to develop something like this, to optimize and streamline my daily routines. Having interacted with our Open Code Committee, I obtained some new experience from those guys. They had accumulated classical development experience and so forth. And it proved to be a very useful experience. Thanks to this team, I also managed to solve all the legal tasks related to publishing my developments and so forth. Next, selection of a site for your code. And you can ask me, are you serious? Did you have a large choice? My first demonstration took place in October 2022. As you may remember, then some companies found out that their repositories had disappeared from GitHub, a situation that you will hate to encounter. Next, mirroring. In the bottom, you can see a QR code, a link to the article of Alexander Popov, who describes mirroring of GitHub projects. GitHub is not something eternal. Things may go south. So I highly recommend that you read this article. Most importantly, when we discuss mirroring, we usually think about code. However, it's also useful to keep all your issues and tags and so forth.
Следующая часть — это, собственно, допиливание функционала, потому что так получилось, что
The next part is enhancing functionality. My first demo took 3 months. I was approached by the leader who said, look, it looks great. Let's try to publish it. I did not only need to enhance the functionality and improve the code. I apologize to professional developers. One important point, in addition to the code and the libraries that you mentioned, you shouldn't forget that all the additional resources, such as your images and so forth, they are also part of your intellectual property. And open language publication as well. My leader undertook all the legal issues related to that. And it must always be done without damaging your company. I can also recommend another resource. If you have questions related to licensing, please use it. ChaseAlicense.com. It's a very useful resource. Before selecting a license, you should familiarize yourselves with its details and specificities. Well, The next part is devoted to the community. In order to be vendor independent and publish your project freely, we created an independent community based on a security expert community, SEC. If you follow this QR code, you will find information about all those very interesting and vendor-independent projects.
С точки зрения этого сообщества. А дальше по сообществу это коммуникация. То есть надо где-то общаться.
What else? Communication is also important for community building. We tried GitHub discussions. It's a cool thing. A single site where you can publish your code and additional information and the pull requests. However, we found out that for our target audience, it wouldn't fly. So, I recommend you to look at your target audience always, because it may prefer something else like Messenger, and if you come up with something which is not popular within this audience, you will face challenges. Our users and partners, they prove to be used to Telegram. Feel free to use this QR code to review this topic covered by security expert community. Next, integration. The integration of Telegram and GitHub. When you have two sites instead of one, you may face some challenges. So we decided to do integration, which allowed us to follow from Telegram what happening in GitHub and the other way around. Should there be new postings or messages, it will be reflected and replicated on both sides. And collecting new ideas and bugs should be done through my colleagues have been writing on many platforms, and you should use Issue for that. If you look into it, you will find out that many issues have been given rise to by myself. I would usually overtake should anyone fail to publish an issue. However, I would always mention the author of the idea in the changelog. How I added features. When you're a sole developer, you're unable to rely on any best practices, to rely on an analyst or engineer. You have to do everything on your own. At a certain point, your community peers may help you, but in the beginning, you will always be on your own. My approach was community-driven development. We have user, we have a problem. I was the first user, and for instance, I'm having a hard time testing something to get a great rule. In my situation, only user requests have priority. The most important thing is you have an issue and you need to tackle it fast. There is a metric such as time to market, so my main idea was to reduce this time to market. And I also needed feedback. I implemented it as an extension to VS Code. there are pre-release and release stage built there. After a number of iterations, the feature is moved to the release stage. Users who are interested in pre-release versions can look at them, and those who need a stable functionality go for release versions. After some time, I would publish those features, and if there is no negative feedback, I would launch them. And it's really important to communicate via issues. We really needed to impose it on our community. It was not enough to rely on Telegram fully. It was really important to publish an issue, to understand what people wanted. So, what was contributed? As I mentioned, our experts were not developers, and the contributions that we received, they were really great. We saw a large number of people who were really interested. Everyone were interested in working with bugs or UI/UX feature requests. When we got down to developing our toolkits, we looked at expertise accumulation from another perspective. Of course, we faced a lot of difficulties, and we were hugely helped by our external peers. Next, building and delivering. I should say that marketplace loading was done manually initially, thanks to our contributors. We ended up with a CI/CD solution, which allows to upload our extensions to the marketplace. Well, it's a cool thing, but it's very difficult to work with it when you're alone. It's a pretty laborious process. And now it may be worthwhile getting back to what I mentioned before. It's very difficult to do demonstrations internally. My colleague helped me with highlighting the syntax. I only mentioned the problem, and he said, look, I have already worked on it, I have a ready solution. Feel free to use it, which was great. Another important thing, supporting macOS, Mac operating systems. I had never worked with Apple operating systems previously, and I was hugely supported by another peer. And today we have Mac OS support, along with a huge number of other things, such as supporting web containers and the support of VS Code in GitHub. Previously, I needed to go to the marketplace, find an extension, install it, find an SDK, launch all those things, push the buttons to make it run. Of course, a lot of stuff related to the code itself. What to add, documentation, auto additions, and so forth. So, what did we end up with in terms of our internal development? You can have a look at all those figures. Every time there is something special that you need to post for a narrow audience, it's very difficult to get such results. By and large, that's what we discussed internally. In our area, the number of users is much bigger than the number of contributors. Currently, we have about 17,000 installations. All these are classical indicators for open source. I believe for a project as special as ours, it's a really cool result. Next, the timeline. As I mentioned in the beginning, my format is true story, so I'm not going to brag. It wasn't really fast. It's only in October 2022 that I came up with the first demo.
Как только она будет более-менее закончена, сразу опубликовать.
And of course, I thought that it might be great to have it published as soon as possible. So in 2023, we worked on documentation, on publishing our proprietary language for everyone to be able to use it, minor details such as our repositories, setting it up, mirroring, and so forth, uploading the extensions to the marketplace. But even this wouldn't be enough. When you have README, if you enter a project and don't understand anything in it, the user usually leaves and never returns. So you need a great description for your product. In our case, we thought it might also be great to speak at some conferences to describe our experience and our product. So we carried out a masterclass on using our extension. It was in 2023. Additionally, we performed a number of other activities, 2 sprints on open security leads. We wanted to demonstrate how to use our rules. We also wanted to aggregate some interesting experience. All the rules are available in open repository. Should you be interested, feel free to look into what we developed as part of those 2 sprints. I took part in the second one and familiarized myself with security for Mac OS. Further development and value. Sometimes cool projects that are cool in the beginning stop being cool in the longer run. There are amateurs and there are professional developers. So, sometimes the feedback from the community, all those bugs and comments, working on them, started stealing time from me at the time that I would normally spend on developing detection rules. I started seeing old bugs returning to me.
Мы разработаем какой-то проект в то, что вот опять прилетел баг, и ты...
And instead of working on a cool new feature, I needed to think about fixing old bugs.
которые ему в этом вопросе помогают. Как мы это...
So I needed maintainers for that.
И для него было...
So what did we do? We onboarded an outstaff developer, an external person, not an employee, and it's always useful.
Не перекладывая какую-то ответственность на команду разработки какого-то, например, продукта.
It's always useful having such an outstaff developer. So this guy, he was responsible for heavy features. For example, I'm unable to develop a beautiful insert for a web app. This guy, he read some things that I had developed. He also worked on our backlog, which helped us to expedite the process. And the backlog that had been growing started shrinking. So what's the value of this approach? Its benefits. I will focus on some basic things. Firstly, our internal content development processes have been modified. We started seeing our processes from the outside.
было очень неэффективно. С одной стороны, конечно, это было и непросто все перестроить, но у нас сразу появились...
It was not easy to rebuild the processes.
Как правильно писать тесты,
However,
которая позволила очень...
we have managed to find some solutions to accelerate our development process. We also created an open feedback channel,
и в том числе от пользователей продукта. Потому что, ну, если вы взаимодействуете коммерческим...
which allows us now to get comments and feedback from users. Bypassing the red ribbon things such as receiving and processing applications, problem tickets, and so forth. We engaged in free communication, and those developing detection rules can always freely answer all those questions. And receiving questions such as, why are you doing it this way? We started asking the same question to ourselves. Why have we been doing things this way?
Результат пользовательского опыта, который на текущий момент
We also
месяцев как заехал, собственно, в сам
processed real user experience.
Вы обратите внимание, что тут скриншот,
If you look at it, you will see that the screenshot I demonstrated before and this one are very much alike.
начали заезжать те фичи, которые, получается, мы сначала внутри перевалили, потом мы
And we started seeing there some features that we had worked on internally before,
находится в релизе, и мне кажется,
and currently is part of our release.
про вишенку на тортике, потому что если ты что-то делаешь,
And I think that it's really cool.
которое разрабатывается, это прям неинтересно.
If what you are doing
В нем
doesn't help the product you're offering, it's useless. Otherwise, it's great.
польза для сообщества, то есть, а сообществу,
So what were the benefits for the community?
момент, когда мы говорим про
There is an important point here. When we discuss our XP language, which was developed internally, we mean that it's kind of cool. However, it's not a big deal for the community. As I mentioned, we created our rules repository, and everyone can look into them regardless of the language you are using. You can see the structure of our detect and replicate it in your own using your own language,
по обмен опытом, про какие-то открытые
which is great exchange of experience, the experience
для любых других продуктов.
in the area of open research,
Есть ссылочка интересная.
which can be applied to any other product and language.
ЕТВ и Сисмона, один из наших
You can see here
на хакере, если память не изменяет. Вот я как раз приложил детекты, написанные
a
на
link to the article written by one of our colleagues.
публичном репозитории. То есть можете прочитать статью.
You'll find all those data in open repository. You can look into our detects,
Опубликовали открытый.
and it's really cool.
К большому сожалению,
We also published an open course.
действия не успели, но в ближайшее время он выйдет.
We wanted to do it by PH days, however, we failed to do so.
Собственно, смотри. Дело в том, что этот курс, он хоть и будет...
Well, as a matter of fact, this course,
То есть он не относится как бы...
it will be based on an open platform. It's not part of our internal
То, что там
educational projects.
надо использовать, там
In addition to the language structures that need to be used, you will find there information on the overall approach
абсолютно не зависит от
to the development of detection rules,
какая CM-система, какой IDAR. Может просто переиспользовать этот опыт.
regardless of the CM system and so forth. You can borrow the methodology.
Покрыты тестами. Ну и последнее, на что, по крайней мере, я обратил
Last but not least,
аналогичных активностей в индустрии. Например,
we've seen
из
similar activities across the industry.
выложили расширение для того языка, который был у них.
Some colleagues of ours also published their extensions.
Таких интересных мероприятий, которые
They spoke about that at PH days,
неплохо, в общем, развивает сообщество. Не только как
which means that this community has been growing, and it's great.
компании тоже идут в подобную историю.
It's great that other companies are also moving in the same
В
direction.
итоге
We're running out of time now, so let's summarize. What did I want 3 years ago when I began working on detection rules? I faced problems. I wanted to optimize the processes I relied upon to make them faster and cooler. So I wanted the tooling that we use internally to have some buttons and menus to make me more productive, to free me from routine operations. So, what we have achieved? What is deleted here is something that we have managed to get rid of. Now we have an open set of tools, which is independent of the language. Basically, you don't need a product. You need your extension, the language is open, and based on open rules, you can do correlation, enhance your detection rules. You need an open repository to share knowledge, where you can find information about the structure of the language. You can see a detect and bypass it, for instance. We also rebuilt our internal processes, which is a great advantage. And in doing so, we have accelerated our development process a great deal. You know that hackers are always a few steps ahead of us, so we need to enhance our rules, add new rules, and I'm really happy that a team of professional developers has said, it's cool what you've been doing, we'll be using that. It means that we haven't been working in vain. Well, that is everything. I am done. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask them. Colleagues, ask your questions, please. If you don't mind, I'll ask my question first. First of all, I'd like to say, in the longer run, I think that there are always people in a community that contribute more than others. And it is those people who can act as a maintainer in the future. And it makes it possible for you as a developer to rely on those people. If you want to leave, for example, you can say, look, I would like to leave my project in good hands. Let's assume you are doing an open source project. How can you make sure that there are such people? What's needed for that? Well, that's a pretty complex question. Usually, in open source, if people are using some development, they do it because it's necessary. There is necessity to introduce a new rule, to fix bugs. Типа, ребята, классно, давайте сделаем, а есть, когда, ну, надо делать, потому что надо. It's not just let's do it because it's cool. It is about doing it because it's necessary to be done. So, do you mean that it's important to make sure that there are people dependent on your product or project? Well, I think it's pretty straightforward. Okay, there is a question. I see a hand. Dmitry, thank you for your presentation. If 3 years ago you attended your own presentation, would you have engaged in it? Great question. Sometimes I start thinking, look, I don't want to do it anymore. So much development, and I'm a layman. Look, I write some code in the morning, and by the afternoon I start receiving feedback. Look, it's broken here and cracked here, and it doesn't work here. Now, when I see that with our activity, we
Вот тогда, в этот момент я понял, что точно того стоит, хотя точно вам могу сказать, что это было
made a difference for some community or project,
которые в воскресенье с утра хотят какой-то
I think is great.
для детектирования атак. И вот у них,
There are developers of detection rules.
наверное, вот я бы
Sometimes they wake up in the morning and decide that they need to write something. How long did it take you from your
Усилия окупились.
point of origin to the point of destination?
я пришел к этой мысли.
How long did it take you to reach payback? About 3 years, yes.
У меня уже
3 years.
другие, как я сказал, я сейчас занимаюсь другим направлением, но все равно
As I mentioned,
очень классный опыт. В любом случае, я
currently I'm engaged in something different, but that experience, it was great. I'll stick with it.
Пожалуйста.
Next question, please.
Спасибо за доклад большое. У меня есть
Thank you for your
вопрос.
presentation.
Планируете ли вы перебираться на создание
Are
плагинов
you-
для других редакторов?
Planning to develop plugins for other editors?
например, для Вима. Смотрите, с другими
For Vim, for example.
какая история. Я это рассказывал,
Well,
получается, 2 года
as
назад,
to
про техническую
other
составляющую
editors,
самого
2 years ago, I covered
есть такая
the technical component
называется language
of
server.
my extension.
То есть возможность
It includes language service protocol. One can write language support.
такая функциональность.
In Eclipse,
Расширение
maybe in Vim, there is such a functionality.
сервер полноценный, то можно будет его тоже
If
подключать.
an extension goes to language server, full-fledged one, it can be used for other editors as well.
Времени и по затратам сложно.
How much time and money can it take? That's a tough question. I'm in no position to answer it right now.
Профессиональная разработка в этом отношении.
I think it should be addressed by professional developers. But thank you for your question anyway.
Вопрос, пожалуйста.
And to conclude, I'd like to ask another
Как ты
question.
считаешь, сложно ли померить с точки зрения компании, насколько эффективно была эта
Is
работа?
it really difficult for a company to measure the efficiency of this work?
Популяризировать
Of course, the objective was
информационной безопасности.
to popularize XP as a language among information security experts.
Они доказывают,
Can
что
you
это
provide justification for it,
или это прям сложно?
proving that
Мне кажется,
it is efficient,
наверное,
or is difficult?
можно, если взять там
I think it's difficult.
сказать, сколько потрачено.
Of course, it can be measured. You can count XTEs, you can measure other efforts. However, I think this entire story is mostly about popularization.
Информационной безопасности должны инвестировать, чтобы поддержать вот эту общую
And
идею, такую розовую,
this effort should be invested in by all information security
для
companies,
того, чтобы мы стали защищеннее. Ну, потому что то, что мы сейчас периодически
because it will make us better protected.
расстраивает, когда вдруг какой-то крупный
Those things that we read about
или что-то. Вот, поэтому я считаю, что
upsets us a lot
он обязан в это инвестировать.
when another company is being cracked.
Критерию зрелости.
Слушай, класс, получается, что не
I
только
think mature vendors should invest in it.
это должна быть длинная воля, но и у компаний, которые
So it's not only the maintainers of such projects should have goodwill, but also the companies
Да, да, безусловно.
understanding that it's a promising work.
тебе за доклад.
Yes, I agree. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Вопрос, пожалуйста.
Oh, there is another question.
В связи вот с последним вопросом от ведущего хотелось спросить,
Getting back to the last question from the
идею или вы
moderator.
работали на некую компанию для популяризации?
Well,
Это была
have you been working for an idea, or was it an order by a company?
получали зарплату.
Was it a commercial project or
В
not?
рамках своего рабочего дня пытался решить свои вопросы.
Thank you for this question.
Вот этой разработки.
Initially, I wanted to address the issues that I had been facing,
Когда я захожу,
but at a certain point in time,
задают вопрос, и я всегда знал, что
well, look,
только я на него могу ответить.
I enter some chat and I see a question there, and I understand that I'm the only one to be able to answer this question.
Тому, кто задал вопрос,
However,
ответили, и как бы я понял,
someday
что запустилось. После этого
you
я
may enter
сделать красиво. То есть
a forum
там есть какие-то
and see
кто-то нам показал,
that
мне
there
написал.
are many other answers that came before yours.
И взял, например, увидел багу и выкатил какую-то там правку. И мне это
So sometimes it's like this. You see a bug and you understand that you know how to address it. I got involved.
Ради, ну, получается, какой-то коммерческой цели?
Ну, это
So, was it
не коммерческая история,
for
потому что
a commercial benefit in the beginning?
гвоздь.
No,
Вы
look.
хотите молоток, а у вас
For instance, you need to drive a nail
подходит. Вот
into a piece of wood.
хотел побыстрее сделать себе молоток,
You may have a hammer,
забивать гвозди, потому что
or you may have something that's not designed for this purpose. In the beginning, I didn't have this hammer, and I wanted to develop such a hammer
И самое главное, что этот процесс начинает раздражать. Поэтому
to deal with all those challenges that became quite annoying.
как-то так.
Спасибо.
I'd put it like this.
Как я сказал, за лучшие вопросы мы дарим книжки.
Dmitry, as I said,
Это довольно сложно, когда ты отвечаешь, все запомнить.
we are to give prizes, books, for the best question. Will you please
Человек, который задал последний вопрос,
pick the best questions? The last question, I think. The author of the last question, please approach us here. We'll give you our prize. Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation.
у нас будет панельная дискуссия с, я так скажу,
Now,
лидерами российского
we
open source.
are going to have a panel discussion with the leaders of the Russian open source
И напомню вам, что
after
сегодня у
a few
нас,
minute break. And also,
Так, сейчас. Димин микрофон тоже надо отключить. Сегодня у нас будет
please switch off Dmitry's microphone.
ярмарка open source.
And during the lunch break, we're going to have here an open source project fair, and you will be able to ask your questions to the maintainers of the most significant and prominent open source projects. So our agenda for today is really interesting.
Спасибо всем, кто в зале, спасибо всем, кто смотрит нашу трансляцию.
Thank you all in this room and those watching us online.
Тема
Today, we are discussing a very important topic, which is open development. Open development is a very powerful tool in our hands, not only for developers, individual developers, but also companies. With open development, we can create new technologies and communities around them. If there is a code, but there are no people understanding it, the code is dead. Today, I'd like to introduce to you, my friends, and great leaders of Russia's open source, with who we will be holding this discussion today, and we'll try to give rise to very important and interesting questions. Please allow me to introduce them. First, let's welcome Sergey Bereznoy from Yandex, Nikita Sobolev from full-time open source, a full-time open source developer, and Ivan Panchenko from OSIS Pro, and myself, of course, Alexander Popov. I'm happy to be part of this track named after Alexander Popov, a great Russian scientist who invented the radio 130 years ago. And this track is named after him. All right, friends, let's discuss Russia's open source, the situation with open source worldwide. I'd like our today's discussion to be discussion against everything evil for everything good. I don't want us to be over-optimistic or overly pessimistic. Instead, we should identify a path to move forward, to identify common goals. And the first question I would like to ask is as follows. Is it true that today, in the time of conflicts and divisions, the open source community is divided, and Russia's open source community has become a kind of island in an ocean? Look, it's both yes and no. It's difficult to answer this question. In fact, open source, as Alexander said, is a community comprising different people and different products with different traditions, so there is no single answer. Our community is a kind of classical and strict community, sticking with the ideals and principles of open source, under which no one should be discriminated. It brings the members of the community together a great deal, making this community relatively stable and sustainable, resistant to the challenges that we see today. That's why we continue working. Our patches are admitted. However, this does not stop some members of the community to stand against us. Of course, we saw conflicts within the community even before, but today we see such conflicts. Of course, it does affect our work, although it's unable to stop it. In some other communities, things are much worse. In our community, it's not this way. We are much calmer people. Igor, what do you think about it? First of all, I would kindly ask you to increase the volume slightly for us to be heard. I haven't heard what Ivan said, so I will be speaking from a blank slate. Yes, I believe that the peak of the problems is behind. A year ago, I thought that it would be worsening in the future, but now I don't think so. Has the situation deteriorated in the past year? No, I don't think so. That's why I changed my mind. Why? Why do you think so? Do you think that the topic is no longer relevant? Or probably some people have run out of their arguments? Both. I think it's a combination of factors. We don't see any political will for the continuation of conflicts. More radical steps would have been required otherwise, but nobody is willing to go for it. Do you think that those who would divide the community previously eventually understood that it was bad? Well, honestly, I don't think that those people really think about what they are doing. I think that the power of friendship is not a joke. It's a real and good power bringing people together to achieve something together. And if some person works toward dividing people, it's not for the benefit of all. I'd like to add something. I agree with my colleagues. Additionally, the open source community is much bigger. And it's different from what your first impression must tell you. Yes, we saw some conflicts around over Linux kernel and so forth. Ironically, open source and the open source community is ourselves. Nikita may write configs, someone may come up with their plugins or some library or some bug report, and all together it's much stronger and much bigger than all those conflicts, which are basically about clickbaiting. And the world of open source is so big, and it makes it really sustainable and stable. Of course, there are individual likes and dislikes. Some people may not fancy some other people, but compared to the overall situation, it's so small as to not be able to change anything. You mentioned the Linux kernel. I should say that it's quite difficult to do any harm to individual contributors. However, companies may feel such harm. Take the most recent scandal when people from Russian companies were expelled from the community of Linux kernel maintainers, although they had been contributing for so many years. For instance, if your patches are not accepted for the Linux kernel, you should have your own fork to support it on your own, while previously it could be added to the main line for the whole community to benefit. Today is particularly painful for the companies that may have expected something from that. Yes, but the number of such companies is much smaller than the number of individuals. That's why the situation is more visible at the company level. And another idea is about a kind of vaccine against a single polar approach. Historically, things have been consolidating. The movement was towards consolidation or synergy. From the perspective of the long term, the more kernel forks we have, the better. Fully supported by powerful teams. So maybe the situation is even better. Yes, that's an important question touched upon by Alexander. I'm speaking about the forks. When the number of patches is not big, it's not really difficult to maintain them. However, as the number of patches grows, it becomes a real problem. Although we can still live with it. There is a danger for the community that a large number of new forks will be appearing. I know lots of companies, lots of examples of companies canceling their licenses and stopping being open source companies. But I think that those companies are failures because later they reopen their projects. We should understand, if the world is divided into the Western and the Eastern hemispheres, it will be just waste of energy. It will be bad for all, and nobody wants it, which is yet another uniting factor. 2 times more forks, twice more bugs. Yes. As to addressing the question how to maintain a fork for a large project, we will hear a whole presentation by my colleague devoted to this topic. He will build upon this melody, this discussion. We say that in order to remain strong in terms of open source development, we should address the question, where can we do this development? Of course, we need fora or sites for such work. And if such fora declares you person non grata and stops your access to your project, making it impossible for you even to work on your bugs, maybe you should think about going somewhere else. That's a very important question to the Russian open source community. Can Russian open source sites be self-sufficient? Last time Nikita acted in the role of a pessimist, saying it cannot be worse. You remember this joke, an optimist saying, it will be worse. So, do we really need all those sites, or we lived without any GitHub, and we can live without it? And no one can stop you from coming up with your own GitHub, or it's like. There are such sites, you can use them.
Договаривался про определение, что мы считаем площадкой, да?
I suggest that we work on definitions, what we should define as a site or platform. Historically, it's about hosting your code using some default Git. You have hosting, you receive commits. It may not be as fancy or as user-friendly as GitHub,
о консолидации и централизации.
which brings me back to the topic of consolidation and centralization.
Полностью распределенной peer-to-peer сети.
It's surprising how,
Супер сконцентрированный,
from
сконсолидированный
a distributed network, open source became something super consolidated and centralized. I'm speaking about GitHub.
С такой архитектурной точки зрения,
It may not be normal, and from the perspective of architecture,
как выход сюда из это самое.
I prefer this multiple polar
Она более
peer-to-peer approach.
более устойчивой. Я согласен, что
I understand it better, and I find it to be more sustainable.
понимаем,
You may say that having several forks may be
на
wasting energy, but if you understand
и на самом деле
why you are doing that,
потому что вот, например, мне нравится из моего мира
it's not
фронтенда
about
замечательный пример про движки
well, it's about
JavaScript-овые, что благодаря
competition
тому,
and
что несколько
evolution.
JavaScript-овых движков, конкурирующих друг с другом,
For example, having
JavaScript,
multiple competing Java engines, the runtime of JavaScript has become the fastest one,
сложность, да, учитывая его выразительность. И это стало возможно
given its complexity,
быстрой эволюции.
and it became possible thanks to fast evolution.
Так не оптимизировать. Извините, отвлекся.
Python is not about the same level of optimization. Yes,
Площадка собственная,
getting back to sites, we also have our own site. It's called SourceScrub,
сейчас доступна по invite.
and we are planning to
Я бета-тестер.
make it public.
Да, и уже скоро можно будет анонимно, в том числе, тестировать площадку.
And very soon you will be able to test it
Модель, как мы держим,
anonymously.
говорим следующее, что можно конкурировать,
Speaking about our model, we say
можно предлагать
one
там
can
удобные
compete
интерфейсы,
on features,
более удобную
offering
какую-то систему
a more user-friendly interface or a better rating system,
много площадок. И вообще, когда вот там весь этот разговор
and have
про
multiple
российские
sites.
площадки, я там состою в рабочей
We've been discussing Russian sites, Russian platforms, and I am part of this work group.
мета-площадку, чтобы у пользователя
Of course, we want to have a kind of meta site for users to have a choice, like they do with search engines or providers.
И просто тот
Look for what you like better.
хороший, качественный привлекает пользователей, он в итоге получит ровно то, что заслуживает.
And eventually, a good product, every good product will get what it deserves. This model may be less efficient in terms of energy saving compared to concentrating on some focal point, but in the longer run, it is more sustainable.
Ты знаешь,
And I also like the vibe granted by such an environment.
и здорово иметь
I totally agree with what you're saying about efficiency and the advantages of having multiple sites. Look, some time ago, GitHub
почти каждый разработчик, наверное,
announced 100 million users.
И когда проект
Each and every developer has an account there. Basically, it works as a social network. People want their project to be visible.
ваш, который делает Яндекс.
How about your source graph from Yandex?
Тем, что уже занял
What's your answer? Are you going to compete with a project that has already won the whole market? Maybe it's worthwhile being asymmetric. You're speaking about the audience. When you're posting a project, you want it to be seen by as many users as possible. My idea is as follows. If the overall environment doesn't have those frontiers, if access is easy, if search systems can do search in multiple sources, you can use any source engine today, a legacy one or a new one, with a large choice of sources. They will find what you need. For example, some site for Linux kernel developers. You will find information that you need from all the available sites.
Но опять же, это
Of
тоже
course,
совершаемо.
appearances may be different.
Там, не знаю, специальные браузеры, которые это причесывают.
There may be
виду, есть
special
такая,
browsers, for
всё равно
example,
вот какая-то такая живая экосистема. То есть тебя же не
to
что
groom all those
в
things,
интернете, они как
but
бы
it will
не
work
на Фейсбуке
as a live
сидят,
system.
и они
Well, you are not worried by the fact that not all the internet websites are Facebook-based.
Вот, поэтому кажется, что если система рекомендаций будет адаптирована под вот эту многополярность,
Similar, if a recommendation system is adapted
аудитории не будет.
to this multiple polar approach,
Они, когда будут
we won't see any problem.
это через более-менее там стоковые распространенные
All those developers will be able to look for what they need using
Это
a
интересная
stock
мысль,
approach.
показывающая, что не все так плохо, скажем так.
That's an interesting idea, proving that things are not that bad. Nikit, what do you think? You're a full-time open source developer.
Свойств площадки используешь в повседневной жизни. Вот расскажи.
You use many properties of a site on your day-to-day in your day-to-day work.
Вполне кайфовая штука. То есть понятно, что
I used to use Git first, and it was cool.
Прям уже посмотреть, потыкать и так далее. Вот я смотрел.
You can try everything. I also played with SourceCraft, which is also a great product. So I'm quite optimistic as to the future of Russian sites. However, all the projects are there in GitHub. If you need them, you will go there for sure. So I think it's incorrect having a single point of failure for all the world's projects belonging to a company with questionable reputation. If we want to develop in a rational manner, I truly believe that we should make really publicly available what is destined to be publicly available. I agree. But look, our domain of influence is very limited. How can we change the situation? I really don't know. I'm in no position to answer this question. For example, Sergey says the runtime of JavaScript is the fastest. And it reflects on me. You develop on C and Python. What do you use from GitHub? I use a lot of things. In terms of feature sets, they're great. They launch new versions of programming languages very quickly in their CI. They offer great statistical analysis tools. They offer built-in security reports. From the user perspective, everything is great there. If you're a user and if you have your GitHub in the browser, you will get the best possible experience.
Хочется, чтобы будущие площадки, которые так или иначе будут появляться, прям сильно вдохновлялись этим.
And we want the future sites to be inspired by it. There is a problem. Basically, people don't see a significant shortage of sites. GitHub has been satisfying everyone, and you need really good reasons to switch to a different site. Well, they don't feature any technology that cannot be replicated. Although it's possible. If Yandex wanted to do so, they could do it, like any other Russian developer. Clearly, it will require a lot of investment. The problem is not about putting such a site in place. It's about attracting people to use it. There are two effects that should be kept in mind. Some killer feature may be required, like launching, having everything launched in the browser in real time. And another problem, which is even more complex, is making people use it as social media. As social media is only viable if there are enough people using it. We need a critical mass of audience. Without this critical mass, it will die. So, some 15 years ago, everyone would rush to develop their own social networks.
Потом оказалось, что сегмента
But nobody was able to attract sufficient audience. The same story here. It's very difficult to get such a critical mass to make your site run as social network. My point was that possibly it's not necessary creating a network claiming to become self-sufficient if you don't need to go beyond its frontiers. Like your mailbox with Yandex or Gmail, or you don't care about your correspondents having their email addresses with different providers. What can prevent open source from being decentralized? If we decompose what is platform dependent there, all those things such as discovery and so forth, all those things can exist out of the centralized world. We have our distributed authorization protocols. We can do distributed discovery. But you need trust for that. Yes, we do. And this is yet another problem.
Я правильно понимаю, что ты руководишь
Sergey, is my understanding correct that you are in charge of SourceCraft? SourceCraft development is led by Dmitry Ivanov, a well-known individual. I am director for interaction with developers, and 50% of my time I spend it on working on the product. I help SourceCraft as much as I can, but I'm responsible for a lot of other things. I wonder what properties of this site will be unique and second to none. I am sure you are working on some cool ideas. Yes, we're working on such ideas.
Чтобы нельзя было сгенерированный код загружать.
Чтобы нельзя было?
Нельзя, идеально отвечать.
How about making it impossible to upload a generated code?
В ансамбле работают над генерацией кода, и
our models that work on code generation in Ensemble.
Но, например,
well, I'm kind of enthusiast of the thing. Code navigation, smart code navigation, code understanding. For some top languages that we have been working on, go to declaration, go to references. These features are implemented better in our networks than at GitHub. Our code generation models are also really competitive as to smart optimization and cache storage, and linking it to IDE, like you don't need to build your object local cache from the scratch to make sure that things work fast, or cloud integration. We have Yandex Cloud, which is pretty powerful, offering
бесшовного такого прямо из CI/CD
A wide spectrum of services,
переката всего.
everything working seamlessly.
И заапрувил его, и там завтра или уже сегодня же нажал кнопку, и оно задеплоилось там по всем
For example, you have approved your branch today, and it's ready to be deployed tomorrow.
Были, во-первых, as a code, они как сейчас, они там в формочках накликиваются, и as a code хранились тоже, например, на SourceCraft, да? Вот.
As a code can also be stored at SourceCraft. We also work on security. Our security team is really strong. They are working on vulnerability scanning features.
Называется, все время есть слово «отстойники», да, но оно какое-то нелицеприглядное. Но, в общем, когда ты отстаиваешь версии...
There is another thing, like quarantine for versions, quarantine layers.
У меня тут мысль такая, вот есть несколько примеров прикольных продуктов, которые
My point is such. We have a number of cool products that are to be launched, and they are not something really new. It's the same strategy, just enhanced. Take Telegram. There were other messengers before Telegram. However, the overall quality of the application is feeling touch. It's quite visible, which can also work as competitive edge. And working on our products, we also focus on this kind of differentiators.
Я не могу просто... Верните, пожалуйста, Last.fm скроблинг в Яндекс.Музыку.
Last.fm скроблинг.
Well, how about Last.fm scrambling for music?
Прекрасно.
Via SourceCraft.
Хочешь, чтобы идеи подкидывали? Сейчас подкину. Ну, во-первых, я действительно верю.
If you need more ideas, well, I truly believe that. Yandex is one of few Russian companies capable of coming up with beautiful interface.
Но есть одна вещь, которую никто еще, по-моему, не сделал, я, по крайней мере, не видел.
But there is one thing no one has done yet.
Какая проблема есть глобальная?
The problem with open source is that we see a lot of pieces of code.
Офис там внутри, или, страшно сказать, хром. В общем, хром. Да?
Нет ни одного человека, который понимает, как устроен.
Things such as LibreOffice. No one understands the structure of chroming.
Не писать там еще тонны, там мегатонны, тератонны кода.
Instead of writing more and more tons of code, but helping people to understand what's already in there. You have a project in your repository, for example. The user may ask, will you familiarize me with this project, please? There are such things. I don't remember the name. You insert link, and the system tells you what kind of repository it is, explaining different modules and abstractions. Not only GitHub, but any Git hosting. Oh, well, I don't see any problem with it. Well, there are things the developers are lazy to do, such as writing tests. If this could be automated, it would be really useful and good. Yes, and this area is being worked on currently. Things such as code documentation. Well, it's something like a chat with a repository.
Здорово. Мы начали немножко говорить про компании.
Sounds good. We started speaking about the companies and the role of companies.
С разным бэкграундом. Nikita full-time.
We all have different backgrounds here. Nikita is an open source developer, not representing any company. We represent our respective companies. So the question is, how to make sure that the Russian companies and their people develop successful open source project, not something small, but large-scale and successful project. How can success be measured? I suggest that we discuss success measurement first. Prior to dwelling on details, let's discuss general understanding, and then we will get back to our vision of success, because we see success differently. So what do you think about it? Let me begin, please. An open source project is successful when it's used. That's obvious. The more users it has, the more successful it is. Another thing is that usually those users, they are across the world. If you want your project to be as much successful as possible, you need as broadest a market as possible. You need to think from the very beginning how it can be ported to translated into other languages such as English or Chinese. You should think about popularizing your project for other language groups. And one person only cannot do it. A team is required for that, to promote such an open source project. I can say that I have super successful projects, but I have sufficiently successful ones, and I work like this. I first make them up, promote them, people from other countries find them and start promoting them. For example, I wrote something for my previous company, and today I only support it as a cool tool, but there are fans of this approach. I'm speaking about Linter, my project. There are people who like it very much, and they like the product. They promote it on their own in their respective countries. And an international community needs to be set up for such people. For example, there is a guy from Brazil or from India, and why don't we come together to be friends and promote the product? And you don't see any obstacles for the Russian companies to come up with such projects, do you? Well, the only problem is the sanction regime. If you are an individual developer and you are working with a company and the company is under international sanctions, you see a problem. That's why being an independent developer has its benefits. You can do whatever you want. How about Postgres? Everything is okay with Postgres, but it's slightly different. Russian Postgres people, they have established their positions worldwide quite long ago. And there are really few products like this. Although the situation is different today, the open source is different today. Some things work, some things don't. And those projects that exist today and didn't exist before, they live in a different world. As to Postgres, there are people who, while contributing to this project, work for their respective companies. There are major projects as well, although they are in the minority. There are people who believe that they'd rather be independent than work for a company. Oh, we are not starving. Postgres is not a great example, as well as Linux. They are not typical examples, maybe just parts of them. The main problem of open source is that no single project today can be embraced by just one person. That's why companies are established, working on those projects, and in the world of companies as legal entities, the influence of externalities such as sanctions is much bigger. We understand that. Well, the situation could have been different. Well, it may seem scary. It's important to be smart, intelligent, working on something real. In this case, no politics will play against you. Although I agree with Nikita when he says that being successful means coming up with something that's found useful by other people. If you don't mind, I'll get back to the question of success. Nikita said that a successful product is the product used by a large number of people. In my opinion, it's not 100% true. In addition to the number of people, in addition to the quantity, it's also important to ensure great quality. Who will you prefer to be? Being a pop singer, bringing stadiums together, or being a famous jazz musician playing in a club, which is much smaller. Quite often we do things because we like them, finding them cool, amazing. It's about self-expression. And there is minimal sufficient popularity threshold which may be required, needs to be achieved in order not to strive. As I said, I'm not striving.
Какого размера open-source сообщество нужно, чтобы проект был устойчивым? Да, вот когда
How big an open source community should be for project to be sustainable? When I was just beginning to do programming more than 20 years ago, I had the impression that it was really difficult to come up with a popular, large-scale project. Look, take Ruby on Rails. Who uses it today? If you read all those four, you may believe that Ruby on Rails is dead. However, it has its steady community. Take COBOL or Fortran, even those languages, they are not dead yet. There are people using them. Therefore, it's always possible to come up with something that will be appreciated by each and every community. It shouldn't be a huge project. There can be niche projects or products. Like in my case, if you are writing something for some narrow functionality, it may be enough for you that it is accepted by some smaller community specializing in this area. So, getting back to the initial question, namely, do Russian companies face any challenges to work on open source? I don't think that there is such an obstacle. There are people, a steady community. Well, as long as you don't see an obstacle, there is no such obstacle. I used to work on a security project related to the security of Linux kernel. And I found out that not too many people were working on it worldwide. And for 7 years that I've been in charge of this project, I came to know all those people.
И мы сейчас вот ведем вот эту нишевую штуку, они мои контрибьюторы.
And today we're working on this niche thing, and we don't need anyone else. I don't need 100 million GitHub users.
Объем людей.
Не-не-не, ты в своей нише
So
забрал всех.
for me,
Это и есть успех.
Да, да, да.
in your case, your success is that you brought together all those people working on it. The same
Для меня успех не сколько
about
людей
Ruby on Rails.
проект. А для меня успех,
well,
что я тащу тяжелую
To me,
техническую штуку.
success is not
Здорово,
about the number of
если ко мне
people
помогают,
using my
ищут,
project.
приносит контрибьюты.
It's
И
about
мы
receiving
взаимодействуем. Мне даже
issues.
не так
It's
важно,
about
какая у меня аудитория проекта. Интересно.
receiving feedback.
Вот, Никит,
It's important to interact.
по поводу
Another example, Nikita, you mentioned it.
сообществ.
It's about international communities.
Помимо там, безопасности ядра Linux, руковожу
In positive, in addition to security of Linux kernel, I'm also in charge of the committee for the open code. And we have found out that there are so many people in the world who are inspired
Мы публикуем, например, открытый software development.
by Russia's security people.
Люди в этих там
And when we publish SDKs for our products, people in Latin America and Middle East look at us
с вашими продуктами,
saying, cool,
давайте еще.
now we can work with your product, give us more.
И, на
They
удивление, мир
don't
не
care about
фокусируется
all
только
those
на людях,
sanctions. They
которые
have their
говорят,
own
«Я
interests.
плохой». Это здорово.
The world is not concentrated only on those people who keep saying that you're bad. Colleagues, we are getting closer to the end of our discussion, but there is still one very important question remaining, which is the security of the open source code. It's on purpose that I have been keeping it until the end of our discussion. We heard a lot of discussions, people saying that open code is less secure because there are vulnerabilities that can be found by malefactors there. Well, the question is, who prevails, malefactors or good people? Of course, one can look for vulnerabilities in closed code as well, although it's easier to do so for open code, because it's open. So, if you are sure that more qualified, better trained people are working on your piece of open code, you can be sure that it's secure enough. No code is 100% secure. I have people saying, look, go away with your source code, just give me IDA. I don't care about the other things. In this sense, I don't see any difference between the open and closed codes. Well, the only difference is that there are no source code for... Well, does it change the situation? No, it doesn't. Well, look, open development is about having development across the world with no office walls. On the contrary, with closed code, you are enclosed in your office and you need to do your code review, and there may be internal factors. I don't see any sense in this discussion. Look, how about your employees selling your client bases for money? And it happens, people do it. It's reality. Data are for sale. But here you can influence the situation. At least, no, you are wrong. Nobody cares. Look, there are certain methodologies, protocols, and ways to ensure protection, like all those quarantines or additional checks. There are approaches how to
Ты берешь человека себе в
promote trust.
компьютером, точно так же ты можешь делать какие-то
You do checks.
чеки.
If you are inviting a contributor for your company,
Действительно, безусловно, какие-то
in the same way you can introduce
которые бы
checks and
работали в контексте
security tools, security instruments.
ну вот этой вот водораздела, да, что здесь это возможно, здесь это невозможно.
I don't see any division between the two. Here it's possible, and here it's not. There may be differences, but security can be ensured in both domains.
Хорошего разработчика-злодея. Вот. И вопрос, можно ли внедрить там в компанию Microsoft под видом хорошего разработчика, там, агента.
Well, in the same way, a villain can be infiltrated in a company like Microsoft, for example.
Принципиального отличия здесь нет.
Есть только
So I don't see any major difference between the two approaches. There is just one prejudice. People may think if it is open source, everything is okay, it's free of charge,
Вот это да.
И вот как вот с этим?
and the other way around.
Допустим, мы можем, у нас
What can we do about it?
выполнить, например,
For instance,
анализ или
we may have technical tools for some statistical analysis or debugging for a product incorporating open source. Why isn't it done by companies with all their regulations? No, they do it. We have people in Russia who fuzz popular technologies, find bugs there, and they're cool.
Да, в общем, понятно,
This exists, and it's done.
для всего open-source кода, который наберет.
Yes, each individual company does it for the entire open source community.
Какой-то вид open-source деятельности, на самом деле.
And again, it's yet another open source activity.
Пока далеко не весь, скажем, код, который используется.
But unfortunately, not all the code that's used is subject to these procedures. Why? Because the volume of code is huge, and the headcount of those who can do it is much smaller. And manual procedures are not like automated ones. At a certain point, a human being will be involved, and for this we need well-trained people.
Искусственного.
Искусственного, да.
Yep.
Сергей, а ты что скажешь по поводу AI-агентов и прочих?
Sergey, what do you think about AI agents,
Я вот как сказал, я
co-pilots, in terms of using them to provide more security?
Поэтому я абсолютно верю,
I'm
что
an enthusiast of
в
this.
ближайшее время ровно так
I truly believe that
с
shortly
помощью этого
things will be done like this,
заботиться и о качестве кода в том числе. То есть
and it will help us to ensure higher code quality. Requests such as write a set of tests for me, or please audit my code for security. For example, recently I wrote 150 lines of code for a small web service, and the security people asked me to check everything. I sent the request to AI, and I got a great response. Modern AI tools are good enough for that.
Без участия кожаных мешков, или они все-таки для чего-то понадобятся?
So do you think that at a certain point in time we will not need human testers anymore? I'm sure we will need them.
Я, наверное, пользуюсь...
Speaking about the overall reality of future reality of the future, well, you know, sometimes I receive crap.
Да, то есть недавно, например, я попросил...
For this we need real intelligence. Some time ago, I did this exercise for a 4-line code. It was just about switching lines in JSON. And I received something without my default list. I also tried to use an AI agent to explain to me a piece of code with an insert, and for some reason RNO was set a certain number in a random manner. So instead of opening a manual, I decided to use the AI for some reason. It took me 2 hours later to try to find out the source of the problem.
Я открываю мануал, и там первая надпись. Если у тебя устанавливается erno, ну, то есть без какого-то кода ошибки, ну, типа у тебя нет ошибки.
For Python, I did the same. I opened the manual because the answer had been read the manual first, and I found out information there. If your erno is set as this number, do the following. It was in the first lines of the manual, truly.
Поэтому я пока надеюсь, что
So at this point,
пока использовать не могу.
I prefer relying on myself rather than using AI. Maybe things will improve in the future. It's like roller coaster. At a certain point, you are quite optimistic, believing that everything is running perfectly, while in some other instances, it's not this way.
Пробелов на конце строк. Нет, не слишком тяжело пока что.
Some things don't work. For instance, I tell the AI engine, stop using spaces in the end of lines, but it keeps doing that.
Так же, как мы в свое время учились пользоваться, не знаю, поисковиками.
Before, when we were learning how to use search engines, and we would first use question marks and then switch to using keywords. Well, in a similar way, we will need to train AI to do it. Before, look, I am feeling as though I'm using Google right now. Officially, it's impossible to use it. There are other search engines in the world. No worries. Getting back to why I recommend using it to everyone. This entire story of neural networks, today it's about an empirical skill. I was happy because when I was beginning working with front end, I also needed the same level of empirical skills. You cannot only just read something, you need to master things. You need to understand how to prompt engineer referring to your agent's manual. For your counterpart to understand what you want to achieve. What I like about neural networks is that they know how to bring together several pieces of documentation. For instance, you have an API documentation or a language documentation and your own dictionary of variable names, and you ask it to bring it together, and it merges those documents in a perfect manner. And instead of turning to different pieces of documentation, you can use just a single piece. You can add clarifying questions like, are you sure that that's everything? Or, I see that this is not it. Why don't you think about it? And it works. Currently, .NET, this repository added a Copilot, and in real time you can see how Microsoft developers are getting crazy about things generated by AI for them. It's very much like modern open source. If you take a major product, in addition to Chrome that has already been mentioned today, you take it, look into how it works, and you see that AI is further development, although currently no one understands how it works, which may look spooky. Yesterday, I spoke about prototypes for Linux kernel.
Исследователь безопасности
As a matter of fact,
находит уязвимость в коде, когда он
a security researcher finds a vulnerability in the code if they understand the code better than the author. When the author is the neural network, it means that no one understands it.
Не будут голодными.
Точно, коллеги.
But it means that open sources will never starve. Colleagues, to summarize, I suggest that
В плане открытой разработки
you conclude in a very concise manner. What do you wish
скажем так, напутствие в
to
завершении
the Russian open source community and developers community? Well, open source is a social lift, so I recommend that young people engage in open source. It will make them more professional. We have a great channel. If you want to engage in open source on Python, feel free to subscribe to open source finding. You will understand how it's built internally. You will learn how to commit for Python and so forth. I'll be happy to see you there. My wish is do what you like, not what is recommended to you. If you like writing open source code, do write it. If you like writing something else, write something else. Don't chase popularity for your product. Do what makes you happy. And the rest will come as a side effect of your beloved activity. Well, cool. Thank you, colleagues.
Провожаю сам остаюсь на сцене, потому что буду анонсировать следующего спикера.
I'm saying goodbye to you and staying here to announce the next speaker. Thank you. Thank you very much.
И я буду анонсировать следующего спикера. Это большое удовольствие для меня. Он международный. Сейчас я перейду на английский. Мы познакомились.
The next speaker is an international speaker, so I will switch to English. We got acquainted at Hacker to Hacker conference.
Fernando is a wonderful researcher from Argentina, and today he will tell us about security of open protocols which drive our web and internet. And Fernando made important contribution to international standards, and today he will tell us which security flaws does these protocols have in general. So, thank you. Yes, stage is yours. Thanks.
Okay. Hopefully my presentation will be in English, right? Somewhere? Okay, but it's okay, it's translated. So, yeah. Okay. It was going to be problematic. So first of all, I'm honored to be here today. Thanks to Alex for the for the invitation, and also to the organizers. Like for us that are speakers, we get to enjoy the city, the conference. But there's a lot of people working really hard, behind the stage. So thank you a lot to them, and thank you for being in this presentation. Unfortunately, I don't speak Russian, so my presentation is going to be, in English. Hopefully, at some other point, I will learn Russian and I will be able to do the presentation, in Russian. So, my name is Fernando Gont. I'm from Buenos Aires, from Argentina. I have done a lot of work on internet protocols. I have worked on everything from tools, patches for open source operating systems, and I have also done a lot of work on standardization. So this presentation the title is The Curse of Predictable Transient Numeric Identifiers. I know that the title sounds like a little bit complex, but as we get into the talk, you will see that the topic is hopefully interesting, but it's not that complex, at least not according to the title. And if you are old enough, or if you are into science fiction, this is supposed to be an image of Doc Brown from the movie Back to the Future. And the reason for which I picked this image for the presentation is that what I'm going to do during this presentation is essentially discuss problems that we have experienced over the last 40 years. on the topic of transient numeric identifiers. I will try to analyze the reasons for which we experienced these problems, and try to figure out if there is an alternative path, like if there's anything that we could do in a different way to actually avoid these problems in the future. So, okay, not this one. Okay, there you go. So, introduction to the to this topic. Essentially, you might wonder, okay, what are transient numeric identifiers? These are identifiers that the short version of the story, or a simple way to look at them, is that they are normally or usually numeric values that are used to identify protocol elements that only last for a short period of time. It's easier to think about these identifiers with examples, okay? Among the examples are, for example, TCP initial sequence numbers, IP identification value, DNS ID, IPv6 interface ID, and so on. So these are the kind of identifiers that we refer to as transient numeric identifiers. And you might wonder, okay, what's wrong with this, or what is the issue with these identifiers? Well, the issue is that over the last 40 years, we got, for the most part, these identifiers wrong, okay? Now, you might wonder, okay, you are saying that we got this wrong. What do you mean by wrong? Well, wrong means, in this case, that we have selected these identifiers in a way that they have negative security or privacy implications. These are some of the examples that I could provide. There are many, many others, but this is just to give you some idea, and I will try to stress on a couple of examples that are super simple. Let's think for a second about MAC addresses, okay? The only thing that you need about a MAC address is that the MAC address is unique. Now, that has changed over time a little bit, but for most systems, or traditionally, you use a MAC address that is globally unique and constant. So no matter which network you connect to, you always end up using the same MAC address. That's like a serial number for your device. And obviously, that identifier will leak the identity of your device. So if I see your MAC address in this network, and then eventually all of us, we travel to a different network, and I see the same MAC address, I can infer that it's actually the same device, okay? And that's not really needed. The same thing has happened for other identifiers, like, for example, IPv6 interface identifiers. So a lot of implementations, they select identifiers in a way that they are predictable. And that means that, for example, you can leverage these identifiers for host tracking, and that you can also do or implement IPv6 address scans. The same thing or a similar thing applies to a bunch of other identifiers. TCP initial sequence numbers. Like, if these identifiers are picked in a predictable way, then you can spoof connections or perform, for example, data injection attacks. Now, one thing that is important is that these negative security or privacy implications were not really warranted. So it's not that we needed the identifiers to be bad. It's just that we did a bad job at selecting these identifiers, and as a result, we have experienced these negative implications. Now. This is like a summary, or tries to be a summary. Like, when I was introducing the topic, I mentioned that we have experienced, problems with transient numeric identifiers for 40 years. And that might come across as an exaggeration, right? Like, okay, it can be possible that for 40 years we hit the same problem. Now, in order to prove the point, what I tried to do is a timeline, okay, of some of the events associated with predictable transient numeric identifiers. This is by no means complete, okay? It's just like a sample of different kind of protocols and different things that were found over time, so that you can look at that and look at the dates and say, okay, well, that looks like true. Like, over the last 40 years, we hit the problem over and over again. So I'm not going to go into a lot of detail about this, because for the most part, the whole point of this slide is to prove the point that over the last 40 years, we hit the problem 100 different times. But just to give you an idea, I believe the first, let's say the first document or the first instance of this problem that I could find was as far back as 1985. And there was a paper by Robert Morris where he essentially found that BSD implementations, they were using predictable TCP sequence numbers. So that document was published in 1985, okay? Vulnerability found in BSD systems. Now, 10 years later, we are jumping to 1995. Tsutomu Shimomura, he published a document where he was documenting an attack that allegedly had been performed by Kevin Mitnick. That's what he said, at least, where Kevin Mitnick he exploited the vulnerability that had been discussed in 1985, but that had never been actually fixed, to actually perform a real-world attack. 10 years later, something that was documented in 1985, nobody did anything about it. 10 years later, there's a real-world exploitation of, that problem. In 1996, we can see that OpenBSD, they produced the first implementation of port number randomization, okay? So they were the first ones to try to do something about this topic in a proactive way. Then we can see in 1994, Salvatore Sanfilippo, he found that there were implementations that were producing predictable IP ID values. And, as a result of these predictable values, your system could leak out information, for example, about the rate of the packets that the system was transmitting. 2001, Thomas Narten and other people, they found that because of the way in which IPv6 interface IDs were being selected, hosts could be tracked based on the IPv6 address. 2001, look, there's like 15 years later, there's work by Michal Zalewski where he found that there were most of the TCP implementations, they were generating predictable initial sequence numbers. 2004, I did work, that's over 20 years ago, where I documented, these were known at the time, I documented ICMP attacks that could be leveraged for performing denial of service attacks. And these attacks relied on implementations using predictable transport protocol ports, okay? 2007, Amit Klein found that there were implementations that, in theory, they were randomizing the IP ID value, but they were using float algorithms. So they were producing predictable predictable IP IDs. 2008, for those that were around that time, that was the year where Dan Kaminsky released like what became known, I believe, one of the most publicized network-based attacks, a DNS attack that you could perform a DNS cache poisoning, and the attack in question that was publicized or was made public in 2008 relied on implementations employing predictable transport protocol ports and predictable DNS IDs. We keep going. In 2007, Amit Klein found again implementations were generating IP ID values with float algorithms. 2011, I found that IPv6 implementations were generating IPv6 IDs with wrong algorithms, and I also found in 2011 that because of the way IPv6 addresses were generated, you could perform IPv6 address scans that were deemed to be impossible, but because of the way the addresses were generated, they were made possible. 2016, I also found that something that is called IPv6 privacy extensions also had problems with the way the identifiers were selected. And the things goes over and over and over again, okay? The whole point of this slide is to look at the timeline and say, okay, yeah, it looks like for the last 40 years we hit the same problem over and over again. Now, let's talk a little bit about the motivation, and this is not just some random slide that I introduced, but it's actually what was our motivation for doing this work. And when I say we, it's because this work was carried out by Ivan Arce, a colleague from Argentina, and myself. And when it comes to the motivation, the idea is very simple and straightforward. We had worked already quite a lot on actually addressing this problem on multiple protocols. I author or co-author all the RFCs that you see on this slide. For example, 6056 for port number randomization, etc., etc., etc. That means that I had found problems associated with predictable IDs in different protocols, and I had done the work to actually fix the specification for the problem to go away. Now, what we found, or what we were thinking about, is like, okay, we are playing like whack-a-mole. Okay, every single time there's a new protocol, the protocol suffers from the same problem, and we have to work on a solution for that specific protocol. So what we were wondering is, well, why in the first place we keep finding the same problem over and over again, okay? Is there anything that we could do so that rather than all the time working on a new protocol and try to publish a new specification and fixing the specific problem, to try to figure out if we could do something to actually address the root cause and, solve the problem, forever, so to speak, hopefully. And so this is let's say, the challenge that we set out to solve or to address. We wanted to do stop doing fixes on protocol by protocol basis, try to figure out, okay, how come that over 40 years we keep hitting, the same problem, and is there anything that we could do to actually, stop this problem from happening over and over again? So the first thing that we did is try to let's say, analyze the reasons for which these problems were affecting protocols in the first place. And what we did, this is not something that we just got together and did, and we came up with a conclusion, but what we did is we analyzed as many IDs as possible, as many protocols as possible, and tried to figure out the reason. And the reasons that we found, or we believe are the root cause for these problems, is that three different reasons. First one is that interoperability properties for these identifiers, and I'm going to explain what I mean by this. Interoperability properties for the IDs were not clearly specified. Second reason is that some specifications, they just recommended, wrong algorithms. So the advice that you'd find in the specification itself was wrong, period. And third reason is that there were implementations that were simply failing to follow the advice, in those cases that the protocol specifications were providing the right advice. So let's go through each of these in detail. So the first one that I mentioned was failure to specify the interoperability requirements. So when I started talking about these IDs, I said, okay, well, these transnumeric identifiers, they identify protocol elements, and I provided examples: transport protocol ports, DNS ID, IP ID, and so on. Now, obviously, the idea here, or what should be the case, is that there are requirements for these IDs. So these IDs should have certain properties. And the properties that these IDs should have depend on the specific use case, okay? For example, for some IDs, the requirement could be uniqueness. So you need a unique value, that's it. For other cases, you might have a requirement where, when you generate subsequent IDs, they have to be monotonical increasing. Monotonical increasing means if you select an ID, the next number should be equal or larger, okay? Like a linear function, so to speak. Another, interoperability requirement could be for the IDs to be unique and stable, etc., etc. So that's, interoperability requirement. But then there's a different question. What could happen if I fail to comply with the interoperability requirement? For example, the spec says you need to pick a unique value, and you just fail to pick a unique value. Okay? And this is where the failure severity comes into place. Failure severity means, okay, how bad things are if you fail to comply with these properties. So there's an ID that is supposed to be unique, okay? But you fail. You select a value that was already in use. Well, if it's a soft failure, that means that it's mostly okay, okay? So you didn't comply with the interoperability requirements, but the protocol doesn't fail badly. On the other hand, a hard failure severity, as the name implies, means that, yeah, if you fail to comply with the property, the protocol breaks badly, for some meaning of badly. Now, the problem with a lot of specifications is that they fail to specify these requirements. So you have a protocol that tells you, okay, you need to pick a port number, and if you are an implementer, and you say, okay, well, which algorithm should I use? Well, you have no clue because the spec doesn't say what are the properties that the ID should have, okay? So you don't have much of a criteria to select an algorithm. You don't really know what are the properties that the ID should have. Second reason for these problems that I mentioned was specifications providing the wrong advice, okay? And I can, provide like simple examples. There are implementations that they simply recommend the wrong algorithm. If you look, for example, at RFC 791, the IPv4 specification, or 2460, which is the former IPv6 implementation, they essentially say that you should set the IP or IPv6 ID with a global counter, period. So that's the advice that the specification provides. Meaning, if you follow the spec, you will actually introduce the problem. The spec is actually providing the wrong advice. Same thing for the TCP implementation. Now this has been updated, RFC 793, but if you look at 793, it essentially says that you should pick the initial sequence number with a counter, global counter. Of course, meaning it's going to be predictable. So if you follow the spec, you actually introduce the problem, okay? Now, that's one of the possible scenarios, specifications providing the wrong advice. Now, there's a second case, which are implementations that just fail to provide a recommended algorithm. And there are two examples. There are many more, but this is just, just to mention a couple of them. If you look at, for example, the TCP specification, RFC 793, it fails to recommend an algorithm for selecting port numbers, the ephemeral port numbers, the client-side port numbers. So it doesn't provide any advice. And what happened in the real world, that most implementations, they ended up using a global counter. Just a simple algorithm that works, if you wish, but has security and privacy implications. In a similar way, you have RFC 1035, that's the DNS specification, and they fail to recommend an algorithm for generating the DNS ID. So they specify the value, they specify the protocol field, if you wish, but they don't provide any kind of advice when it comes to how to actually generate that value. So implementations are on their own. And in a lot of cases, what happened is that the folk that is actually working on an implementation, they are working on tons of different things. And they are not going to spend a whole time, okay, there's an idea that I should specify here what would be the best, the best algorithm. I will come up with something that works and move on to the next thing that I need to implement. In a lot of cases, history provides examples of that. Normally this thing of coming up with an algorithm that works, has led to implementers picking, the wrong algorithms. Last but not least, you have cases where the specifications, they provide the right advice, but implementations just decide to do something else, okay? In some cases, because they found a shortcut and say, oh, that's complex, I want to do something that works, but it's not as complex. And there are other cases where maybe you had a protocol specification that was providing the wrong advice, okay? Eventually, the specification was updated, but even when the spec was updated, the implementation wasn't updated yet. And that's understandable, okay? There's obviously a delta of time between when a specification gets published and when actually the specification gets implemented. So that's kind of like our analysis of the, let's say, the root cause of the problem. Okay, 3 different reasons. Now, that's okay. That's like fine for saying, understanding why we have the problem that we have, but that doesn't solve the problem, okay? So essentially, we said, like, okay, what could we possibly do to actually prevent this problem from happening again? And our idea was as follows. So we said, why don't we try to come up with a taxonomy? Okay, with a taxonomy for transient numeric identifiers. So what we did is we collected as many transient IDs as possible. For example, transport protocol numbers, DNS IDs, IPv6 interface identifiers, etc., etc., etc. And we tried to analyze, we didn't know if that was going to be possible or not, but we tried to analyze if we could come up with some categories, hopefully a few of them, not that many, where we could group all of these identifiers. Okay? This is not something that we thought that we could do. It was just, okay, let's try. Now, what was the goal with that? Because, obviously there had to be a reason to try to do that. So our goal was to say, well, if we can actually come up with a taxonomy saying, okay, virtually all of the identifiers that we know, follow into this small number of categories, then what we could do afterwards is try to, let's say, design or come up with an algorithm that could generate those IDs in a way that they didn't have negative security or privacy implications, okay? It's like saying, okay, we have like 15 different, types of, or 15 different, transient IDs. We found that we can group all of them into, let's say, 4 or 5 categories, and then say, okay, what would be a good algorithm for generating, identifiers of this category? So the idea was that in the future, if our taxonomy was good, then every time that there was a new protocol that was specified, and there was a transient ID that was needed, then, a protocol specification could look at our taxonomy and say, well, this identifier falls into this category, so the right algorithm to generate the ID is this one, period, okay? Making things easier for protocol specifications, but also for implementations. If, let's say, you are an open source developer, if you have the requirements of, what are the requirements that the ID should have, you go to our taxonomy, okay, this is this type of requirement, this is the algorithm that I should implement, period. So that was the goal. So this is the taxonomy that we came up with. Of course, the taxonomy is based on 2 things. First thing is the interoperability requirement, what property this ID should have. An example is uniqueness, okay? And the other property is the failure severity. So, for example, category number 1 means that they are identifiers that have the requirement to be unique, okay? But they have a soft failure severity, meaning if you select an ID and you just happen to pick the wrong number and you are reusing the number, it's okay, because it's a soft failure severity. Then category number 2 is uniqueness, but with a hard failure, meaning that you have to pick a number that is unique, but it's not okay if you happen to pick the same ID, because the protocol, breaks badly. Third category is uniqueness, okay? You want unique values that are stable within context. And I know, obviously, that this is like, okay, what do you mean, uniqueness stable within context? The simple example that I could provide with this is, for example, of stability within context. You could imagine, for example, a system that needs to pick an address, okay? An address. So you connect to a network. The context in that case would be the network, okay? And you want the system to pick one address. If the system moves to a different network, you want the value, the ID, to be different. But if the system goes back to the original network, meaning the context is the same, you want the value to be the same one as before, okay? The last one, category number 4, is uniqueness. The values need to be unique, and as you can see here, uniqueness is in, the requirement for uniqueness is in all cases. But you want values that are monotonically increasing for a given context. That is that in a specific context, the values should grow over time, okay? And what we did, because this is like what we could do to actually try to figure out if the taxonomy was good, we came up with these 4 different categories, and we went through as many IDs as we knew. IPv6 flow level, DNS ID, IPv4 ID, IPv6 ID, ephemeral ports, blah, blah, blah. And we try to figure if those identifiers would fit into our taxonomy. Obviously, if we could find an identifier and it's like, okay, well, it's not category number 1, 2, 3, or 4, well, then we had a problem, okay? But at least when it comes to all of the identifiers that we covered, we succeeded in that respect. Now, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to quickly go or briefly go through each of these categories, and I will do two things. First one is to try to very quickly, show a possible algorithm, like a simple algorithm to generate IDs for that category in a way that the IDs don't have problems, okay? In some of these cases, there are let's say, simpler versions and more complex versions of the algorithms. I will cover the most simple ones because we cannot spend a lot of time on each of them. And then I will try to provide an example of how this would apply with a real-world example. Okay, how we use this algorithm to generate whether that's a TCP port or an IPv6 address or whatever that is. So, first example is uniqueness with soft failure severity. What does this mean? We need a unique number, but if we happen to pick a number that is already in use, it's okay. Now, this makes things way easier, because we are saying, okay, you want to pick something that doesn't follow a pattern, okay? That makes you think that you would probably want to randomize the value. And we are saying, if you happen to pick the same value as before, you happen to reuse a value, it's okay. So what do? You just pick a random number. Obviously, when you get to implement this, there's a few details, but they are obvious. A lot of cases, you have protocols that say you have to pick a random number, but between this value and that other value, okay? So you just don't call random, you need to adapt the random value within a given range. And also there are other details, like in some cases you can detect whether the value is in use already. Now the question is, if you pick a random value and you detect that the value is in use, what do? Well, two possible options, or two possible obvious options. One is to pick another random value, but you could be there forever, because if there's so many values in use, you keep picking values that are in use. Or what most implementations do for these things, first of all, you pick a random value, and if it's in use, you use the next value in sequence, okay? That's it. This is, for example, what some implementations use for generating the DNS IDs, for example, okay? Now, I was mentioning that I would provide some real-world examples of this, of where or with which protocols you could use these algorithms. One example for this first category, uniqueness, but with soft failure severity, is DNS IDs. And what makes it probably, easy, there you go. What makes it easy to see, how the values are generated is to look at, this timeline. So what we say here is, at time 1, we need to pick a DNS ID. Obviously, what do? We just pick, a random number. Time 2, we need to generate another one. And what we're doing here is just picking random numbers, okay? So there's no correlation among them. If we just happen to reselect a value, as I said before, it's okay, because it's a soft failure severity. So this first category, it's very easy. Pick a random number. If you happen to pick a number that is already in use, it's fine, okay? That's category number 1. Category number 2 is slightly more complex. Why? Because we say that we want unique values, but if we happen to select a value that is already in use, the protocol breaks badly. So you can't just pick a random value, because probability, from the point of view of probability, you could just be unlucky and happen to pick a value that is already in use, and the protocol would break. Spoiler, what implementations normally do when you need to pick a unique value but with a hard failure severity, they say, well, the best way to avoid selecting the same number again is to actually come up with a monotonical increasing function. the simplest implementation would be a linear function, okay? So rather than picking random values, what you do is you pick incremental values. And the idea is that in that way, obviously you have to select or use every single value in the sequence before you actually go back and run the risk of reusing a value. One possible way to do this, and I will go through this expression in a few more slides in more detail, but one way to do this is generate these values as a result of computing a hash function over a context, whatever context is, okay? This could be the prefix that is used in a network, whatever that is, a secret value. Obviously, it's supposed to be a cryptographically secure hash function. You use a secret, and then you use a counter. So the idea is that obviously this part that you have here is what makes the values unpredictable, because you don't know if the hash function is cryptographically secure and the key is not known to the attacker. You don't know what is going to be the output of this expression. We will see that the algorithms that you end up using in practice for category number 2, which is uniqueness but a hard failure severity, is the same algorithms that we use for uniqueness monotonical increasing, okay? So that's why I will not go into further detail as of now. Next category that we have is stability, uniqueness, but stable within context, okay? And this is obviously, the name sounds more complex than what this actually is. So let's think about the example that I provided before. Let's say that we want to generate, let's say, IP addresses. And we want, whenever a system, let's say whenever I connect my mobile phone to this network, I want my mobile to always get the same address, okay? Why? Normally because that's important for operational reasons. Like if you want to do network activity correlation, it's interesting if the devices always get the same address. But we don't want the host part to be the same when the device changes to a different network, okay? We want that to change. The way to do that is super simple. What we are going to do is, and let's say the whole algorithm is essentially the first expression. What you do is you generate the ID by computing a hash over the context. Context, we are going to see examples, okay? That's going to depend on the use case. Second, we are going to put a value that I will call R. That's going to be a counter, and I will explain what that is used for. And then a secret. Okay, that's what makes the values unpredictable. Now, the idea is simple. We compute a hash with a secret key, so it's impossible to actually predict the values. Obviously, as long as all of the arguments to the hash function are the same, the result is going to be the same, okay? Now, you might wonder about this parameter R in the middle. And the reason is, like, let's say that I compute an ID, okay, for my mobile phone, and I detect that that value is already in use. Let's say that I can detect that. Okay, what could I do to actually generate a new one? And this is where the value R comes into place. So if you selected a value and it's already in use, and you need to select a different one, just increase the value of R and you get a new value, okay? Now, this is, it becomes more, more obvious and more evident when you see an actual example. And there are two different examples that we can use for this. One is IPv6 addresses, and the other is MAC addresses. So if you use a device, and you may have seen that your mobile phone says like, we can randomize the MAC address. So they use an algorithm such as this, okay? So what we want, both for IPv6 addresses but for MAC addresses, is you want to use, when you connect to the same network, you want to use the same address. But if you move to a different network, you want the address to change. And you might wonder, okay, why don't we just, for example, randomize the MAC addresses, okay? Well, the reason is operational and practical. For example, in a lot of cases, when you connect to, let's say, a public Wi-Fi, so you authenticate with some captive portal, and the captive portal, writes down or notes or records your MAC address. If your MAC address were to change all the time, every single time that you connect to the network, you'd have to re-authenticate. because the network would think that it's actually a different device. So that's why you want addresses that are stable within the same network, but that change when you move from one network to another. So let's provide, one example which makes this like super evident. Let's say that we want to generate an IPv6 address, okay? IPv6 address, the way in which you generate an IPv6 address is essentially you have a prefix, that is the prefix that is used for the network, and you need to generate an ID, an interface ID, which is like the host ID part. Now, let's say for the sake of the example that at time 1, you connect to some network. In this particular case, the context is going to be the prefix that is used in that network, whatever that is. So if we need to configure an IPv6 address, we are going to compute the hash over the prefix and a secret, okay? Secret obviously is going to be like, obviously, unknown to the attacker, but stable. In this case, of course, you may see that I'm simplifying the algorithm. I'm not adding the counter or anything, just for the sake of, brevity. So we compute the hash over the prefix and the secret, and we get some value, this value that we have here. So the idea is that for that prefix in that network, we would configure the ID to the first one. Now at time 2, we move to a different network, totally different network, which uses a different prefix. And we need to configure an address there. What do? We compute the same algorithm, hash over the prefix and the secret. We get a different ID. This is how we configure our IPv6 address. At time 3, you can see here, we go back to the original network. We are going back to the network that uses prefix 1. And obviously, since the parameters for the hash function are the same, you see that we end up generating the same value. So the algorithm doesn't need to record what is the value that you generated before, because as long as you use the same parameter for the hash function, you get, the same result. And in this case, at time 4, what we do is we move to a third network, prefix 3, and obviously we see that in this case we compute a value that is different from the previous cases. This is the algorithm that is used for generating nowadays, that it's used for generating IPv6 addresses and also for generating MAC addresses. So if you look at the device and you say, okay, I see that my MAC address changes, but in some cases it's a value and in some cases it's the other, because MAC addresses are generated like this. Obviously, in the case of MAC addresses, you don't use a prefix, but you use the SSID, okay? In that case, the context is the SSID. Okay. The last of the algorithms, and this will be essentially an extension of the algorithm that we just saw, is IDs that are monotonically increasing for a given context. Given a given context, we want values that are incremental. And the algorithm for this category is super simple. It's essentially the same algorithm as before. As you can see on top of there, it's a hash computed over the context, wherever the context is, and a secret key. The only thing that we make different is that now we add a counter to the result of the hash function. So that rather than being stable values, since we are using a counter, every time that we generate a value, it's going to be incremental. Not stable, but incremental. Examples that, where this algorithm is used. Without getting into the details, what TCP timestamps are, let's just say that there's something in the TCP protocol that is called a TCP timestamp option, okay? The details, they are not worth discussing in the context of this presentation, but these are IDs that have the requirement that they have to be monotonically increasing for a given context. Now, what is the context for the TCP timestamps? Source address, source port, destination address, and destination port. Now, the idea is simple. If that is the context, every time you select a timestamp for a combination of these values, it has to be monotonically increasing. So how are TCP timestamps generated? Essentially, you compute the hash function over the context. This is what I said before, the secret, and you add to that a timer because you need the values to be monotonically increasing. And this is very easy to see, or easier to see, when you look at a concrete example. This is some sample output. So let's say that at time 1, we need to generate a timestamp for a given context. Given context means specific source address, specific source port, destination address, and a destination port. Now, as long as those values are the same, we say that that's the same context. So for context 1, we compute the hash function and the timer, and let's say that we get this timestamp here, okay? Now, at time 2, the context has changed. This could mean, for example, that we are connecting to a different service, like the destination port change or that the destination address change. The whole point is that the context now is different, so at least one of these values has changed, okay? Now we generate the hash function, which is going to be like a completely unrelated value, and let's say that we get this result, okay? Time 2. At time 3, if you look at the arguments, now we have the same context as in the previous case, okay? Now, obviously, the result of the hash function here is going to be the same result as here. Why? Because the arguments are the same. Now, what has changed in the expression is that since we are using a timer, the idea is that this timer is increasing. So when you look at the output of the algorithm, you can see that the value looks similar, okay, it starts in the same way, but this value is actually larger. Why? Because the result of the hash function was the same, but since you are using a timer, it's increasing over time, okay? And then at time 4, you are using a different context, context 3, and obviously the result is completely unrelated. So these are just, and this is a concrete example, this algorithm that I'm discussing here is, for example, the algorithm that is currently being used to select TCP timestamps and also to select TCP initial sequence numbers. So this is not that I'm saying, okay, that's a nice algorithm or an algorithm that I like, but nobody uses it. It's actually in use. Now, I was saying before, when I was covering category number 2, that was uniqueness, but with a hard failure, I said, spoiler, the algorithms that we will use for this category are the same ones as for category number 4. So I will provide an example here. One of the examples of an ID, a transient numeric identifier, that has the requirement of uniqueness but with a hard failure are port numbers, like TCP source port numbers. If you happen to pick the wrong port, you reuse a port, the protocol fails, okay? So you need to select port numbers in a way that somehow you are guaranteed that you are not selecting the same number again. So in practice, you cannot just pick a random number, because if you are unlucky, you pick the same number, the protocol breaks. And this is not just theory. There are examples where, for example, when you have like 2 systems that issue like a lot of connections over time, if you just do one connection every now and then, it's okay. But when you do a lot of connections that all the time you are generating IDs, this has been found in practice that implementations that try to just randomize the port, they run into issues. So in this case, if you want to select source ports, the context is going to be source address, destination address, and destination port. Meaning that if you want to connect to this destination address, this destination port from this source address, you want to do multiple connections, over time you want to pick values that are unique. How do you select these values? For example, in the case of port numbers, we're going to compute the hash over the context. Context, again, source address, and destination port, a secret, and a counter. So let's say that we are issuing a connection to a specific context, a specific system, a specific port, and let's say that we picked port number 10,501, okay? Now at time 2, we connect to a different endpoint. Could be a different system or a different port. The context has changed now. So we pick this other number. In this particular case, this is a spoiler if you wish, it's a simplified version of the algorithm, so this counter is global. Normally in practice, you wouldn't do it, okay? Now, For context number 2, you pick a different port, totally different, 1043. At time 3, we want to select the port number for the same context as in the previous case. The result of the hash function is going to be the same one as in the first case. But now, obviously, this counter has changed. So now you see that this value kind of like follows the same sequence, okay, which is totally different from this sequence. And in the last case, time number 4, we select another port for context number 2, and you see that this port number obviously follows the sequence of the first one. This is, just to give you an idea, the algorithm that Linux uses to generate source port numbers. So if you're looking at your connections and you see, okay, that's kind of like weird because it's like, in some cases, looks like there's a sequence, and in other cases, it's a different sequence, it's because of this algorithm. Now, I mentioned, and I'm not going to go into a lot of details, but I mentioned in the previous slide that, okay, the counter is global. And that may give you an idea of, hey, you are saying that you don't want values to be predictable, but you are using a global counter there. So that's something that you can avoid, and one possible way to avoid that is to use something like this. You use the original hash function as before, but rather than using a global counter, you use the second expression that you have there, which is you compute a second hash to have an array of counters. And you can have as many as you want, okay? So the idea is that you have the first hash function as before, but now, rather than using a global counter, you use like an array of counters. This is just, let's say, an improvement over the previous algorithm, but the idea is the same. Okay, so this is the work that we did, or with my colleague. We actually worked for over 6 years on this. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but we work a lot of time. And I would say that, when it comes to things such as, for example, protocols, you can do a lot of interesting work. You can come up with a lot of interesting ideas. I'm not saying that this is an interesting idea, but the thing is that you have to somehow find a way to apply these ideas to the actual implementations, okay? Because if I would just come here and present this work, and we don't do much more than that, then nothing would really change. So what we did in this respect is we publish a document at the IETF. IETF, it's the Internet Engineering Task Force, the organization that standardizes Internet protocols. And that initial document over there, that's the name of the file, because these documents are public. So if you Google for that, you will find the document. So we originally came up with a proposal that essentially included everything that I explained in this presentation. So we started with the timeline. In that document, you can find the timeline even with more examples, okay? Then we proposed the taxonomy, and we came up with recommendations. But, standards organizations have complex processes, so a lot of times there's politics, there's processes that need to be followed, etc., etc. So over time, after 6-7 years, our initial document was published as 3 different RFCs, okay? First one, what is, formally speaking, is an Internet Research Task Force document. First one, 9414, which is a document that includes the timelines and the discussions, the historical perspective on this topic, okay? The idea was to have a way to documenting, like, okay, this is a problem that we have. So at least, it was documenting, we could, even if we fail to provide recommendations, at least there would be a record that, okay, look, we have been screwing up for the last 40 years. That's document number 1. Second one is 9415. This is the document where we document the taxonomy, the same stuff that you saw in this presentation, obviously just with more details, and we come up with algorithms. Obviously, I provided like a, let's say, a simplified discussion of the documents. Then when you have to implement those things, there's a lot of stupid and small details that you have to take into account. So in that document, 9415, you will find all those details. For example, example, if you need to generate a random number, which are the functions that you should use? Because not all functions are good. If you have to, let's say, pick a number within a specific range, what's the correct way to do that? There's a lot of tiny details that they don't change the underlying idea, but if you need to implement this, you have to figure out those details. And the third document, I believe that in a way is the most important of the three documents, because it's the document that introduces formal requirements for protocols. And I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but there have been essentially only a couple of documents that have, let's say, have introduced requirements, security requirements for protocols. So I will just focus very briefly on the requirements that are introduced by RFC 9416. If you see, this part of the text in capital letters is because IETF standards use terms in capital letters when they are formal requirements. So what we said is the requirements that we introduce is the first one is that if you are specifying a protocol that employs or that defines trans and numeric identifiers, you have to specify the interoperability requirements, okay? Whether, that's uniqueness and what is the associated failure severity. In a way, that's going to be of use because when you specify the interoperability requirements, for example, uniqueness, hard failure, you will be able to map your ID to the taxonomy that we introduce, okay? That's requirement number one. Second one is that you should do a vulnerability assessment of your IDs, meaning in your protocol, you should analyze what would be the problem, for example, if the values were predictable. Depending on the protocol, that will change. Maybe if it's a transport protocol like TCP, if the values are predictable, that might lead to data injection attacks. If it's a different kind of protocol, it could lead to tracking or a number of other things. Third one, which is obvious, you could say, is like you should never use transnumeric identifiers that are predictable, because obviously the whole point of this presentation is that predictable transient IDs are bad. Then we get this other requirement that says that if you have a protocol spec, okay, that is specifying a transient ID, you should recommend an algorithm. What we suggest is that since we have the taxonomy with recommended algorithms for each category, you point to one of the algorithms that we have specified. If you want to specify your own, that's good, but at least by default, you should refer to the algorithms that we have specified. And the last requirement is that you should follow these recommendations even if you are using a protocol that uses cryptographic techniques. Now, the reason for this is that I will provide a short background. While we were working on this, the IETF was working on the QUIC protocol, which you might know is a transport protocol that nowadays is employed quite a lot for web transfers. It's based on UDP and blah, blah, blah. And there were people that say, we're using TLS, so we don't need to care about this. Now, in practice, you do need to care. Just to provide one simple example, if you're using TLS, okay, TLS works on top of TCP. So if the TCP initial sequence numbers are predictable, you can still attack the protocol, maybe for denial of service. Why? Because TLS, needs to operate on top of TCP. So that means that, TCP-based attacks are, still valid or important, even if you're using TLS on top of TCP. Okay, so what are our conclusions of this work? So I believe it's clear, even from the timeline that I showed in the first few slides, that predictable IDs is something that has plagued implementations and specifications for 40 years, and the timeline was essentially a data point, so it's not that I'm just making this up. There had never been an effort to actually try to tackle the root causes. We had done a lot of work to fix specific protocols, but there was never any work trying to say, okay, how come that we always, run into the same problem for every single protocol. Even at times, for example, these problems were affecting IPv4, then the IETF produced IPv6, and IPv6 had the same problems that IPv4 had at the time, and they had already fixed. As I mentioned before, we published these 3 documents. One of the documents is formal requirements for protocols. Now, there is still the question of, well, will this solve the problem or not? I don't know what to say. And the data point, which is not very promising, the IETF is right now shipping the DHCP version 6 specification that produces predictable IPv6 addresses, meaning, but we did what was possible, or we know what was in our hands, and we hope that this at least helps to raise awareness. That's it from my side. I don't know if there's any questions.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for a wonderful presentation, and moreover, thanks for your outstanding work, which is even more important.
Thank you so much.
I have some questions, and we have some questions from the audience. First of all, my first question. It is very interesting to find bugs in the software, but how to find bugs in the algorithms? Are there any software or tools which help you to do that, or you just do the manual auditing and only person can do it?
Both of them. So, for example, what I do is actually I manually, audit specifications, but then at times you have like implementations that differ from the spec. So I also build tools. Let me give you an example. To sample IDs and try to analyze the IDs and figure if there is a pattern. So it's a combination of both, like manual work and try to, do analysis with tools too.
Nice. And are there any tools for that which are open source, or vendors usually close it?
Yeah, so there's the short version of the story. I did a toolkit for IPv6. So if you search for IPv6 toolkit, you will find my toolkit. And one of the things that my toolkit does, for example, is for the case of IPv6 IDs, it samples values and tries to figure out what is the algorithm that is being used to generate the values and whether they are predictable or not.
Cool. Now the question from the audience, please.
Fernando, thank you for your job. I have a few questions. Sorry for my accent. I hope you will understand me. First of all, I am security researcher. I like open source, and I like one tool. It calls diff. So I can Google some difference in research which can help to see a vulnerability in code in some place. How can we understand it, or it's proprietary knowledge?
So I would say that if you can easily spot vulnerabilities on these topics, I would say that for the most part, for example, what I do, when I look at a protocol and I see that there is an identifier that is defined, I look both at the specification and I grep through the source, and you end up finding like the same stuff over and over again.
Okay, thank you. I have 2 extra questions. Why do we use IP version 6 if we have a network address translation? So, literally, why? There is one point about privacy. So, my phone's IPv4 address is not unique and the same as IPv4 address of all of these people, and there is some privacy in it that can be achieved with IP version 6.
So I will try, because this is a question that I could take like even an hour to argue, but let me provide the short version of the answer to your question. So if you go back to the 90s, okay, to the late 90s, the IETF figured that the internet was growing a lot, and then we were running out of IPv4 addresses. At the same time, since there wasn't another solution on the table, the industry came up with NATs. okay? NATs what we know and what we use every day. The IETF said NATs are horrible, we don't want NATs, we want something that is different, and the IETF said we want to provide one public address for each device from their perspective, okay? Now what happened over time, the short version of the story, is that even after what, like 30 years, we are at roughly 50% of deployment for IPv6, which some people like to clap their hands and say that's awesome. If it took 30 years to deploy to 50%, I believe it's a total failure, but it's like different viewpoint. And what I would say in that regard, that you raise a valid point, and in a lot of, from the perspective of the IETF, in a lot of cases, let's say, it's a religious topic. People will say that, no, NATs are bad, we don't want NATs, period. That's their belief, and since NATs are bad, you have to have IPv6. Then in practice, I know a lot of cases, even Kubernetes, for example. Kubernetes, if you look at the IPv6 support, it uses IPv6 and NAT. It is what it is. So there's a lot of things when you think about, like, for example, this is a topic that is technical, but at the end of the day, it involves people because it's a standards organization. And when people get involved, there's egos, there are historical artifacts, there are companies that have interests. So if you try to purely analyze the technical aspects, you are missing like 50% at least. So the reason for which we are doing IPv6 is to a large extent a political reason.
Okay, I got you, thanks. One last question. So, can we calculate a few of years when IP version 4 will die or something like this?
I believe, unfortunately, that we will all die and people will keep using IPv4, if you want to be realistic.
Okay, thanks you. Passing the microphone.
Yes, and please, the next question.
Thank you for the presentation. In modern world, identifiers are not bound to specific hardware. For example, IP addresses may be rebalanced between different hardware, and I believe in some storage systems, even TCP sessions may be transferred from one node to another. So when providing your recommendations, do you take into account that identifiers may be rebalanced between different hardware? For example, maybe using a timer may be a problem.
So he said that I didn't fully understand.
Could you repeat in Russian and I could translate?
Maybe we'll try one more time.
Okay.
So in many systems, identifiers, network identifiers, are not bound to specific hardware nodes. For example, IP addresses may be rebalanced between servers, and in some storage systems, even TCP sessions may be transferred between different nodes. So when you provide your recommendations, do you take that into account? Because, for example, using timers may be a problem because it requires time synchronization between nodes. So maybe it's possible to provide. So maybe you keep that in mind, take that into account, and provide specifications that still work for these systems.
Yeah. So what I would say in that regard is that, for example, if you look at the ID for which we use timers, okay, is the TCP timestamp option. Okay. In some cases, there are protocols that were designed or developed assuming that they would always run from the same instance. So nowadays that you have VMs and you migrate workloads from one place to another, that changes things. So, and there are cases where if the protocol has that kind of requirement, you have to do, let's say, some sort of synchronization, or the protocol will just fail. It is what it is.
Okay, and maybe one more quick question. Predictable identifiers is not only a problem for security, but in modern world, it's also a problem for scalability. And in many other instances, for example, in object storage systems, we don't anymore have predictable identifiers because they are harmful for scalability. It doesn't make sense to have them predictable. So don't you think that maybe for networking, we still have protocols and conventions that imply too much centralization. Maybe we need new network architectures that are more scalable, and in this case, predictability problem will be solved not only for the security reasons, but also for scalability reasons.
So that's kind of like related to the question that he had asked before. Like you could say like, well, are these protocols that we are using the right ones, or are they as good as they could be? In a lot of cases, they are not, but that's what we have on the table. Like, for example, IPv6 was developed 30 years ago. I would argue that if you were to develop a new internet protocol, it would look like completely different from IPv6. Now, we have what we have. It's like, at the end of the day, that's what we have specified, that's what the products support, and if you wanted to start from scratch with another architecture which could be valid, you know, it took IPv6 30 years, and it only got to 50%. I don't know, I don't think we would even get to see that. It would be interesting, then there are the constraints that we have, so to speak.
The last question.
Yeah.
One more question, please. And then the last one from me.
Thank you for your speech, Fernando. I have one question. In your slides, you showed that in the same network, we use the same IP address and the same secret. And what if one day just a man in the middle appears and simply catches that address and starts using it?
So what you're saying is, what if another system starts using the same address?
No. There is an attack known man in the middle. Yeah, it's like he can just take place in our network and simply catch the exit hashed value and reuse it.
Yeah, so that can happen, and you know, for example, in the case of IPv6, there's no protection whatsoever in that regard.
So what is the point in randomization if man in the middle just can appear and steal the address?
No, the only so let me provide some background. So if you look at how IPv6 addresses were originally specified, you configure the address by selecting a prefix, and you put your MAC address in the interface ID. So you expose your MAC address. So the only thing that we did is that putting your MAC address, exposing your MAC address to the public internet is a very bad idea. So let's replace that. Now, there's a lot of other problems that are not solved and that are intrinsic of the protocol. Yeah, there could be an attacker that takes your address. Yeah, there's no solution for that. Like, the protocol doesn't have that. So the only thing that we try to do is replace the idea of embedding the MAC address in your interface ID, of putting the MAC address in your IPv6 address, because like 10 years ago, if you had a system that connected to IPv6, every time that you had an external connection, you were exposing your MAC address. That's the only problem that we try to solve.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, no more questions. Last question from me. Maybe to engage more people in the work you do. For me, people who write RFC are just awesome. And how can individual contributors not backed by a huge company participate in this work? Is it hard to start?
Okay, so I would summarize, based on obviously my perspective, which might or might not apply to other people, right? I would say that first of all, one of the things that you need to do is, let's say, lose your fears. And I come from Argentina. We are far away from virtually everything, from everywhere. Whenever we need to fly to some place, it takes like 20 hours. And we have this idea, and I had this idea when I started. Like, it's other people that write RFCs, people from North America, people from Europe, and you think like, I don't think I will be able to write one. So what I did, first of all, study hard. And the people that produce these protocols are as humans as you are and as I am. So the protocols have flaws. What I would say is look at protocol specifications. One author that for me was like mind-blowing. There's a guy used to be a guy called Richard Stevens. He wrote a series of books called TCP/IP Illustrated. And one thing that for me opened my mind is that he would look at protocols. Like, for example, if you look at many of the networking books, they will describe protocols as if that was the state of the art, that there's nothing that can be improved. Whereas this guy, Richard Stevens, he would look at protocols and say, well, that's not a good idea. Like, people should have done something different, but that's what we have. So he looked at specifications, but also at implementations. So he would analyze a protocol, run a sniffer, and say, hey, look, in this case, this is what should happen, but look, I'm running a sniffer and you see this other thing. For me, that opened my mind because it was like, whoa, this thing that was supposed to be perfect, it's not perfect. So then once you start from that perspective, like saying, okay, I don't look at protocols or RFCs like, okay, well, the guy must have been like ultra smart. You can maybe look at one of the RFCs that I wrote and find problems. And it's like, you know, maybe I missed something. So let's say my recommendation is whenever you approach this, don't think that the people that wrote this, including myself, is because they were smarter than you or that they are smarter than you. They just spend time working on this. So spend time, go through the specs, look at the implementations, and try to analyze things with a critical mind. And you will find flaws. Probably in my own, maybe next year you will do a presentation about the problems that I introduced. So that's what I would say. Like, you know, the people that write implementations, the people that write specifications are as humans are you or myself, and they introduce errors too. So it's like, I believe that that's the most important thing. Assuming that you could be, you know, authoring an RFC tomorrow, and that these RFCs are not like the Bible, you know, that it's like perfect. It's like documents that people like you and myself, they wrote. So look at them, read through them, try to analyze them with critical thinking, and that's what I did. And eventually I ended up finding problems and writing documents myself.
Excellent. That's very inspiring. And finally, please choose the best question from the audience.
So I would say that best question mean?
Best question mean that the person will receive a book as a present for this question.
I go for the question about why we are bothering with IPv6. Among other reasons, because I like the idea of questioning. Why are we bothering with IPv6? With IPv6, normally you hear people that is like, we need to do IPv6. And I like that of saying, okay, why should we? Why? Okay.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you so much.
My pleasure, and it's an honor to be here.
Yep. Please take the present.
Okay.
Возвращаясь на русский язык. Друзья, сейчас у нас будет интересный эксперимент.
Back to Russian. Now we have an interesting experiment. For the next 2 hours, we'll have open source fair here on this bar counter. So the maintainers will come. Now, maintainers, you can come up here with your projects. You can walk around, ask questions about interesting projects. We brought projects from absolutely different areas, and you might become a contributor of these projects. So we'll have it till 2 o'clock. Let me check my schedule. No, till 3 o'clock, actually. So the next 2 hours, and at 3 o'clock, we start the next portion of reports about open source. So maintainers of open source projects, please come here.
Так, раз. Ребят, всем привет, и рад, что вы все к нам присоединились на очень интересный доклад.
Hello everyone, it's great that you joined us for this interesting report, this different presentation, and here you can ask the questions, and you will need to think about the questions you want to ask, and stay in a queue, and one by one you'll be asking the questions, and for the best question, our publishing house will give you a great book, and on the 24th of May, tomorrow, there will be a cool party in Alais hall where will be a great networking opportunity. So now let's get to the point, why we're here. So Alexei will tell us about LogShell. That's very interesting, so let's give him a hand. Hello everyone. So we're beginning. Nikita, the floor is yours. 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay. Hello everyone. Thank you for finding time for our presentation. For me and as Alexander Popov, it's just great to be here in the hall under the name Popov. My teacher in college had the same name, had the same last name. My name is Nikita, and as many developers, I love open source, but in open source, not everything is smooth, and there are certain problems. Alexei went a bit farther. He decided to talk about these problems to the public, and thus we work on the platform AppScoring. So we are the people who are concerned about open source security and the analysis that we have there, and last year I was talking about it, and this thing is called Megagraph. So we are concerned about the security of open source. So what we do, we build and resolve all the vulnerabilities of open source and the interdependencies of it, and how one vulnerability can hit some adjacent package that depends on the package that was compromised. So what we do, so we work on those dependencies. We know what part of the ecosystem is affected by a vulnerability that was discovered. So we're not going to be talking about this one, it's just a reference. We can say just one thing, what percentage of ecosystem of Java was affected by a working shelf and how you can get it. We can say how deep some vulnerability is on the side of the subscriber and how it can get to on the directory level or transitive level, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, and so on. And then you can see how quickly the community responds to the identified issues. And also using Megagraph, you need to understand what vulnerabilities or packages are the most used ones, and in order to improve scorings within the product. Last year, we spoke about Log4Shell vulnerability. We're not going to give you anything new on that. We just told you that using Megagraph, we managed to evaluate how affected the ecosystem of Java package is. Each 20th package was affected by Log4Shell vulnerability through transitive dependencies, and it was quite dangerous. And we looked at the dynamics and how over life cycle other packages change, and given that Log4Shell library they can find in their vulnerabilities. And the dynamics showed us that in the first months, people got concerned about Log4Shell, and they kind of didn't care about it anymore and started releasing packages that were not dependent on Log4Shell anymore. So it's great to understand the influence of vulnerabilities on the ecosystem. So that's what we live with. And you know what's great? It's to take this product to certification. That's a sudden transition here, and we decided to do it last year. Certification, I think we needed more to make process healthier inside rather than for the documents that are applied at the end of it. So what we did, we decided to certify it. And certification includes assembling it from the source, when even packages seem to be like third-party packages, but you assemble them from scratch. The analysis of known vulnerabilities, then static analysis, and you do it not only your code, but you run it the third-party codes as well. This is running dynamics, fuzzing, including looking for secrets and other practices. So it's all clear, and all the points are clear. And we know that yesterday Nikita was kind of wandering around some of the living zone, so to speak, and he said that the speakers don't have dynamics. And so Nikita will tell you about dynamics and how we edit it. So we'll talk about fuzzing. First of all, you need to choose a tool. We have great connections with the Institute of System Programming. That's why we took CEDAR for fuzzing. And I went to Novgorod city, and we tried to work with co-scoring using Nage. There is an article on Hubber. There are lots of technical nuances there. So, talking about CIDR, the main advantage of it is that it's hybrid and allows you to get deeper into the app. And fuzzing. So what do we fuzz? And here is the scheme. And I hope we have three main components. This is agent Johnny. You put in a pipeline. It interacts with the user. And with this, the user tries to identify problems in the images, in vulnerabilities and dependencies. Dependencies. Then there is always code scoring, and you can set up certain policies, blocking, non-blocking, and they work with each other. And there is a main storage is in our zone that we monitor all the time. But today we'll work with Johnny only, with this agent, and we'll look at how to approach it. In order to do fuzzing, you need to isolate its parts, so to avoid network queries. If there are going to be some crashes, you need to find this place, and the information you get actually helps you a lot with this. Besides isolated assemblies, there are manifests, kind of walk files, JSON, and when the agent works, it binds with the name of file. As part of fuzzing, you don't need that. In this case, I did this run in such a way that fuzzer finds the parser that they use, so you can choose it. And also, the one who does fuzzing, I gave him the option to choose a scenario. So I don't think what scenario will be used with what parameters, because there are many configurations for that. And you need to be able to control them manually. And if you 10, 12 binaries, then you can't really follow it. Here on the scheme in the table, you can see the results of running it together with CIDR, and the comparison between the standard and the previous fuzzer. And here the integration of fuzzer and CIDR. This is what we achieved. We achieved such numbers that not quite achievable before. Now we cover more than 80%, sometimes 90, 95, and for that you need less than a week.
После того, как Pfizer отработал, я не видел...
After Pfizer did it, I haven't seen a project
пройти фазинг-тестирование без каких-либо проблем.
that could go through fuzzing without any problems.
Ну, не стал исключением.
And in this case, Johnny is not an exception. It found such a nice AML file.
Который разобрал.
You can remember it. And this is what Johnny did.
Как всегда, со спецэффектами.
It falls apart usually like with all the special effects. And the real problem was in the dependency in the library.
Я подготовил после того, как я нашел POC.
After I found POC,
после того, как все развалилось,
after everything fell apart,
пример, на котором это разваливается.
I made a small example where it's fallen apart, and I immediately reported it. And since this moment, our story begins. So what was the main problem, though? The problem was that they didn't follow the contract. And oftentimes they had this return of errors. And at this point, they panicked. And instead of returning the errors and process the whole thing. But then we began to unfold this theme. It was September 2024, and it was a strange time, and we were doing all these things with this secure development. And when Nikita comes to us, to our chat, that was about secure development, and he said, so this thing crashed, and it crashed beautifully. And we just realized that the situation is not easy. Because on that date, my daughter was born, and I was like, so we definitely need to look into it. And I said, well, start digging. And the guy started digging, and this is what happened. Nikita fuzzed the story that affected the third-party library. So we managed to do it in our revision. But we're responsible guys. Well, Nikita is actually a very responsible dude. So we fixed it like this, and you can see the whole thing. It's fixed very simply. You just need to do it in your YAMLs. So we just don't show certain things here. So then, this is what we had. Next day, we made a decision that we open up the problem to the authors of GoYAML. So you can see the link. The presentation will be available, so you will look at it. And this is what happened next. The library of GoYAML is used in Cybernet, and they use their own fork. And 3 days later, developers, they saw that in the project there is a problem. They checked it. It crashes. So they decided to pay attention to the situation, to look at it. Since it's patched on our side, everybody who is curious about the situation, we told them about it. So that story kind of went to the background. People were doing their own thing. We were doing our own thing. Then in the previous version, we found a similar problem of 2022. And at that point, we had a thought that it would be possible to actually report about it. We thought that it's a reportable issue. And it seemed like, okay, tell us about it. And when we get to the next repo, when we had the fork, and on the 28th of December, the local dude, one of those who were concerned about this, and he said, who is dealing with all those issues? Well, there is a real Natasha with a number of... He asked her, everybody kind of laughed at it, and actually didn't go any further than that. 2 weeks passed, and all of a sudden, we had patch forkers. So in fact, if you call for Natasha, if you get Natasha, so everybody works. So we found a patch, and it was great.
Все не просто так.
But then the whole thing wasn't that simple.
Вливается патч.
So what we do, we put the patch. So, and remember that you can't believe everything you find on internet. Now, after we got the patch, then there was an idea to report about a new vulnerability. But when you talk about the vulnerability, it's not good if you don't find a fix for it. So you announced the patch.
Но мы думали, куда заявить.
So we thought where we're going to report it to, and we looked at the response of the community and what people were thinking about it, and we thought, why not to gain some experience, and who are we? So Nikita, actually, not. So we need to develop domestic FDs, and Nikita applied to Vedusta, and they worked with us very operatively, less than 3 weeks. They worked with this, and we had it on Stack. And if you waited a bit more, we could have had Get, because the number of the vulnerability 02344, and you can actually remember it. So there was an ID, so we got new experience. It's great. And now we know about it. We know it exists. They even wrote about it, as if it's not us. And X score is 7.5. It's pretty high. It's the situation with CVE. We write it off, but not exactly. Well, we would have waited the CVE ranking for 6 months, and you've heard about it. But it turned out it was very quickly with this one. Okay, go on. After we got Russian ID for the vulnerability, we got a whole number of submissions to get an international ID through G-Hub. We went to HackerOne, and as a result,
ребята пометили данное письмо как информационное.
So those guys, they marked this letter as an informational letter, and it didn't go any further. But I think that people talk to each other, and the original project went to archive. So we won't have a patch. It's a classical point, but with HackerOne, it's quite unexpected for me. Nikita came there, he said to them, hey guys, listen, this is what we have, and they said, okay, fine, prove it. He decided to prove it, and in fact, maybe here in the presentation it's not shown globally, but we did a huge work to resolve this problem with the POC. We closed the GoYAML project, and we started developing another one. But the story how to make the POC through what, it's pretty interesting too. And we changed the whole story with Megagraph, and we used the component that is used by GoYAML, and we tried to find a nice project that could be hacked. But so this is called slide for taking picture. So everybody will get it. So you'll see how the vulnerability lives in the open source. So in September we discovered it, and we're still talking about it. But the story is not over yet. We send an application to the agency. The project was almost closed, and the HackerOne, we spoke to them about it. So we sent an application to be registered on CVE, and so we see how quickly the BDU did this. So, and of course, Nikita did this whole thing. We pin it, and it's still silent. It still didn't get any identifiers. But we are not really highlighting it, but the vulnerability that we had in earlier versions that was underpatched, so to speak. We looked at the GitHub, and globally it was the same story until they had an identifier. Nobody did anything, but what they did or they didn't do, nobody knew. With our story, we try to do our experiment and we try to figure out how this identifier BDU, how it affects the speed of accepting the patch. So we still have to do that. The story is almost over, but it's not. So what's about POC? Nikita, tell us. I tried to find all the projects that use users' YAML files. That's a common format in the community.
Файлы конфигурации Kubernetes и все.
Yeah, this is the configuration files of Kubernetes and everything that relates to it. We thought about putting it on the cloud. Hopefully for cloud providers, it didn't happen. And the original reason for that is that the library that uses it in Kubes, before taking YAML, they convert it. And then they work with this and they map the structure. I managed to put it in plugin list. So in our presentation, you can see that. So controlling cubes, we do that, but it's not as critical. And I don't think that any developer of Helm plugins, they'd use this supernatural file, so you can see how it looks. Actually, it's a story from HackerOne, and this is what you shared with the guys and what turned into information later. So what it tells us, let me put it briefly, I'll try to summarize it. Using fuzzing, and incidentally, it wasn't our goal, but logically we could have implied it, that in one of the most popular libraries working with YAML, there's a problem that makes it crash. It may crash things. You send some YAML in it properly prepared, and the whole thing crashes. And of course, this is critical for all the cloud services and many other things, but in life, actually it can be quite helpful as well. So when we started, we said about a few things about Megagraph, but back then we are not like a big company to do Megagraphs for all program languages, and for Go language we don't have more than 1 million packages, and we didn't fill our graphs yet, but there is an open alternatives to this and that you can refer to, and this alternative is deps.dev. This is a portal system and the database that Google has. This is the official logo that shows you how tired they are dealing with this graph. And this is where they store the list of packages. And you can see the stop and dump, the packages that use a particular package. And they have the story about directiveness and transitives. And so we also checked the story with the Java. So, and this one actually lies about Java. So with the dependencies, they kind of screwed up. But with Gore, it's right. And we trust the result that you see on the screen. And it's at 1.3 million packages. in the ecosystem. And now you can see from the YAML that on the April 5th, so we had this the support of this package. They close it. This package, it doesn't have maintainers. It's not supported anymore. Nothing is going to happen to it since April. It's in directive. It stands there. 250,000 packages depend on it transiently through a library. So it's a lot actually. So what's with fork? With fork, it's the same story. It's a fresh fork. 4,000 packages use it in the directives. And we can say that they are the most responsible users or people from Cube ecosystem. And so they're actively developing it, and they know that they use to use the fresh one. So you can see it through the links that provided there. So, and what about the ecosystem? So you could see that the most popular fork, and what fork you recommend to use, and people are still asking the question. So what is the hook of the ecosystem? The 1.3 million packages, so we have about 300,000 packages for directly or indirectly use Go YAML. Original or the closed one or fork, but forks, they have problem as well. So if cubes they don't react and they tell us prove it, then others simply don't care. And here I would like to get back to Nikita's successes. It's first BDU for him. Just give him a hand, and it's a pretty beautiful BDU. And it's beautiful, it was found in a beautiful way. Oftentimes maintainers, they're trying to kind of saying that it's not that, so you're using your cousin, you found this with your automated systems, and you had to give us 1,000 proofs. Well, actually, dialogue was quite constructive. They didn't issue a secured version, but we did everything as it should be. But what we have as a result in BDU, we have a registered vulnerability that affects 23.4 packages of the Go ecosystem. Every fourth or fifth vulnerability is affected by this thing. So what are conclusions? What are the conclusions? So what we've seen here in the process, in the process of our work and the development of our code scoring, what can be the factor of the version that we are going to have? So what can help you if you're going to open something to reporting to the authors? You shouldn't say that your father kind of crashed. So open reports of Nikita, and it's really great to see. So please monitor them. So you need to stand for your interests. So prepare your POCs, show, tell, get the identifier in the feeds. Show that as soon as you have the ID, the authors, they move faster, and it's true. So engaging those who care, so your colleagues, some other people maybe, and media announcements. So please, tell about it more and more. So here we are talking about it, but we are following all the guidelines. And here there is a table with information how in different ecosystem with what speed you fix it. And this table from other years, after the problem is detected, and the fix comes within 36 days. Fix, yes, it's coming out, but it's not put in the release. Maybe it's a separate challenge to put it in release. So, and they not to me that it's this.
На самом деле достаточно важный этап, потому что для меня это была,
Because for me, It was a typical problem that I see hundreds of, and before Lyosha has shown me that very big part of packages is being cut by us. I would make a report, forget about it, and would move on. That's truth. About catching the packages, we have to conduct additional work, but because this is a story about YAML users, everybody uses YAML, so the level of achievement of this problem is pretty high. So we have to follow this up, but our megagraph or DepthDev can be used as a tool for searching these targets and analysis. Of course, we went through the certification and we found the certification thanks to Stack. That's how it updates the BDU. It's a joke, but nevertheless, the question is,
Мы пошли это делать нецеленаправленно. Мы могли точно так же пойти и GoYAML.
We could go and GoYAML could be used for phasing. Let's move on. Another observation number 2. We have a suspicion that nobody else looks into BDU except for us. And this is a hate in the bag or not, but just an observation to everybody present here, because we do see that out of the existing tools for the open source analysis, we were the only ones who caught this vulnerability. It was difficult not to catch it, but nobody have added to their database, even though it's a working one. That's why we see there's not a lot of news about it, but we'll see what's going to happen when it's going to reach, and we'll get its identifier or something else. Maybe Japanese works, maybe something else. We'll see. What else I would like to tell you, in addition to that, in the completion, in the end of my presentation, please use practices of safe development directly or indirectly that will lead you to the good quality product. And it's clear. There are statistical analysis practices and dynamic analysis and phasing with those stars and composition analysis. So our presentation was kind of speaking good about good, but we have to speak about good, safe development, and you can read a lot about it, and you can learn a lot of new terms and additional practices, and you can use them and get some useful results from the safety of the software and improve your skills as well. Thank you very much for your attention. We're happy to share this information with you. Do you have any questions? We were told that we should give you one book. Yeah, guys. Do you have any questions? Yeah, here's the mic. Hello, I have 2 questions. Question number 1, how often maintainers say, no, we are not supporting bug, or we don't want to support it, don't want to confirm after the proof is provided to them? And the second question, which moments of composition analysis take into consideration database of BDU Stack? Thank you. Well, I'll give you the answer for the first one, and maybe you will add some color to this. Well, about pinning, Nikita has the full collection of it, and the answer that again you take your phaser and again, and people write like that to us. Oh, you have assembled a lot of tools, you're breaking us, you understand nothing, and that's what they're trying to use before you poke them with something or scalability of the problem. Yes, I would like to add to this that it's not always availability of the POC and influence the maintainer. You either need to pay money or patch it inside, and creating forks for that, it's very seldom story about composition analysis and BDU Stack. Yeah, I just wanted to add that about self-patch, we have a domestic OS, which has been creating their own patch in repository. They put it in CVE and BDU information, but if the developer of the package denies to remove it, then they have their own fork of this package with the patch. Well, in our case, we close the entrance into the function on our side, so we don't have to do the fork. Yes, we do have packages like that, that we hold without authors. Question number 2 about BDU support. We have Open Festival. It's not a commercial one. Yes, we do support, but I don't want to speak about everybody else. But somebody said that they supported, but we didn't see the results of this support in the fields. And we were more expecting that this story can fly somewhere else, because it's not about the composite analysis. This is a story about VM as well. Indirectly, but in this direction as well. Yeah. Thank you very much. Does anybody have any more questions? Hello, everybody. It's not even a question, but a comment about HackerOne. Perhaps I will explain the situation to you, because I do have an experience, but right now, small talk. Half a presentation, not about composite analysis, about code scoring. Yeah, this is our first presentation. Thank you very much. Respect. About HackerOne, the situation is following. I don't remember exactly by memory, but while I've been Googling during the presentation, I didn't have enough time. They say, okay, let's do the POC, everything else, but on the HackerOne, there's a program called Internet Bug Bounty, something like that. And the main idea of this is that there are money contributors, different companies, American companies, and not only those. They give the budget to the HackerOne, and this budget for the bug that you report there is distributed 80 by 20 or 70 by 30, part to the reporter and part for the development of the community. Possibly they hate the situation when all the necessary documents and proof has to be provided so that money would go in the proper direction. Well, this is the information for the food for thought. Yeah, it's a good knowledge. We've been doing something wrong. We need to earn some money. Yeah, we'll open some thoughts. We didn't have an objective to earn money on this. There was information, there was a goal to convey to the community about the problem, and there were no other way except for HackerOne. Undoubtedly, that's true. But that's why I'm saying why in a specific case. Well, you have a lot of examples, and honestly speaking, from my side, I can confirm them. And there are cases when the same, Pfizer's again, open source all the way to the situation. Well, if this is this, okay, let's take the bug and put it under the carpet. It happens, but there are good impressions when mature teams like yours. So thank you very much. If you will bring phasing test, we'll be only happy. They delivered, oh, wonderful. We have found 10 more. And then they do it with CVEs. And it's from project to project. Thank you. Thank you. More questions? Thank you very much for your presentation. I have a series of questions. You've been mentioning what stimulates contributors and maintainers to install patches. And honestly speaking, as a contributor in open source, I can tell you there was one point missing, complete merge request. Because you said that you made a self-patch, and a question, why it was not sent upstream? Because I thought, well, in our part of the product, we fixed it. We closed the entrance. We have isolated the function which calls it. We didn't do the patch in the library. I understand. I didn't understand this point. Then I have another question to phasing methodologies, because this is also very interesting. For example, we have a library, and there's n points of entry, all the functions. The question, how do you select them? What should be done with binaries? Which, relatively speaking, with OB, C++, it's a very complicated question. And another interesting thing that I would like to find out, how did you show statistics? What is your coverage? It's interesting, how did you process a situation with a dead code, which is available, but it will never be called because there is no control flow to it? The first question about how and which function should be selected for the execution. This is the exact situation when the solution is transferred to phasers, and it has a well-known list, and they themselves, they can simply select any function and send the set of variables. We don't have dead code, I'll tell you immediately. We're following this because we're code scoring and not just anybody else. The second question was about how can we What do you do with some compiled languages? For example, Go is a very rich, it has a rich tool set, it can bring everything on the surface and understand you how to phase it. But what do you do with C++? I've looked at the site, and what do you do with the pluses? Have you conducted phasing for the plus? If yes, then do you take VC package, or how do you use it for building the graph? So I have a lot of questions. It's for a separate discussion. Yeah, we can discuss it separately. But I will give you the answer about the dead code. Go does have a similar utility called dead code, which during the assembly of the project will show you which functions were dead. And on a final graph, you can filter those, your report by coverage, and throw away all those functions which are dead in the end application. Okay. What about other languages? They all have their own peculiarities. In a plus world, C++, this information is not provided. And if it is provided, then it is very difficult to combine it. So I do follow this situation because it's a pain point. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. And once again, I would like to go back and complete this series with a joke. Why didn't we patch it ourselves? Because the patch was written, the patch was created very fast. We created it and it has appeared, and that's okay. So those methods of influence, of course, we're speaking about the influence when you want additionally influence. Of course, we have to bring patches, and we should do that. Please subscribe to Nikita in GitHub, and you will see everything out there. About all these series of questions, there was a joke, and I would like to change it a little bit. Do you have time for a joke? Well, we have big stockpile of time, but it's a joke. It's about bikers, usually, but about phasing, it can also be used. So, two phasing guys went to the prison, they spent 10 years, then they spoke 15 minutes about phasing after the prison, and then they went their ways. So you can ask questions.
Коллеги, может, еще какие-то вопросы?
Dear colleagues, any more questions? Yeah, left microphone. Yeah, they were the first ones. Thank you very much for your presentation. It was very interesting. So it happens that 23% of Go ecosystem is from vulnerabilities and have no identifiers. Not many people know it, and it can work. But have you tried to evaluate, and do you do research how many other vulnerabilities like that are available? Well, there's information in GitHub in comments, but nobody knows about it because there's no identifier and nobody finds these tools, etc. This is a wonderful question. We are working on these, but not sufficiently deep. How can I comment it? The problem is that we're searching for vulnerabilities in GitHub, the stories when somebody hung up something, but the problem is that vulnerability and safety is a part of the quality. Why should I read lectures about it? And to see the difference, some message about a problem from the message about vulnerability, it's very difficult, not easy. And even from the point of view of machine learning, which can be trained by classifiers which will search for such tickets. So right now, it's difficult to give a proper evaluation. We do see cases like that. They do happen, but fortunately, what is the toughest situation? They surface very fast. But we do have a lot of problems like that on reps, and that's true. Thank you. There was another question? Yeah, the final one. Thank you very much for the presentation. I would like to be more specific about YAML. There was no composition on this analysis. Why this set of byte brings to the crack? Of course, I would like to show the slide. It's not only this YAML can be used to put it down. It's just beautiful picture and example, but it's working one. Well, the idea is that the type transformation didn't work. And this set of input data has triggered it. Thank you. And under the image, we had a signature. If you drop it, then you drop it. Yeah, please.
Ребят, большое спасибо за доклад. Вы классные.
Thank you very much for your presentation. You're great. It was interesting, wonderful. I have a question. maybe a little bit outside. You had a last slide when you recommend to use a new GUST, and in the context of this GUST, where there's the beginning of dust and where is the beginning of phasing and how they interrelate, where's the end of dust, where's the beginning of phasing, how your team understands these two practices. It's a very scientific, popular question. It's go to Kulibin. How your team does that? Will you say it or not? Well, the thing is that it happened that we are apologists of phasing. We don't have super web, which has to be phased. Yes, we do have a lot of different endpoints, but actually we are having fun with backend. Front end is not under the attack surface, as we have learned recently. I don't see big difference between dust and phasing from the point of view that I'm grouping testing by statics and dynamics, and under dynamics we have functional testing, unit testing, phasing testing, but generally speaking, there are no differences for me. These are different approaches, different expectations, and unit tests. We expect that it's going to be doing under a minute. Phasing, we can wait for a week. Load testing, we can wait for months. It's different from time to time. Different people have different numbers, but there is no straight line, personally, for me. And this GUST also says that there should be regulation for phasing, and there is a sign that this document has to be produced. When you will develop something like that, and when you develop something like that, what are you looking at? We're not developing. We still are in the process of certification, and we don't need to certify processes. We're not out of those companies. We are classical IT, which doesn't try to certify processes, but we have not we're not mature enough. We're only 50 people, but not yet. Okay, let other guys will get first place, second place, all the certificates. Earlier or later, we're going to have it. As I see, we still do have time. So I do know from some information that in composite analysis, there will be a need for regulations. And we do have some ideas in this part. And this is a story that we as a composite analysis, why not? These regulations are going to be disclosed. It's not going to work for everybody because everybody have their own processes, but we're going to share with everybody. In case with phasing, I'm confident that something will come out and it's going to be down to the ground, as practical as it can be, because we're an engineering company. It's going to be down to the ground and it's going to be useful to some people, but we don't have these dozens of phasers in our company who could do this regulation complete and useful for the community, because phasing, it's a long and heavy story and very complicated story. Nikita just gave a comment that we have dynamic. You have launched ZAP, looked at everything, everything's cool. Somehow, then you start phasing. Looks like it's just a client utility, a binary code that we've been speaking about. It's very small, and yes, of course, there's a lot of different things, but yes, it was screaming for a week. It did work for a week, but it was wonderful that nothing have been shut down globally, and stat analysis, when it's heavy, it can drop in the process. And from the point of view of phasing, we are not, yes, we're experienced technically, but not procedurally, because phasing, it's very long, it can drop, who's responsible, who should catch what, and what should be relaunched, and where should we put the results. All the results right now are installed in Nikita. He's the result collector. Thank you. Thank you. More questions? Well, now it's the time to select a winner. We should discuss. Okay, guys, let's make it in a different way. We will define the winner a little bit later, because everybody who's been asking questions, please don't leave, and then please approach us and we'll discuss it with you. No, I think we'll say, yeah, we've selected, so that we don't hold everybody. The young person with series of questions about phasing, about contributing. So that's the guy. The first and the third one. The one where I've been telling the joke with the... Thank you very much. Yeah, support you. I was really glad to hear your presentation. It was a great one. Please don't go. Next presentation is going to be what is an open source. Thank you.
Я верну вместе с этим. Ведущий.
Ребят, снова всем привет, тех, кого еще не видел, ну и, соответственно, тех, кого видел тоже. Сейчас у нас будет, на самом деле, очень интересный доклад от инженера, специалиста, независимого исследователя и open-source разработчика Ивана Зорина. Поприветствуем его. Подойдешь? Дальше он вам расскажет интересные материалы, которые...
Ivan Zorin, developer, very interesting presentation, specialist, and he'll talk about very interesting things. He's open source developer. Hello, everyone. First of all, Edgar, he said there will be some insights from open source, and I would like to start my presentation from one of the points that open source, it's not about insights. Open source of a healthy person where all the processes are open and you can find anything, anybody can do whatever they want independently on where they are. A small presentation, a few words about myself. My name is Ivan, I'm a system engineer of open source, I'm developer, conference speaker, obviously, independent researcher, and I enjoy community parties, and from being students, since being student, I visit all those events and shows and stuff. So I've been working with the open sources for so long that with the same-minded people, we used to open some events in Moscow, and many people got together and spoke about. So we So in report GNOME, we managed to made a report on security, and I contribute in many places, and this is one of my productive years looks like in OpenHub, and as a result of being one of those people who see a problem or a bug, we get upset, but we're not shy. We go to Bug Tracker and we register a bug, and suddenly I'm official maintainer of Iron OS maintainer, open source firmware. This is for soldering hardware. Can you imagine this? Even soldering rods, they have firmware and they can be opened. So welcome to the 21st century. So any modern device that is more complex than a transistor, they have their own firmware. So on Iron OS, they support not only soldering hardware, but also hardware, irons, and software. This is FreeRTOS based and plus three-party libs. Hardware is STM32 and microcontroller RISC-V. The project itself is founded, developed, and maintained by Ben Ralim V. Brown. It's not my project. I just contribute patches. How I got to this? I came to the IT world as a system engineer, as a developer, but the more you work with system software, you have to deal with hardware. When you study new hardware, so what you started with, so you go to a store, you buy some interesting hardware, you disassemble it, and if you are lucky, you can see URs that are unsoldered, and if you're not, then you can you are soldered ones. This is a main protocol of communicating with the device. It's a standard one, and in order to do something with your art, you need to connect to it. I'm tired of dealing with old soldering devices, and I ordered a soldering device on AliExpress, and I thought I will be learning about the basics. But when I saw, I started using stock firmware from the Chinese manufacturer, and I didn't like it. It was very inconvenient. So I realized what was happening, like 3 o'clock in the morning, and a Geek Hub, and I'm trying to figure out how it works and what it is in order to make it work for my needs. And that's how the thing started.
Несколько дисклеймеров. Да, это пока еще не начало
A couple of disclaimers. It's not the beginning of my presentation, it's just an intro to it. First of all,
по идеологии, которые разделяют
I'm one of those who
и open source.
loves free software and open source terminology. I will tell you a little bit about it in the future. And despite the fact that here in the presentation we speak more about open source, but let's agree that when I use open source terminology, I mean free software. And here in this presentation, I express my own opinion. So I'm not schizophrenic, so it's my opinion and that's it. In my presentation, you'll see brands, companies, names and stuff. It's not advertising. I don't monetize it. So the slides you can find following the link and QR code at the end of the presentation, and so you will see it is available anyway. A little bit about history. I'm not going to talk about ancient history. If we two young students, Kemp Thompson and Richards, with MT11 when they were developing Unix. A short timeline and why I separate open source and free software, because there is quite an interesting historical and ideological nuance. And briefly, Unix itself emerged as an academic and a scientific OS. And despite the fact it was within the corporation of Bell Labs and it was making money with Bell Labs didn't care what technical processes they're making money. Since the money comes, we don't care. But then the company was bought by AT&T, and AT&T managed to get rid of the bank that was limiting the company to get income from any third-party business. So AT&T was dealing with telephones mainly, so there were telecommunications. So and as soon as they managed to lift the ban, they began to make money using it, and they were managed to intimidate those who managed to do the derivatives based on the Unix sources that they used to send to all the universities, colleges, and across the world. Then there was a GNU project as in response to commercialization of Unix. And then in 90s, this story got to the turning point, so people from business came and they realized that using free software, you can actually make money of it. But since in any society, state, country, you can only have one ideology, so business ideology, it's making money. And I'm not saying it's good or bad, there is no any moral statement here, it's a fact. But since business doesn't need any other ideology but making money, they had open source initiative that distanced itself from the ideology of free software. And the main emphasis was there on the fact that free software is not good because you can make money off of it, but it's good because it's right. And here's a moral category, because it's right from the point of view of public benefit. So what is free software as part of the GNU project? There are 4 freedoms. Freedom to run the program, to study it, to distribute it, modify it, and to distribute copies and modified parts of it. So my talk begins. So what it's about? Most of the time, those guys who work in open source, they do cool talks about how to develop your own projects, how to register README, what to pay attention to. And I would like to tell you not only about this, but also about how, in my view, to contribute to other projects. And what you can do for free software. All the same, when you do for proprietary software, in both, you can use your skills and expertise. Coding.
В обществе существует такое правило, что когда ты куда-то приходишь...
In society, there is such a rule. When you get somewhere, so don't act like there is no one here. So first of all, look around, see what the rules of behavior they have, and then do. What I recommend you, if you contribute to some open projects, so turn on the non-printable symbols, because when you send some patches, it's better to make sure that these patches actually meet the style that is acceptable in the project. Also, try to study the limitations of the platform, because in IronS, they use C++ code, but it's used in such a way that if you look at the files that assemble IronOS, you'll see the -fno, and there is a whole list of features that turn off many plus features like exceptions and many other things. So, and if you send a request to this project that requires some features that are not in the project, obviously this patch won't be accepted. Also, when you commit a patch, just think for a moment.
Насколько с точки зрения дальнейшей поддержки будет просто...
In terms of further maintenance, will it be easy for the maintainer to maintain this item? Because sometimes situations may turn strange. Sometimes a person sends an awful code, but it's clear to you that a person who has some expertise in it, so it will be absolutely unmaintainable code. In a short term, this code may solve a problem here and now, but you, as an engineer, you can see that it's not going to go. It's better not to do it this way. I also recommend that we need to look at the accepted patches and then reproduce the working environment locally. One of the targets is a microcontroller of RISC-V, and for this we use a very specific RISC compiler, and we managed to figure out in practice that it can work only for Linux. And if you have a RISC-V compiler that IronOS will assemble for your solution, that's good. But always try to use benchmark assembly items. So refactoring. What's important to remember about refactoring? This is when you change the existing code and you don't use anything else. You don't fix bugs, you don't add features. Some patches from some maintainers, they can look in such a way that half of the project is overwritten, but with one pull request. But not everybody can do that. And if you contribute for the first time, don't do it this way. Then, when you register a pull request, it's important to provide a substantiation of it, a description, why, what for, and so on and so forth, why you do it. If you do it properly, then the maintainer will thank you, because it's a great patch, so everything is described and I have no objections. But if you just throw the patch over there and say, okay, fine, so I did it, and then maintainer will need to waste their time to figure out what it is, what for, and so on and so on. About description. Yes, of course, we like magical constants, 0, 1, 42. It's a banal, trivial patch. So what is use of it? Well, first of all, you don't have to keep in mind some magic constants. Secondly, so if you're using advanced navigation systems in the code and you need to look and figure out where this enum defined using the code, using navigation, you can get to those points where these constants are used in that value, in the value where they make sense. Metrics. There is this saying, at least in corporate world, as soon as you introduce metrics for some processes, people don't improve the processes, they improve metrics. Fortunately, in engineering world, there is a physical limitation for the physical world, and that's what happened. This is iron os assembly from my favorite TS80T, soldering rod. So you get the linking process, and linking files, they're compiled in such a way so they won't let you go to the firmware if you go beyond 46 kilobyte of memory. This is how much storage you have in STM in TS80P. 46 kilobytes, not gigabytes or megabytes. Well, it does sound kind of wild because in modern devices they have 10 terabytes in a kind of regular desktop, but there are such worlds where 1 byte makes a difference. I used to tackle with this, tinkering with this firm, and the firmware was taking like 3-4 bytes. Tooling. I love tooling. I dealt with this for Embedded, and before the DOPS, even before release of Docker and Embedded, they have their own nuances. Like in any project, what you can commit tests or auto tests, checkers, linkers, and the whole other types of audits and checks and concepts. CI/CD and push email. Any service that provides you with some cloud assemblies. If a config file is the list of rules for a particular RCI/CD in the cloud, according to which your assembly will be done. In my humble opinion, this push email is the devil's tool, the devil's toy, because it doesn't allow you to get away from some assembly structure. So what you need to have in push email, in my view, you need to have action checkout and action upload. All the rest should be in your scripts, in the scripts that you will be able to launch in any other third-party environment. A couple of examples, basic tooling. I don't know why, but in some projects, especially in the projects where they don't have a lot of maintainers, it's still, besides assembling the project, and you need to get all the sources, and you have to get to the documentation, you have to copy paste 2, 3, 4 commands instead of just launching one assembling process just with some command. Iron OS, they had more or less the same, but it annoyed me because I don't like that stuff. On the left, you can see how you had to launch the assembly. You go to the source, you find the Dockers, and also there is another thing that you realize helping free projects. You can create scripts for building the project within the benchmark environment. As it was done in Iron OS, it was added. When I was talking about special environment in RISC-V compiler, Docker Compose does this, so it escalates our benchmark environment of building. C and C++. Important point.
Даже если у вас весь проект в плане сборки реализован при
Even if your project, in terms of environment, is organized on the scripts and structure, so you can use tools of third-party projects, but only for checking, for checkers, validators. LLVM is good, and it's not just a compiler for some targeted platforms, but it has a whole set of different tools to check the code if it's valid or not. The same with Python. And we get the point why it's important to turn on the non-printable symbols. That's a classical example. It's from Ironos. If you try to commit this one, so you can do this. So you look at the code of Python if they meet the standards. By the way, idea for a commitment. See? Here's the trick. It says, replace one line with another. Here's a question. What doesn't allow you to download sources of Black, it's the latest version, to look up why this entity. It's not saying so replace one with another, but replace because you have two extra spaces. So here's an idea. So you come home, you open up the sources, you look at it, you see where the logic is. You can even try to open the bug and then to have a pull request to the bug. I'm sure that developers and maintainers will thank you. So if it's not enough for you to have your own basic tool, you can look at Curl. One of my favorite projects in terms of organizing the process. And in order to commit at least one line of the code, your patch need to go through 217 checks. Checks, linters, analyzers, everything that we love so much. I forgot to mention that, in fact, I love meta presentations about certain things, and tooling is such a topic that it's not that you can have a separate talk, but you can even have a whole conferences, and they do that. It is a very interesting topic. What else can be done for open source? You've heard about the vulnerability in XZ backdoor. So what was the problem? In the source, they had one thing, and in the binaries that they distributed in the channels, they were different. To fix it, there is such a concept as a reproducer of builds, when we can say that these sources that maintainer released, so the binaries that were released were assembled from the sources that were released before, because there are many nuances with this one too, but that's a whole other topic. Also, Launchpad, people kind of forget about this. There's such company, Commodica, they develop the distribution package of Ubuntu. So despite the fact that they have lots of GitHub, they have lots of features, but they don't have very important component that can be used if you write or distribute or you want to contribute to some desktop project. Official packages for distribution packages. With Launchpad, you can package a certain application, and then the user wouldn't have to download some binaries or sources they can just add some packages to the source list and installing it, and next time when you will update the package as a developer, the user will get the package with this, through standard update channels. Also, you can report bugs here. Testing and reporting here are under the same category, because this is how you're going to work and properly register technical and describe technical requirements. So this is a real bug report, and that's the whole bug report. In some projects, I don't have all the screenshots for that, because in modern internet, if you see once on the internet, you won't be able to find it again. But in some free projects, they have certain templates to describe a bug. When you click on the button, I want to describe a bug, and you get already a pre-written form. And there are some projects where you don't have this form, you can add it to the project. So there are such projects that are so much annoyed with some strange users with odd reports that in the first line of the report, in the report of the error, it says, "Dear friend, there will be fields down there, so read all of them, fill them out, click the box if you feel that." So if you don't do at least one of them, so there's a bug report template. If you delete something from there or remove something, we, dear friend, will permanently ban you from our project, and you will never come to us again. And never there is wipe coding. If you're still wipe coding, so this is not how things are done today. Vibe gets to a different level. Now in the trends we can see vibe reporting. When people take LLMs, they throw the sources and they say, GPT, give me some great security bugs that when I fill them out, I get not only CVE and not only recognition, but also get some bug bounty. That's a great idea. No, because all this leads you to the fact when the open projects that are ready to pay you for vulnerabilities, they drown in tons of absolutely weird reports. And another peculiarity of this project is Daniel Stamber, the main maintainer, has a great blog and great talks about open source. And as soon as some topic shows up in bug reports and all that, or in trackers, and somebody is asking about something, and this is something that in their view should be explained, and after they answer in the bug, or even if they fix the bug, he goes to his blog and he tells in his blog, for example, yes, we had this request, let me explain it to you, how we were fixing it and why we're fixing it and why it's important. So KLM.
So this is the situation. Curl is facing this and Python is facing this, and right now you see by dates that situation is not changing. January 24, December 24, and post that was made approximately a couple of weeks ago. This is the screenshot from it. And that's not it. What can be even cooler than Vibe reporting? Vibe pull requesting. Getting ready for these slides, I got phased out for about an hour and a half while reading all these comments and making screenshots. This story is in England, and please look into it. What is the interesting? There's a Microsoft. It has .NET. In the beginning, .NET was proprietary and closed one. They rolled out open source. And because Microsoft also owns GitHub, one of the main killers in GitHub is Copilot. And right now, Copilot can not only help you with adding the code when you enter GitHub, but it also can get pull requests. I'm not joking. It's not ruffle, it's not trolling.
Microsoft, который
This is Microsoft employee who does prompts for Copilot for the fixing bugs in .NET, to fix bugs in .NET. And in discussions of such reports, they started having a competition for the funniest comment. These are two favorite ones.
Да, вот. И что бы вы думали?
What do you think? Yeah, one of the guys writes, oh, this is a cool idea, but what if we are not just going to make wipe pull requesting, but also wipe pull reviewing?
Наберите воздуха в грудь. Готовы? Я не знаю, что с вами будет.
Okay, breathe in. I don't know what's going to happen with you after that. And it exists. Copilot Code Reviewing now generally available. Copilot Code Reviewing. Okay, we're going to win. Welcome to 21st century.
Не совсем всю эту историю понимаю.
Honestly speaking, I don't really understand this story because, as you know from the horror movies, you shouldn't split and go down with horror music into the underground. Because when next time you're going to watch a horror movie and scream, don't do that on the screen. Please remember about those modern AI developments who behave in real life in such a way as if they've been have not been reading Isaac Asimov.
Также можно делать дизайн. Два примера. Один общий.
We can also make two designs, one general one, because there is a desktop OS, which suddenly has a screenshot by default, and nothing stops you to participate in some competition and submit your work, a beautiful picture, image, your own design, to be included into default background, and we have icons, OLED display, on which these icons are displayed for different activities, and we have a special person who knows a lot about it, and he makes different icons if it's needed. Then there's different add-ons. During the first presentation, we've heard a VS Code plugin story. Yes, that's an option. Because even if you're afraid of some big projects and you're afraid due to some reason to make your first steps in it, there are plugins, there are extensions, there are scripts. For Wireshark, there are wonderful side dissects. And why I put IDE plugins in the first place? Because the situation is a very unique one, proprietary, closed and corporate product, which is impossible to purchase in our realities, but everybody uses it. And moreover, in addition to the fact that everybody is using it, even for the proprietary products, there are open plugins for the same EVA, which are really powerful by their capabilities. And an example of GDB, that's a pretty old product. GDB was produced before any Pythons and other script languages would allow us to do any extensions. GDB has its own config language, which doesn't look like anything else, like Bash or any other script languages, and it's absolutely different, but there's a well-known in Russian circles researcher, Makasi, security researcher, and in his personal GitHub you can find .file for GDB, which takes 3,500 lines on a GitHub config language, and when you launch GDB with this config, GDB becomes into a control panel for the spaceship maintenance, and it's made on a binary for the Mac OS on the ARM, and because such configs are opened, you don't have to use them completely. You can use them for inspiration, so that you can grab some features that you might need without pulling the config completely. And this is one of the main successes of all those various avast.file repositories which are being shared by developers all over the world. And I do hope that you understand what I'm speaking about, because there might be a person who does something specific, puts their .files, and everybody else gives stars, because this is very cool.
Когда я открываю главную директорию проекта на GitHub, вот все, что...
So when I'm looking at GitHub, everything that you see in a file list, to me, it's like main entrance, like interior. If in a root directory, you will find everything stockpiling, scripts and documents and source codes. If there is one small project and developer is not able to do that, then he can say thank you. Well, the documentation should be made simpler, so please don't write big explanations. In a very simple English language and steps present in documentation, they should be reproducible so that the person, without including his brain copy-pasting from documentation, could reproduce everything that is in the documentation. If this doesn't happen, then please go back for reports, go into the reports and report it.
Часто задаваемые вопросы — это тоже проблема.
FAQs, this is another problem.
Не очень хорошо работаете с кодом, вы можете посмотреть уже открытые баги, уже открытые вопросы. И если
You can look at the open bugs and open questions.
Какой-то вопрос повторяется больше одного раза, то...
The question which is repeated more than one time, you can...
Но лучше всего, если это будет не просто...
But the better thing, if it's not just going to be the separate file, but you know those FAQs, you can put them in the place in the documentation where you expect, where the user expects to see them as a user. For example, in this part, in the main README file was not available at all, and in the bug tracker, we constantly seen people who've been asking, like, where can I download the final stable release? You say, okay, guy, you go into releases, everything is attached there. But where can I download the recent development builds? And then you have to go to actions, you have to look at the final builds, drop the link. I got tired of all of this, and I have added into the main README a piece of section which is available by direct links, all the stable assemblies, and notwithstanding the fact that it's Markdown, GitHub gives you HTML anchors, and where I can find Buildway, you just give him this particular link. Don't be afraid, there's going to be some more hardcore. I just wanted to start for something simpler, translations. Young people don't know, old people have forgotten that. I wasn't able to bring you a great example from modern projects, because translations, this is something like that. But right now, translations have meaning, even though English as Latin language will stay with us for a long time as scientific popular language.
Советов, ну да, не стоит пользоваться...
Several advices, please don't use any AIs, prompts, and other. And it doesn't matter how well do you know the language, you should always understand the topic you're reading about. Community.
Во-первых, по моим личным субъективным наблюдениям...
First of all, according to my subjective feelings, if you want to get into a small or medium project together with inspired people in our realities, it's much simpler than to get inside of a serious project, especially the one which is open-sourced, cooperational. because most likely there is nobody waiting for you, but generally speaking, it is necessary to always be adequate person and be professional. Another thing, never read about your project, doesn't matter how cool and useful it can be, in the third-party sources, different Reddits, Hacker News, etc., etc., etc. And in our country, well, it is related to our country, definitely. So don't read them. I didn't have a story. It's a flashback. One of my first projects I've released, it was an indicator of battery status reflection. And when it was written by the first minor version, some European site in the comment, it was, well, pretty cool, nice, wonderful, great. Well, I didn't publish, they've seen it, they added it. And in some resources, everything was very sad. About the community, everybody heard about it. What I would like to say about that, please don't go to communities like that. That's how I can react about that, and there's going to be a presentation about it a little later, and I recommend you to go there. In addition to well-known incident with the developers community for Linux kernel in Russia, I noticed when the interview in the Phoronix forum, Taitso, who is a developer, and what have I discovered interesting for myself? I don't want to flip anybody else's words, but how do I understand it subjectively? The person writes, okay, he wants to work, yes, he needs food, everything is right, separately everything sounds good, but when you put it together, you understand that basically the person says, okay, I have my employer. Yes, we do the open source projects, but my employer pays me money, so if I'm increasing his profits, I will do in open source only things that is beneficial to my employer. But sometimes the interests of community can part with the interests of the employer. And it is obvious that there could be a situation that even if independent community, which is not supported by any corporations, will come to such a project and will say, okay, guys, we have delivered such a wonderful patch, but if this patch will be against interests of corporation, which is responsible for this open source project, most likely this patch will not be accepted. And this is something, who are those open source friends and how they contribute against the community. We don't need such games. I mean the open source, meaning about the hockey open source community. And what all this has to do together, what about it? But let's see, there are two pictures here. Both of them have sportsmen. Both of them have sportsmen from Russia, but there is one peculiarity. On one side, you see a group of people, with all due respect to these athletes of high achievements, people who are trying, or who were trying, not to associate themselves with Russia as a state. And there's another community where a person comes to the stage and he says, Russians, we did it. The person who had a world record in hockey, and he says that, yes, that's us. So translating this into technical community, no matter, well, in which community you would like to find yourself, yes, of course, in the back mind, we all are smart people, but to my modest point of view, and coming back to the beginning, when you come to some project, first look around. When you communicate with people, when you observe people, in a couple of months you can understand what kind of people they are and what kind of a community is this. And generally speaking, You don't want to find yourself in a situation when, oh, we thought they are good guys, but they're, look at them. If you need an example from a deeper story and all this situation, well, I'm moving in the wrong direction, but I wanted to say a couple of words about that. The first person should not be introduced. I don't know, has ever Khalatnikov met Hawking during his Western lectures, as it was shown in the movie Theory of Everything. But historical fact is that Hawking in 1973 was visiting Moscow and met well-known physicists, astronomers, and nuclear physicists. 1973, it's in the middle of the Cold War, and still one Western scientist come to the Soviet Union and meets people who participated in nuclear project, thanks to which we all basically and physically exist and are alive. And by the way, both about scientists and scientific exchange. This time during PhD days, the audiences are called by the names of scientists. If you watch it in the broadcasting, please come to PhD days. It's pretty cool. Even though if you are from another state, we have no bears and we are not breaking Pentagon. About scientists. In the theory of information, there is a theorem. No, I will reword it. American, Swedish guy, and Russian guy sounds like a joke. Shannon, Claude Shannon, one of the answers, Nyquist and Kotelnikov created a theorem practically independently from each other, thanks to which we today are using digital signals. If they'd worked together, possibly we would be on a totally higher level of technologies. It's like, imagine, after the invention of the wheel, every next person who needed the car or a cart, he should have reinvented the wheel from the beginning. And what sense in it? No sense. That's why I would like to hope that all this political history will disappear. And I'm not speaking about friendship, chewing gum. We don't need chewing gum. It was in the 1990s. But we need peace, work, labor, and cooperation jointly. Because if the humanity will not think it over, then I'm afraid that we all will become into radioactive ashes, like it was in Sarah Connor's dreams. That's why I sincerely do hope that bad horror will be a horror, but reality will be a story of the flow film. Perhaps you're thinking, okay, send him to the crazy house, but what the animation cartoon has to do with all of this? Well, the thing is that open source, it's also an art with a capital letter A. Because several months ago, animation movie was done by independent studio from Europe, which consisted of 20 people, and it was completely made and rendered in Blender. Blender, it's an open source software to work with animation. And to my point of view, there is irony that animation movie, which speaks about the need to cooperate, that only together, irrespectively to all the differences and problems, we as human beings can survive together, even at the bottom level. It makes me feel warm. Okay, let's go back to open source. Those of you who left, it's their problem, because right now I'm starting speaking about the hardware hate. Well, open source, it's not just about the software, it's about hardware as well, because hardware as open source can be open hardware. Here is an example of similar hardware. And the thing is not that this is a Tindy site, not Tinder. Roughly speaking, this is a Kickstarter where you can order motherboards. You don't have to bake it yourself. You pay money to a person who will bake and solder them himself, and then he will deliver them to you. It's an American site, and it's not the thing. And the thing is not that it costs $30, but it's not publicly produced, not mass-produced. So if somebody forgot about this thing, in the context of soldering machines, this is USB-C microcontroller responsible for the protocol power delivery protocol. So every time when you connect your charging device to a mobile phone through the USB-C, this small thing makes its work, and this is the most popular microcontroller to work on USB-C protocol. And how the USB-C power works, there is a separate line to which devices agree with each other how much power should be delivered to the device. Why am I emphasizing that you cannot buy anything like that? Well, if I want to figure out, if I want to get it, in case with the open source hardware, I go into the description, I find the schematics, and I understand how it works. I understand what is to be done in order to reproduce it. Maybe not similar physically schematics, but plus minus something similar by functionality. Also, there's a cool thing as 3D printing, and I would like to recommend to all of you to find some friends who has access to 3D printers. I have such good friends, Filamentous printers, and they print different components to different people, and I was really skeptical about this. But modern 3D printing has reached a level that it's very powerful, strong, and pretty cool. And if you have similar motherboards which you don't want to do with your hands or drop additional soldering mixture and making you can print STL models on 3D printer. Easy. Here's an example of more advanced boards. In the beginning, I've been speaking about UART. This is open hardware, and you can go into the repository of all these projects, download Herber files, send them to the factory, and they will be printed for you. First two boards are boards for the USB arm to communicate with the Raspberry Pi in the USB flash HackerF. It's SDR. SDR is the board which allows you to listen to radio and send signals, radio signals. Another thing, in addition to small boards, big boards, there are so-called hardware modes for existing board projects. What do we see in a given case? Well, in a given case, you see Pencil V2 in a transparent body, which has attached a three-color LED. He came to Bugtracker and said, okay guys, I've invented such a cool mode. You take a disconnect pencil, attach to it three-color LED to these test points, and here you additionally have how this can be done, and then here's the code of the firmware, and the patch is going to control these LEDs. This is a picture from the video where the LED lights, depending from the range of temperatures. If the solder gets cool, it's green color. If it's getting hot, it's orange color for soldering machine. Okay, Ivan, you have described everything so wonderfully. Okay, let's go into the open source. Will there be any disadvantages? Yes, there will be some disadvantages. And this is a financial problem. This also involves a social problem and involves a labor problem because, for example, what would I would like to emphasize here? Well, the thing is not about the glory by itself, but the thing is about acceptance and acknowledgement.
Достойной награде за свои...
Proper remuneration for your work, because not many people think about it, but open source developers, it's not the experience. When you work on an open source project, when you're in a sabbatical, as it is convenient to speak, if you switch from another job to another, you have a big sabbatical and you work on an open source project, please remember that it's not included into your work experience, and the HR department people, when you will start searching for a job, they will look at you and, okay, open source. So we are not considering it as an experience. Also, gaps in the professional activities also are a red flag. But it's an international problem. Why? Because will you guess the name of the program by letters, or you will call the word? This is the author and the only maintainer of GPG program, the program which is used practically by all of us every day without even our knowledge about it.
Скриншот из новости 9-летний, 10-летний.
This is 10-year-old news screenshot, but out of the recent thing, saying that nothing has changed. That's another open source project, very horizontal from the point of view that there is no big corporation behind it. FFmpeg, this is the set of utilities of work with video. And as with GPG, right now, when you look at this broadcast or you watch its recording, you use FFmpeg. But what is the problem here? But the Microsoft came to the guys and said, there is a critical bug. Let's go and fix it. But they say, okay, how come we don't do it like that? We're not Linux kernel. When they say in corporation what is to be done, no. Anyway, fix. After this, FFmpeg come to Microsoft and says, okay, guys, let's work on a paid open source model. Even curl does it like that. They have LTS assemblies, they have commercial support. And Microsoft said, no, fix it. That's it. So this is the story.
Ладно, все, бросаю open source, Иван. Ты меня разубедил. Все плохо. Но в чем польза? Польза.
But what is the usefulness?
Такое слово в русском языке, такой термин. Чувство
There's a word in Russian literature, the sense of own importance.
Дело не в собственной важности, дело в собственной полезности.
Comments, they have been reversing during a long period of time these solderer. They dumped the firmware. They, put it into debugger. They followed all the trace and then added all of these. And then where else can you read a comment that tells you that civilization went into something else in order to have vulnerabilities?
Про GitHub. GitHub — это огромная платформа.
About GitHub, it's a big platform. So if you leave GitHub and you start a project of your own and start contribute outside of GitHub, you will look as this lonely cat. Communities where are the projects and leaders, and if they are at the GitHub, you will create 100,000 alternatives of the GitHub while you're not going to have projects which are interesting things.
Поэтому все-таки хотелось бы верить, что солидарность коммитящих победит.
So the solidarity of the committing people will win.
Мы все будем в одной лодке вместе, потому что Некоторые считают, что, точнее как, хотелось бы напомнить о том, что электричество не берется...
I would like to remind you that electricity is not coming from the fork and products are not coming from supermarkets.
Если сегодня вечером смена инженеров не выйдет на атомную электростанцию...
Exchange, if the shift of engineers will not come to the power plant and truck drivers will not go to the route, you won't have food or electricity. Also, people who are feeding us and give us light and heat and open source. But, well, there is a similar situation here, because if in the network, nameless contributors will say today that, okay, we are tired, we are living open source, all of us together, the Perl after, the GPG after, the other project author of which you don't know but which is used everywhere, all over the place, it's going to be very sad. It's going to be very sad. And then I do hope that solidarity and internationalism are going to win. Sorry for taking so much time, but I wanted to say all these things to all of you. Sorry, if you have any questions left, then please approach me. That's what I wanted to tell you. First of all, it was a very rich and cool presentation. I was listening to you with a great joy. Thank you very much. Guys, we are not going to have time for Q&A because the next presenter is getting ready. But if you would like to discuss something, please discuss it outside, and all the questions are outside, and winners are going to be selected out there. He's going to select it, and we're going to give the gift to the winner for the best question. Okay, I understand that. So right now I would like to introduce the next speaker, and it's going to be something interesting. 2 years ago, I was in the same place at the same conference, but in the role of the speaker. And back then there was a host, a person who's going to be the speaker right now, and I am a host right now. And at the same time, surprising thing is that 1 year after they completed, I started doing the same career and starting to become the evangelist as him. Sasha Belotsarkovsky, Sbertech. Will you come to the stage? Okay, sorry. Looks wonderful, yes or not? Okay, great. Okay, after such a rich presentation, I would like to make a more relaxed presentation because I've loaded myself, and partially, of course, the speech of the previous speakers a little bit combined with my presentation, what I'm going to be speaking about, how you shouldn't do and what should you take into consideration when you're posting or when you put open source on behalf of the company, and what is to be done, what processes can help all of you in this. My name is Sasha. As I've told you, Edgar, I'm the evangelist, technical evangelist, 10 plus years. Before I was working in Microsoft and in Ecotech, and I've been facing open source everywhere. In Microsoft, I've been helping to build open source programs office in Wikitech. A lot of other things I were doing about open source. And right now I'm in Sbertech. So right now I have the combined experience out of 3 big techs, plus the experience that I noticed inside of the industry when it was not mainstream. But 10 years ago, this topic was operated by Microsoft, Amazon, and Google. What is Sbertech? We love Sber, and we are part of Sber, but we are the team of developers. And the last 13, 14, 15 years, we've been developing software, mostly for the Sberbank, for the ecosystem. And in the framework of this process, we had a certain number of projects that I'm not going to tell you about that. Well, they're on the screen, and this is something that has been posted in the open source and actively supported. Recently, we have rolled out data space open source, low-code instrument, GraphQL, and other wonderful things. And these stories have been developed as a total part of a project and products that we've been developing inside, outside, etc. So this is a story that happens with many of you in the companies. At the same time, people do love open source, and we have the team of maintainers, committers of Apache Ignite. Apache Ignite, we love it in SberTech. And we have built a product on the basis of this story. And Sber Processing is working this, and those who knows how to properly call it, PostgreSQL. I have a degradation since Microsoft. Fortunately, they taught me to speak Postgranny. Otherwise, you can get in ahead. Also, we commit actively. We have a big project out there. So we are friends with these stories. That's why we are getting involved into it. So why do we need open source in companies? A very brief story. We are posting. Why? These 4 products or projects. And it's very important to separate what we're posting. They say, we've posted open source product, but it's not a product, it's a project, because it will become a product only when it's going to have understandable business model, marketing, and many other things. But before that, it's a project. And it's some kind of a testing of a hypothesis in any case, and reduction of costs. It's a very uncertain goal. This is the set of goals which are being stipulated when inside of the company they're trying to defend the story about open sourcing of some project. Reduction of costs is that we will roll out in the open source, open cooperation will roll out in the open source, and we are going to be helped. Well, of course, this is a very curious statement. Nobody's helping to anybody, I would like to say that, but fortunately they do. But there's a lot of peculiarities here. Okay, good quality product. Good quality product is a message which was launched by Microsoft about 15 years ago, about 20 years ago. Microsoft didn't like open source, and in Microsoft they had Open Bridge Office or something like that, and a story that was created by Hypervisions and contributes in Linux, etc. And they have created a message: if we will roll it out in open source, then the project will become more higher quality, because thousands of eyes will look at it. It's going to be more safe, and it's a semi-myth. Unfortunately, it was disillusioned by the fact that open source has attracted so much attention that the load was much bigger. How does it land to the open source? Somebody comes and says, I would like to open source. I would like to increase quality. And I would like to tell you honestly, well, it's going to be very difficult if we're not going to connect these to some metrics. Because it's very seldom happens who decides why in this committee. So they say yes, and whatever is going to happen, or yes, and we are pulling the matrix, and then I will protect all those people who will spend time for the open source. Some people work in such companies. So we need to find some matrix which influences somebody's KPI or matrix or something else. Or it is understandable. It may not influence. Okay, it's understandable for marketing, it's understandable for business, PR audience. And if we are selling some product and we open source it, open source a part of it, from, for example, our guys like Tokupla, your IT or other people from Microsoft was a part of WPF, then WPF also was open sourced.
Такую зацепочку, которая позволит нам показать, что мы принесем пользу бизнесу.
We are going to give usefulness to the business, and it's very difficult.
Так скажем, хотят все, но по факту остается 1-2 метрики максимум.
But as a fact, there's 1-2 matrix because it's very difficult to follow this, and it is very important. So that this tool, which is being open sourced, will help you to follow this, because some tools may not allow you that. They don't have API, they don't have something else. So something else that is needed so that you wouldn't do it manually to calculate, but at least something would be done automatically. And there are simple plus-minus matrices. Downloading, for example, very often it's been monitored for the downloads because it's very easy being matched.
Мы к Хайлоду выкатим open source проект.
To the Highload, we will roll out the open source project, and after the Highload or after PH days, we will measure the download. Contributors, it's much more complicated.
Поэтому часто сегодня выбирают сначала.
Contributors are selected, relatively speaking, not professional audience of contributors, mostly students, school kids, which later on are being converted into professional contributors. They will come to the core to contribute, but the commercial purchases are happening only when we are making a product out of a project, and then we understand which matrices leading to these commercial purchases, procurements. Otherwise, business will be able to understand this, and we are going to make the upload and not selling a product. So people are coming to us and they are purchasing somehow. So this is not very simple. That's why very often this is super difficult to measure, and it is necessary an interdisciplinary team is hiring. And one of the most complicated questions to the study, how the open source project will lead to the hiring of the employees. And together with the onboarding, I will make an example. I will make an example of the Google. And you know, all the stars, when they made the TensorFlow and put it into the TensorFlow, and then they've been rolled out. The guides were created to these in 2015. So they've covered half of the industry by this story. But the product has to be developed. So they, or the industry, wanted to go to the Google at that moment of time. But today, I don't know what is happening with this. And this power of the brand, It's a very interesting question. It helps PR, marketing, and other colleagues to measure it. So what are the risks in this? And the most interesting thing is that when I've seen how the projects are open sourced, 6 top risks which I've seen which lead to very great consequences. Wrong license. Everybody knows these situations with Redison.
You may have seen the situation with Redis, and SPL is moving, and then moving on to GPL, going back and trying to keep it. All of these, well, it says slightly different thing. But if we select just our own license and try to manipulate it, it's gonna puzzle people who have been using our product. But in this case, developers can select a license which has not been aligned with company strategy and come to the same situation of what Redis has come to. You would have to change things on the go, on the move, and especially difficult it will be if somebody got your project in their production and then it looks like you didn't completely fine-tune something, and certain codes which cannot be posted, cannot be uploaded. Next is absence of contract with contributors. In the open source is accepting contributions, right, for everybody. So we upload it, we upload it as a company. I'm speaking about the company. So the company uploads some open source, and in the repository, there is no contribution agreement. And we have tried to communicate with the Linux Foundation. And the Linux Foundation would have like a huge contribution agreement back at the time. I do not know what's going on right now. That, we haven't been in touch with them for quite a while. And this contribution agreement basically regulates lots of different things of what Linux Foundation and partners can do with whatever contribution which may be done by external people. The problem is that retrospectively it's very difficult to catch all of that. If you as a company uploaded open source and you have like 10 contributors for your open source, then it would be challenging. It would be challenging to get all of these committers who some of you may not be even responding to you, and then there is a legal situation. Next is lack of marketing. You upload the product hoping that it's going to gain some tracking and gain some audience. And in this respect, I think I'm going to skip this point altogether. And I'll forward you to the Edgar, who was speaking about his project and about how important to do this. And actually, not much has changed. If you do not have, how can I say it, if you don't know how to write articles and you don't know how to do presentations and speak in front of audience, you don't have any friends who are going to help you with that, then basically, probably your upload is not going to get traction. 20 years ago, it was easier. Now, it is not. Next, lack of community. You don't have community strategy. And here also, you have to approve it with the company, because the company has a certain language, certain language, and if in your community you begin to have some kind of nonsense, I don't know, some like a weird or strange things, and it's okay, some obscene language, like you're just saying different and random things, then probably this is really a situation, and I've had this situation when no one understands what to do with this person who is like a flaming or doing the flute or, and the lack of plans and business models. You've uploaded your project and you're happy and you go and the marketing is great, everything is great, and it looks like it's a big and great product. And then your client comes and they say, I want to buy it. And I want to bring you tons of money. And we're like, take open source. And they say, I have no idea how to do open source. I need out of the box. And then it's a difficult conversation. And when we begin to position it like this is like one of the golden models, to have this kind of open core model. And some of the companies have been using that. When core functionality is uploaded into open source and you on top some enterprise functionality like support and other things, then what I've seen is some situations where this kind of disarray between business development and developer would end up that developers would roll out enterprise and open source feature which should have been in enterprise. Next is no upgrade or update strategy. That's a question for developers, and developers are saying, yeah, I'm going to do this on my free time, and they're saying, I'm going to do this on my free time, and yeah, maybe experienced boss will never take you at this word. They may double check whether it's working or not, this pilot. Inexperienced will say, yeah, whatever. And then we see that the project is actually stagnating. What do you do about that? You write off these hours, Who do you write off them off of? Like if you especially have timesheets or clock in, clock out in the company, that's a real problem. So if we look at these top 6 risks and plus, another dozens of risks, they may result in a very difficult situation. Microsoft have been in this situation when they've been like with an issue with the .NET Foundation, which would position themselves, like they would have a lack of one regulation. There was a huge scandal in Google and many other guys, and this is why they build this OSPO. Unfortunately, today I should be presenting with my co-presenter, who is in charge of regulatory, Nikita Malyukin. And Nikita, if you're listening to us, you're watching us online, hello to you. And Nikita had to attend some things, and I'm here with you. What is open source program office? Usually I identify 3 different models. Number 1 would be centralized, when in one big company where you may have like 10 departments, 10 people in each. We dedicate a team for the CTO or for the CPO. It doesn't matter. And this global company is coordinating overall activity of the company. So this team regulates all processes happening of how open source is like circulating within and how do you post it and stuff like that. There is also decentralized model, when in each department, in each office of the company, we dedicate some teams. And there's also a hybrid model, where in the center there's an individual or a team, usually consisting of the CEO and chief marketing officer, then PR specialist, but because PR, they also work on open source and there are a lot of different nuances, and a lawyer, InfoSec guy, and developer who is going to do the website. That's my SPO usually. And so this department, in this department, you bring people who are reporting and building their own process. The process which is like more friendly for a specific department and specific unit. Because in some companies, CTO is the decision making. In other companies, somebody else can be this decision maker. Should we upload it into open source or not? But anyway, somebody has to make decisions, somebody has to follow this up. And that's why in our case, it's a virtual team. It's a virtual team which is in R&D department or business line. And we are coordinators. We're those who are helping to developers to understand how to not run into dead ends and problems. And secondly, basically, we relieve them of any cognitive load, because whatever you're seeing on the screen right now, these are problems that the company may be facing. And any developer who is trying to do the open source may be facing those, or to be contributors or maintainer of such an external project on behalf of their company. And like I said in the very beginning, if we have a development strategy, I mean the corporate development strategy, so you have to align your open source project with the corporate strategy, because all these communities and things like that. But the strategy is oftentimes the follows. Developers may not be understanding. Why do I need to synchronize it with my company strategy? And unfortunately, it may be very obvious for those who have been through this path. But we will repeat ourselves that company may not be interested in being tied up with this open source. And if something goes into open source, then momentarily, if it is not like from the large company, even if it is not being pushed by some kind of PR campaign, somebody's going to write about that, somebody is going to do a review about that and write an article somewhere on reddit.com, HABR, or on a different online platform. The way we do this story in this case, first of all, whenever you have lots of projects, like SberTech is huge, but we don't have as many projects. So manually we're able to sort out all of these projects. In Microsoft, I was subscribed to their feed. They would send like the application forms for open source project from all over Microsoft. There was like 3-5 messages every day with quite long application forms. And those application forms, there were questions like, literally, they made people think again and again, what do they expect from this open source project? So if we are trying to structure open source from within the company, we need to begin with an application form. And this is going to be a big help. This is what we do in SberTech. First of all, it's a composition of publication, strategy of the project development. And because we've been doing a lot of internal development, we have lots of different regulations. And those who are making more like external projects and products, they need to understand what they're going to deliver into open source. Microsoft, for a long time, did not want to dedicate to open source some of the projects, but it was forced to. It was forced to by the community and other things. Next is name and licensing. We have an opportunity to try to do the open source of the classic Apache and other model, and then Git verse 1.0 platform we have. Why have we done it? We've done it because, first of all, it is convenient. If I remember it correctly, it is not approved, but it helps us to understand what are we expecting from our projects. And this is the situation which has been improved with Russian lawyers and different legal aspects about Apache and things like that. And some lawyers are not ready to do. You don't have any issues like that. Probably because it's also written in Russia. Next is preparing the project for publication, for deployment. We take a project and clean it up. So when we did in MS open source Live Writer, if we have any older guys who can remember, it was a blog, it was a blog writer. You had to choose like a WordPress and format, and locally it would like do the post into local blogs. Then Microsoft kind of abandoned this project, and in Twitter, one of the program managers said, "Hey, if this tweet is going to take 1,000 likes, we're going to open source this Live Writer." I was a part of it. It took a year. The solid 1 year, because we're cleaning everything. Documentation, comments in the code, secrets. And most of this review was done manually. Now everything is cool and hip, and you can do all of that automatically by cleaning up like legal aspects and things when you do the project cleaning. But back then, it was preparing the project for publication. It took us almost 1 year, and part of it was from the paid employees, but also the big share was from the volunteers. Volunteers who said, "Hey, I want to be a part of it. I want to be a part of this kind of open source project." Next is publishing, documentation for publication, cybersecurity, approvals for publication, and basically from this material publication to publication, you have the most kind of unknown terrain for developers, so to say, or to those who are writing these regulations. And right here, our OSPO, the first 3 stories about OSPO, they all are helping. They are helping with a scope, like, okay, for this function you need to choose this, or think about to go to your business owner, or your business decision maker to be able to evaluate what will be impact of this publication on our business. Number 3 is the most time-consuming situation. You can do it a lot if you don't know how to do it, and there could be a lot of ping pong in corporation because of that, and they're like calculating or cleaning all the symbols. OSPO helps to standardize it.
These documents, this is our favorite story in Sber Tech. Not everybody has such a beautiful name, but we do have it under the signature of CEO. This is important to us, and we are building this process, and we have those stages. Well, somewhere it's enough to have a CTO. If I do remember, about 10 years ago in Google, in Amazon, we didn't think things like that. And then, thanks to a number of interesting events, it became highly demanded. And I've been writing a very light presentation, and I made it light. I hope it did work, but the recent 3 years, the colleague before me was speaking about associations with Russia, etc. In recent 3 years in Russia, we're building different tools which were happening just because we have to do this, because otherwise there would not be any access to anything else. And then it went into the local specifics, Russian platforms that we have for the placement into the open source. Everybody is searching for their own niche, and I'm calling all of you to open source projects more and more, study our platforms, our colleagues' platforms, and build a Russian open source community because it's super important. And this is not some kind of a Russian internet. Right now, China and other strong communities, and Iran as well is a strong community. And they have a lot of strong open source developers, Africa as well. And they build their own communities, their own ecosystems. Well,
если есть вопросы, сколько угодно. Если нет, то мы с Эдгаром
судим другие вопросы. Так, я вижу один вопрос. Кстати, подождите, напоминаю на всякий случай, что издательство «Питер» дарит очень классную книгу про open source, как раз-таки за самый лучший вопрос.
Здравствуйте, спасибо большое за доклад. Вот у меня такой вопрос возник интересный. Вот вы разрабатываете open source команды и в том числе контрибьютите тоже тот же Postgres, но это все такие какие-то крупные, такие самые известные продукты. Вот, а мне интересно, было ли в вашей практике, когда, например, вы какой-нибудь кучкой, скажем так, разработчиков в своей команде контрибьютили в open source своих коллег из российских компаний, или наоборот, как-то вы, например, замечали, что это вот не какие-то индивидуальные там ребята, студенты или еще кто-то, вот, а какие-нибудь ребята там из других российских компаний, которые решили вас поддержать, вот, потому что вот тоже вот интересно вот про сообщество, как вы говорите, мне кажется, было бы так прикольно и более так объединяющее, если, допустим...
То есть вы имеете в виду open source, вот, допустим, у Эдгара есть open source проект, прости, Эдгар, забыл, как называется.
EZIP.
Да.
Ну, я скорее про большие какие-то enterprise российские.
Большие enterprise.
Да. То есть вы большой enterprise, еще, например, кто-нибудь...
Вот здесь он очень интересный с той позиции, зачем этот большой enterprise в open source выкладывался, да? И здесь, так скажем, как бы так поинтереснее так это ответить, чтобы все еще работать после доклада. Значит, смотрите, вот есть одна корпорация, которая выкладывает open source, да? Есть вторая корпорация, которая выкладывает open source. Первая корпорация продает этот open source, да, каким-то неведомым образом, но продает, вот продукт они сделали.
Вторая корпорация, the second corporation
туда contribute только
can contribute there only if a person makes it personally, not on behalf of the company. So if answering that colleagues from SBIRTech contributed into some open source projects, I'm confident, but I would say that from the reference ones, only Postgres and Ignite, if we are speaking about... Well, I hope I've answered your question. The answer is not, rather than yes. On behalf of people, yes. Why? Because when you are trying to contribute something for the external projects and make collaboration, well, collaborations, I didn't see a lot of Russian collaborations which would, I don't even remember. As for the people, it's not interesting to you. Well, I wanted to hear about collaborations, but it's too sad that it doesn't exist. Yeah, it doesn't exist. I may have no knowledge about this question, but most likely not. You're speaking about collaborations between, well, it was just interesting from the point of view of some community, so that big enterprises would get united and shared into each other's projects. Well, the situation is that I think that open source community in Russia started development due to some events several years ago, because everything that existed previously, before 1920s or in 2010s, and what exists right now, it's, earth and heaven. The number of platforms that we find, at the same time, number of projects that are being developed, open source projects, because many of us are being blocked, and all these together has moved developers to express themselves more. And this is about community, not about money. And this is some unification that was created, has allowed us to move everything from the dead point. Well, sorry for disturbing, but nevertheless.
Что еще можно сказать по этому вопросу?
What else can we say about this?
Смотрите, вот у нас есть, например, Gitverse.
For example, we have Gitverse. It's a platform, and we are looking at the thing that colleagues are welcome to post for us and search for contributors on our side, because we have a simple problem. We don't have sufficient amount of developers. We are contributing with a great focus somewhere. Have we answered your question or so-so? Let's hope that in the future this is going to be developing even more.
Но для этого нужно в России немножко сдвинуть.
And in Russia we need to move the mindset of people, especially in companies.
Все друг друга воспринимают как конкурента,
And
даже если никакой.
everybody is taking each other as a competitor.
Да, у нас, я думаю, все хорошо будет.
Да.
And everything's going to be all right. Yeah, I'm supporting
Так,
this.
есть ли еще вопросы?
Do you have any more questions?
Вот есть.
Есть, да.
Yeah, here's another one. Thank you very much for the presentation. This is more out of curiosity. More than one time I hear about Gitverse, but at the same time, all my friends are at the GitHub, and I prefer to work there. However, how I understand, your corporate solutions are published at your Gitverse, and as I understand, it's a production ready to attract communities. So I have the following question. How do you attract people into this community? How do you hold them? And how this platform is ready for the big integration, open source integration? Wonderful question.
Я просто наблюдал, как GitHub развивался.
I've been observing how the GitHub was developing back then, and any platform which is Git-like has the same life cycle. Absolutely. There are some organic, like organic repository, somebody heard, somebody used it, etc. But cognitive flow is generated through marketing, etc. So GitHub was doing a lot of different insanities that were coming back to one story. Popularization of what was posted on their platform. GitHub does it, Gitverse does it right now. And I would like to tell you that not everybody in Sber use Gitverse. Definitely, and there's nothing bad about it. Some people continue using GitHub. Why? Because international cooperation is very important. It has not disappeared. And Gitverse, of course, this is more Russian-oriented story. Those people for whom it is important to place it in Russia, they place in Gitverse and our colleagues' platforms. There are two other ones, at least. And there could be three. One more was released recently. How they are ready? Well, to my subjective opinion, we, as everybody else, were searching for our niche. And GitHub is also searching for this niche. And GitHub cannot find their own niche because they have scooped big number of projects and they're searching for the niche. They're trying to find it in AI. And we have entered it a little bit late. We have entered a little bit earlier. AI first platform. We are integrating for the stack and other ones. How they are ready for large scale. We have large scale projects. Please look at them. I'm not going to give their names because any disagreed mention without approval of the public relations of those companies who are posting it will bring some questions to me. So yes, they exist. As for how is it being migrated? Well, depends from who does it. If you have a strong CI/CD, then it's going to be much more complicated. If you don't have super great CI/CD, Honestly, I think there are two main blockers. The first one is for those who are migrating to Russian platforms. CI/CD, very complicated pipelines, tuned up, and the second one, not support of, can you tell me? RST. The absence of RST support. I don't even know who will do it. RST, if I properly remembered, if you confirmed to it, RST is a more advanced Markdown. So in a given case, we actively work on attracting partners, repositories, and we are coming not from the situation that whether we are ready or not, but it's a practice checked by the GitHub. Have I answered your question? Yes, but I have another one. Do I properly understand that Sbertech has projects to support communications not only on their platform, but also on GitHub? GitHub also has Sbertech projects. No, there are no projects from us, except for Ignite, which is actively maintained in PMC. And we have mirrors. We do have mirrors, I think, but I haven't checked. Are they available or not? But the thing is that when this strange situation have started with repositories, GitHub behavior, then it became risky. Not risky, but unclear what's going to be the consequence. And as a company, if we will place a project at the GitHub, and then it's going to be downloaded, and then they will say, we want to buy it, but we cannot sell it to some region, for example. But what are we going to be doing with this contribute? The person from America will not be able to sign anything. The Gitverse 1.0 license in Russian language or in Made.
Наших проектов, по-моему, нет, не выкладываются туда. Ну и тем более это...
So our projects are not being posted there. Additional development cycles. Well, this has to be updated, and everything else that is being updated. So if I would like to participate in Sbertech projects, I don't have to select it in GitHub and Gitverse. I can go to Gitverse and know that the main branch of the project is there. Yeah. This is yes, if, and this is also possible in exclusive situations. It is exclusive. It's not like it's in a rock. If you need to post to the GitHub, okay, probably this can be done. But there should be a serious reason for that, because for the Russian business, to my point of view, posting to GitHub, where can Russian business sell? I don't know. Dubai, theoretically, but I can't imagine. So for this, you need a full process, external process. So it's much simpler to walk by your feet and that's it. On the airplane. Something like that. Hello. I would like to ask one question, but then I have another one. In CI/CD, in Gitverse, you have your own annotation, as I understand, not as Git Actions, not as GitLab, but your own. And perhaps there could be a complexity for those people if they want to post something at the Gitverse, but in their team they have GitLab expertise, CI/CD has to be learned. At the same time, if there's a private repository on premise, then of course one CI/CD will not be possible. I don't know how possible is the situation. How can we implement annotation from GitLab, for example? It's a valid question. We are helping to rewrite it. So we can write, get a consulting. Well, the community helps us. It helps. Second of all, there are some certain specifics in annotation, but I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say this is something complicated. There could be some glitches with the action. But as soon as you will dig, for example, in the morning, it says that, well, this is like that usually. That's why we are doing that. And this is the best practice invented by the GitHub. We've been coming to the GitHub, and people from GitLab, they were told, well, everything's very complicated. Okay, let us help you. And that's it. That's why the questions are... We are not helping everybody because we have private life and we should spend give some priority to it as well. But, you know, if these are interesting projects and if it has complicated CI/CD, then it's going to be interesting and we're going to help. Everybody does it. Everybody. Okay, thank you very much. Well, it's not even a question that I had in the beginning, but some kind of understanding about the mindset that should lead you to more posting into the open source. So after shedding some light on these questions, from one side it becomes more understandable and clear from the point of view of threats and dangers that you can face. On the other side, it happens that guys who are smaller, they might not have the organizational resource to get involved into all of this, but organizations which are bigger businesses, they might have more risks, and it's some kind of a by-sand should be created, and organization capabilities and risks. Well, it's not even a question, but a comment and understanding of the situation in the market. Well, let's see. About the mindset. What can I tell you about that? First of all, there is a certain division. You know, all those thoughts that I had on my slides, they are not applicable for everybody. Like everybody are centralized, etc. If you are a big organization, then okay, you can invent something. But yes, there's a lot of questions. The bigger you are, the more complicated to build this process. But you know, small ones will post things like that. And from this point of view, PR and marketing helps who somehow discovers those guerrillas in the hub, in the comments. They posted something, okay, this is my project, and then they receive the PM. Okay, what kind of a project do you have? Under the name of the company in the comments. So I would like to tell you the following thing. If we take medium and small businesses, then it's a story more about the community. If the medium business, for example, had a decision to commit something to the open source, somebody wanted to do it, it's not the CEO who said, okay, committed to the open source. It was a desire of a certain developer. So there's a number of examples, well, not too many, and this developer was permitted to create this process, and he can do that. So if in my company, not Sbertech, but my other company, some guy would do that, I would permit him to do that, because you can immediately see that this is a person with an idea and he wants to do it. And if this happens in medium business, that's okay. Speaking about small business or startups, they by default look in this direction because they have no other choice. The same US startups, by default, they are AI-based and they look into the open source. Why? Because there's no other way. On the basis of open source, or they immediately go into the open source. That's it. Have I answered your comment? Not the answer, but the comment. And you can give millions of comments to this topic. There's a lot of different things. Any more questions? No questions? So which one was the best? Yeah. You know, I think that question number 1 was better. Question number 2 and 3, they were good, but they were not ideological. But the open source, the ideology plays a big role. So question 1 was from you. And we're going to give you the gift. Okay, dear colleagues, I'm always available. Please come, write, and don't leave the place because next presentation is going to be very interesting. Okay, good evening.
то меньше, то больше, и уже потерялся от того, как понять.
More or less,
Нет. И сейчас на самом
you know,
деле
like, are you still guys up to listening to that? And now, one of the presenters who surprised me in October of 2024, there was a news that maintainers from the Linux kernel core began to be excluded, and now we'll listen to Dima. He is the one who was excluded from among the maintainers of the Linux core. Dima? Yeah, here's the mic. Hi everybody, my name is Dima. I've been working in Spare Devices company, where I'm a team lead of the nuclear team, or doing firmware from the smart things, and we do the Linux core, the loaders, and safety of operational system. A couple of words about myself. I've been in operational systems for over 10 years. I, of course, worked a lot with Linux and its core, and then Mac OS and Windows a little bit as well. I first began to be involved in the nuclear safety, and then I moved on the level of the core itself, and then we did the core development. I've worked a little bit about on virtualization and the processors simulations for the Intel company when they were based in Russia. And I've done a number of smart devices for Yandex and their firmware. And right now I'm in Spare Device. Today we will talk about how you do the fork of the kernel, why it is done, how do we develop our fork for the kernel, and what are the specifics of this situation. We will try to identify different types of the kernel forks, why they are to be done, and we'll look at different other kernel forks, and we'll attempt to compare ours with kernel forks from other companies. And also you will learn of the full workflow. How do you work with the forks of the Linux kernel when you fully synchronize with the upstream? How to send all of your developments and ideas and RFCs onto the upstream into the stack TML of the Linux, and how we test a Linux kernel. What are basically the approaches for testing to be sure that your kernel fork will be stable, that your ideas will be great when you'll be implementing them in the course of doing that. And also we'll talk about certain connections of upstream and proprietary tool sets to make kernel development comfortable within the corporations, such as ours. And also I will share a little bit about the outcomes that we have for many, many years while we've been doing kernel forks maintenance. So what kind of forks of the kernel are out there? We can basically divide it into several types, and I've tried to identify the types of the forks of the kernel by this purpose. Some of them to enable specific hardware and which are embedded. Development of the processors, I mean OFC systems on chip and SOMs, and this would also be kernel forks, which is being done in our company. Let's talk about the reference which we've taken in the beginning as a source and as the baseline to be able to build our kernel fork. This is Android kernel fork. Either it's open source part, which we know by the abbreviation AOSP. What are the main ideas, what are the main goals of Google engineers when they did the forks of the Linux kernel? Number one is upstream first. Whatever we do, whatever we fork, we'll always try to synchronize these changes with upstream. It doesn't matter whether these are bug fixes and new ideas, maybe some architectural ideas for upgrading the existing architecture. We will always be looking into upstream and to be able to send these solutions to upstream. Secondly is a long-term support. Of course, LTS is the kind of approach which the core kernel is taking. We know that there are some Linux RTS releases, and usually they do forks from them, and Android is not an exclusion. Of course, they do their forks from the LTS of the main kernel, and then try to build their own LTS, so that they'll be able to say that, hey, this thread of Android is very stable, nothing is changing in terms of ABI, for example. But again, I'm going to touch upon that a bit later in my presentation. Next is device compatibility. Since AOS is a fork of the kernel from the mobile embedded type, of course, we need to support a different hardware configuration within our AOS kernel fork. Right now, you and I are going to speak like we don't see a lot of these forks, but you can still find them. There are like very official support of the hardware configurations in the EOSPA fork, where you launch this kernel. And also security focus probably is one of the main reason why we do this forks is ASB, Android Security Bolt-in, which are issued not only for the Linux kernel but also for other parts of Android. And they contain main changes of all the CVs which have been found the world over within the Android, including the Linux kernel. And also, statement number 1, always synchronize it with the upstream. Next. With the previous slide, I've identified that when we speak upstream first, all of our new architectural decisions have to be either adapted for upstream or to send it to upstream and to maintain this solution with a maintainer, so that you'll be able to switch to this solution in our fork. And I can show you the examples of these very large architectural solutions, and maybe even subsystems or features, which first were made up in Android kernel, and then in either shape and form they were shown in upstreamed kernel. Some of the features were taken as is. For example, the last one, boot config. We had to deal with it. It arrived to the kernel, I think, in the 5th version of the kernel. And this is the feature which enables you to identify Android lines which are being passed from the bootloader, from the Android. And we know that whatever the loader wants to give to the Linux kernel, usually they do it through the CMT line. And we can read it from the PROCFS file system. But when Android is passing on lots of its parameters, it's really just like too much trash. In usually all the parameters are elements in the key value storage. Key value massive, which is huge, and you can take it and you can single it out into one file. Name of this file would be boot config. At first, it has been developed in Android fork, and they've used it for their own firmwares in Pixels, and vendors have been using that, and then little by little they begin to set it into upstream. Now if you'll go to Linux kernel and see how the boot config is made, you will see that there is no mention about Android, like this feature is made for Android. No. There'll be a description that this is the feature needed for this and that. It's appended to RAM disk, and there is a certain format which you can do the boot config, but basically it's a little bit reprogrammed, reprocessed. Low memory killer is the older Android feature when before out of memory happens event, and it's trying to kill the biggest, the fattest processes. It used to be on the level of kernel, and with Android it was on the level of kernel, but then they redid it, reshaped it in such a way that they put it into user space. But some of the approaches and some of the ideas that they have tried in LMK, they've taken it and put it into the main OM killer. Again, idea, kind of migrated into upstream. And finally, team above in IORN, these are the famous locator in Android kernel, enabling us to dedicate memory and to split up the whole memory onto different heaps, and then to manage a descriptor by passing it on between the processes nuclear in user space. For a long time, this feature was in a staging of the upstream kernel, but then it was not moved into the main kernel, having changed it into the more like a general DMA BAF feature. So I've listed 3 different approaches, 3 different features. Each of them, have been, migrated into Android fork into upstream. But still, Android fork has one big problem. It's a so-called kernel fragmentation. Just imagine that we have on the top, we have the main thread of Android kernel. At some point, we try to issue release of Android kernel. We do LTS. Of our release, and this LTS release is forked by the vendor, by a vendor who develop, for example, SOC, and then this vendor, this security center buys ODM or OEM and also puts this into. And now we have a lot of vendor devices, and we have a bunch of different kernels in the world. Google called it like kernel fragmentation. They've tried to develop a way by which they'll be able to solve this problem. And they did. It's called GKI, General Kernel Interface. And this is the idea. They decided that the main features of the kernel, VM Linux, will be released by the Google. But one important thing, you may say that, hey, there is a project mainline where system images coming from the Google, and all of these devices are installing this over there, and no, this is not the case. Google connects or releases its kernel on their site, uploading this on their resources, from which this kernel can be taken by vendors. But they take it in a binary way. And the main idea is that this kernel provides you a stable kernel module interface, and a vendor to make the support of a certain architectural feature in their process, in their processor, for example, they write a separate module out of 3 modules, and this module should use stable KMI interface based on VM Linux of Android. But there are a number of problems. We can see these problems with our vendors. I just want to jump into my presentation. And this is how these threads or branching is working in GVKI. So one thread can be developing in 3 states. It's a state of mainline when we are developing this and then move it into stable, and then it's being stabilized. And after that, it's frozen. And once we've frozen these threads, we cannot change ABI kernel module interface. No way. There are ways through the hooks and some changes of the structures, like version number 2, we can do that. But it's probably like bypasses for very, very peripheral cases. And when we froze a thread, we cannot change kernel module interface. This is the idea presented by Google. Here you can see an example of that resource, of Google resource, to which they upload boot images. Boot images, it's an image which can be put into VM Linux of Android, and a vendor can download it and make a signature or integrate it into their own build. As I said before, there is a problem with exporting of this approach by the vendors. We can see this problem also on our side. In our company, we mostly use vendor logic. It's a kind of a vendor, which is American-Chinese vendor, which makes processors for the media devices, different consoles and smart devices, and you name it. And the point is that before, they were doing just a fork of LTS kernel. Now they're trying to migrate to GKI, but while previously they modified the kernel, now, having switched to GKI, they're honestly download Google image, but they take it, hook it through the callseams lookup and through kprobes. from the side. There is nothing changed, nothing has changed, simply we moved from static into runtime. Again, this is not the point, but we've tried to analyze one of the LTS kernels for changes, and we got this picture. It looks like it's okay, because mostly they were changing kernel of the module, implementations of different reverse interfaces that they may be having in the processor, and they're part of the kernel module to support SOCs. They would move into entry into the kernel. But look below. Arch, NAT, Sound, Core, all of this been changed. All the subsystems of the kernel have been hacked, and they've been hacked in such a way that sometimes they double up the structures and API is broken. You cannot upgrade the base of your kernel as a whole. We've looked at all of this very sad picture, and we've made a decision to build our own kernel fork. And basically, in our company, we have three bases for firmwares. Number one is for audio devices, not screen, but audio devices, so it's a build root. And of course, we've been using AOSP and of course RTOS for a smart home. A Linux kernel in the first part and in the second part of devices. Today, you and I will be discussing forks of the kernel which have been issued into production for the first part of the devices. I mean, for the build root without any screen devices. And for this segment of devices, even for that, we can find different threads of kernel with vendors. And those threads of the kernel, while we were moving on and buying their new processors, they would multiply and multiply. We would try to move our patches from one thread to the other, and they were hacking the main subsystems of the kernel. We also had to adjust to that, and simply we got sick and tired of that. We decided to make our own fork, and this is the fork of the kernel, which we called SD kernel. But we knew from the start that there are some pros and cons. I've mentioned some pros, and everybody understands what's great. Let's talk about the cons. And the main minus or drawback that we still need to maintain a vendor kernel, because there are some bugs which we cannot definitely fix on the stream kernel. But working directly with equipment is not determined, especially because we have audio stack. And this is not determined at all. And oftentimes, you see some analog parts which also have to be fixed up. And also on the vendor kernel, it's easier to give a field application to the engineer, give them some kind of reproducer. And this is why, in the very beginning of dedicating our fork kernel for the new device, we support two types of kernel, the vendor and upstream kernel. And then we kind of crawl up and move on to the upstream kernel. These are the goals that we set for ourselves when we're kind of doing our own fork kernel. It's first one, always keep in sync with upstream. That is always. We have to try to keep minimal diff between the our fork and the upstream. Continuous kernel update process. The point is that to be able to support a minimal difference between the upstream and our fork of the kernel, we have to once in a while to upgrade the kernel. Now we have achieved this upgrade like once a month. Once a month we do the upgrade of our kernel base, and the difference is minimal. The next one is to be a platform for LKML upstreaming. We wanted to make such a fork that it would enable any engineer from our team or from the next team to double check our patch on our kernel forks and then send it into LKML. Next is only official Arch solutions, meaning that let's say we got some idea. We have to do this after approval with the upstream architectural solutions. No forks of memory management, no patches in container memory allocator, nothing of the kind. Or if we understand that the patch is needed, for example, in power supply, it's a subsystem, we are going to write to power supply maintainer, send RFC patch and say what he will say about that. This is our goal. And this is our statement. See a gap, send a patch. If you see a problem, do not try to stick it, Send this patch to upstream, send it RFC. Stable kernel is important. It is also a very, very vital goal because we're keeping two versions of the kernel, mainline and stable kernel. And stable kernel, we always try to maintain in a stable condition so that it could be picked up by our release engineers for doing the firmware. And what is the composition of development of the kernel forks? We have two threads. One of them is the kernel mainline, the second one is the kernel stable. As you can guess, they are looking at the mainline and also at the stable of the Linux kernel. There could be a big question, why didn't you take LTS? All the normal people, they usually come, if they want to do the fork, they take LTS. We've done it consciously for the very reasons I have already mentioned before. Because we want to stick closer to the upstream. We are developing patches and new solutions on the upstream and always try to be the kind of platform which will allow us to develop architectural solutions in upstream. And this is why we believe that Linux kernel is stable if it's marked as stable and we get developed on the mainline. Especially right now, LTS, separating LTS, it's done very often, and all the patches which are flying into mainline, first of all, they're flying into mainline, and then they're being deported into different LTSs and by main kernel maintainers. To be able to lift up this fork on a new device, we first of all begin by lifting up the firmware on the vendor kernel. After that, we take it to our business teams, the ready firmware, and we do not mess with them, and we begin to lift up the upstream kernel. But the upstream kernel, especially if it is a new processor, can be raised, with problems. There could be some problems all the way to the memory management unit, and this is why we have developed a special solution enabling us to quickly fix up these problems all the way to MMU problems. Next, once we've raised the first version of the kernel fork, we are attempting to go on a circle, like you see the circle on the slide. Let's say we have a new idea, or we want to build a new driver, which we do, send it into upstream, and then we discuss it with the upstream, and if needed, in the first or second version, which we like, we're loading it to ourselves, but then we're also trying to see to the end the fact that it was like merged into upstream. Can you see to the end? And once a month we upgrade our kernel, both mainline and stable versions, and we pay for all the patches into stable and mainline versions. At the same time, we have automatic citation on the basis of our Lava Lab. I'm also going to touch upon that a bit later. We have the so-called quality assurance citation. I mean, those guys have been double-checking on the by stressors, by benchmark our devices on the upstream kernel. They help us, thanks to them. And once a month, we do the upgrade, and we provide a stable version for our release engineers of the firmware. What I'm saying is that we have a special utility, a solution, to be able to lift up the kernel, to do it fast, and to try out some certain ideas. It consists of some components which are combined into a special feed image. This feed image is being loaded by the USB interface and being given to Ubuntu. And then the kernel with run disk is being loaded into memory. And also, you can put modules you need to test into run disk or to make some quick changes in the Linux kernel. What enables you to do that? You can, for example, to launch this kernel when you haven't raised Nanda is Yoshi, buses, you can basically fix up this whole firmware of your system. And this kind of kernel is relatively small. It needs only to be downloaded in the memory and to execute your feature or your driver. That's why it can be reconfigured very, very fast. And also we are supporting through the combining different device through revisions of devices, EVT, DVT, PVT, MP, and so on. And also provide the opportunity for this kernel to work on different revisions or any revision. But, as I said before, when we do the kernel bring up, not only we may run into regular problems, but also the low-level problem. And these problems we've had even on the level of memory management unit. And when your kernel at this kind of timestamps, it kind of drops. You cannot fix it up by anything except of the hardware fixer. And our vendor does not supply this kind of fixer. That's why we developed this kind of small bootstrap code, which can take one symbol to be able to build it in the Brinka. But the point is that this code can disconnect MMU and not to drop down. That's why we do this in our DIM section of the kernel. And we can work the same on the physical addresses, on the virtual addresses as well. And whenever the kernel is reallocates, IDMAP sections are being deleted. At this moment, we have we can bring up normal OAuth, we can do the fixing. But up to this moment, you can use our bootstrap code. We have been proactively using this in our team, in our process. This is how we've been developing the kernel forks. Let's say you have some kind of patch series, and now we're gonna say that, hey, we have it in the version 1, V1, right? So you sit down, you develop your patch and service, and you've done, you build your version 1. We're gonna skip these steps, revert and rebase. So let's go to internal review step, because again, revert and rebase, there's nothing to do. It's a V1 only, version 1. Then we go internal review within the team. We check up our code, and everybody is doing the review in the team. And you can see like a fast merge arrow, as you can see. This is if a company came to us and say, right now, we need this patch as soon as possible. Gotta merge it. Don't go into LKML. We've taken it and we kind of merged it into our thread. Remember that we want to support minimal diff between our fork and upstream. And to do that, we are beginning step by step to move into this cycle. First LKML, then into review of LKML, then into next fix, and back to do the patches. And these are the steps for revert and rebase are being included. We do reverts of the merged first version, and then we do the rebase it into our head and provide the second version. And we continue with this loop until LKML will accept our patches. It must sound difficult, that's why I prepared animation for you. Let's assume that we have SD kernel mainline, which we base on the version 6.10 of the kernel. So we've developed the first patch series, then the second patch series. Then company came to us and said, hey, these two patch series, right away, we need to merge them. We've tested, we've done everything, we merged them into the mainline, we backported them into the stables, you cannot see it right here, but this is not the point. And then we came back to this cycle, which I have described to you right now. We need to send this patch series into LKML. We sent the first patch series, the second patch series, and then we got a difference between them. And we got acknowledged for the first patch series and not on the second patch series. So we have to reprocess it, redo it, and that began to be different in terms of maintenance. The first patch series, we didn't touch it. It's okay, it's fine. It's right now in the thread, and it's going to be merged in the Linux next, and sometime later it's going to come back with the release of the Linux kernel. But the second series has to be redone, and it says right here that we do version M. I mean, it's a second version, K+1 and -1 until we will be merged in the upstream. We'll always send it into LKML. And let's say we've been merged, and now we did the separation that I've told you about. We revert the first version in our thread, and these patches which came into LKML, we merge with ourselves. And somebody say, look, what's the nonsense you're doing? And this is why we do this.
Imagine that, for example, you've received new core 6.11 after 2 months and we're getting updated. What do we pull there? We are pulling commits which will never get into upstream. For example, our device 3, because our devices, we do a lot for these. We cannot pause device 3. They have no sense. Nobody will merge them. It's not that we cannot pause them, but nobody will merge them because device cannot be rebooted. That's why we always have this div. We rebase it, and then we shouldn't rebase the first patch version. It's in 6.11. We don't need it, but these patches are removed from SD kernel online. Div is being reduced. Then we are removing reversed commits because we don't need them. The first version will never be received in LKML stream. However, the second patch series has not arrived with the kernel 6.11. It will come later with 6.12 kernel. That's why we have to transfer it, and we should expect at this moment of time new update of the kernel. Then it also will be mutually destroyed and will have only those patches which are not committed to LTML. Then let's look together how do we update, and I've been speaking about 6.11 kernel. It has arrived, we updated it and transformed it. Then we have another peculiarity. Let's imagine that behind the kernel online we have a SD kernel stable SD9. Between the updates we have patch version 6.9.1, 6.9.2. We just merge, commit them and pull them to ourselves. There could be 2, 3, 4 and as many. And at this moment of time, at any moment of time, they can come and take SD kernel stable for the release of the and test it and take it. But we will up to date with that kernel database at which we have forked. SD kernel online can be updated by itself. We can have new patch version 6.10.1, 6.10.2, and also by merge commits we will pull them into our SD kernel online. Then 6.11 arrives. We fix stable kernel which previously we've had by GTAG. Why do we do that? In order to maintain Git objects on the server. All they are based built on rep manifest. The firmwares, for example, you have a firmware consisting of several Git workspaces. We unite them with help of rep manifest, and rep manifest has to specify the existing Git objects. That's why we save the previous condition of the branch through JTAG. Then we transfer stable to the previous inline because the stable became 6.10, and right now together with our inline, without rebases, we can transfer our stable to it. And also we tag the previous inline and we start rebasing the patches. As I've told you, some patches have to be reversed or they have uplined. That's why we're not transferring them. We're transferring only those patches which we need. And right now the most interesting part, I would like to give you the precise guide how do we sell patches to LKML and how convenient to be done. It's outside of the cycle. In other words, in the beginning, we are preparing the internal patch series through our convenient tool sets and the workflow that we have invented in our team. It's called B4 plus carried. Then we push it through the check patches, statistical analyzers, the well-known is sparse. Then we check definitely device 3 binding schemes, and this has to be done because definitely if you are doing them, if you are developing driver for a certain device, then bindings have to be written on YAML, definitely, and there is a special checker which are being followed by maintainers, and your patches will not be accepted if they will not go through these checkers. So with every reference in our process, you have to go through the easy checkers. If, for example, your code assumes power management, for example, implementation of the hibernation suspended or something like that, some other low power mode, then you have to push it through the power management checks. kernel docs have to be pushed and receive the list of maintainers who should receive these maintainers and send through before send or gsend out, and then discuss it in a very convenient mailing client. For example, I'm using Mute or its new implementation Neo Mute, and I have some guys who use Thunderbird. However, I will tell you about Neo Mute. We basically send patches to Unlogic kernel community. This is kernel community which was created around the CPU Unlogic, and it includes several companies. And in the course of the last 2 years, we've been part of it. Before, in October, well-known situation happened when I was excluded from maintainers, and guys, they were not replied, and I will tell you why they were not replied. So in order to check path server, in the beginning we form it, then we push kernel docs through DT pinging checks, and these commands are showing how it is being done. This is done with the scripts, additional utilities except for make and ubit, and nothing else should be installed. Then we are pushing power management checks. Definitely when we are putting in the memory and putting in a disk, these are different conditions of the power management system, and if for this code it's very important, as you can see it on the slide, then it has to be checked, and it has to be checked. Check the data flow, how the data is being processed before you go into the power management, suspend to memory, and afterwards. Then you receive the list of maintainers, but please pay attention to the fact that some maintainers have to be placed into and some into CC list. Into CC you place the mailing list. In TU you post the maintainers themselves and those people who have changed a big number of lines in the file that you are changing and maintaining. However, we've invented a certain automation of this process and integration thereof into our internal process. Inside, for the internal review, we are using Gerrit. This is a very convenient tool which was written by engineers from Google in order to reverse iOS, and iOS also exists inside of it, and basically we decided to apply it for us. Very convenient to look in a web, diff, a lot of different things, but before tool allows us to conveniently process our patches. Initially, before tool was made by engineers in order to greatly be worked by maintainers, but then it was parted for contributors. But in order to make patch series for before, first we make fork point, then modify cover letter, and cover letter is an important thing. Cover letter is, well, it's very problematic to maintain it because it's an empty commit with a lot of text where you describe your patch series, and just maintain it by files, it's very problematic. Before allows you to look even in tips cover letter between versions. Then, an example of my cover letter, you should insert Gerrit metadata change ID and before metadata. It's also very important and needed so that before would understand which version of patch series it is and what it's applied to and how you can commit it later on. In addition to that, after you have formed the cover letter, you should attach above the cover letter a lot of commits to the git commit, or before Shazam you can use it. This is a wonderful command which allows you to pull submitted patches into AlkML, and you touch it, apply it, and everything's good, and you have a B4 patch series. Or by some other way, you can apply these commits. Before Shazam works in the following way: you point message ID, it's lurk, it search and lurk the patch series, and then it pulls it to you locally. Then, if, let's imagine, we develop n version of the patches and n-1 you have reviewed by, test of by, what other people do, G3 base interactive, and then they put this reviewed by, tested by, because if I'll send it without these tags, then maintainers because they've looked at the budget. So before does it automatically. You just give them special parameter, and trailers of Git are downloaded from AlkML and they are put in all your patches. Check patch also can be pushed by B4 without going into some additional utilities. Check patch Linux kernel, and you can do that as well. Also, we can compare in before our current patch version and patch series with the previous patch series of the version N-1, for example, and then git range it by range diff. It will show us diff between our changes. Very convenient. Then we can put automatic CC. We shouldn't get maintainers, and we can do it in subforum. Well, this is our patch series. That how it looks like. We have cover letter, we have patches, and right now B4 has imputed all the necessary CCs, TU that are going to be used in reference to patch series. And as I've told you, it makes such placeholders for the description of changes, because the good rule is a description of changes that you are making in every patch version. And then you are sending those patches. You can use send email, you can use B4, and both of these commands, they can do these corrections. Then you get your longly expected, long acknowledged, and then you go and change your patches on the basis of the workflow that I was telling you about previously. Neomute. In our company, we have tuned up a specific preset because our mail server from some counters can work with SMTP exchange. We've done this and this path, and all patches that have been sent, we've been sending them from our company, not from personal emails, but from spare devices home. And when we've been asked to remove spare RU, we have removed it, and you can see patches salute devices.com. Then what happened? That's what happened. Moreover, we are using these bash scripts so that the BAMP bash series, for example, you have received a letter, but you don't want to use B4, you want to receive patches, and you can enter cover letter. Usually it is sent by the main email, and you can send our batch script from presentation, and it will dump all the patch series. Moreover, somebody doesn't like to use a lurking or look, they use patchwork and special utility, which can work with the patchwork. It's very convenient. You can look at the status of your patch series. So how do we test our kernel? First of all, you should say that for the testing of the forks of the kernel, there's a big number of different infrastructural call solutions. For example, there's a kernel continuous integration, kernel CI. It unites several CBN solutions, and when we've been searching for ourselves the infrastructural database of open source project that we are using for ourselves for the kernel server, we wanted to take this project, but then we have understood that it's half open, half closed, and by the way, it was developed by those who developed before. And after that, we decided to use Lava. And Lava is a set of infrastructural tools which was developed by Linara company and became open source project. At the same time, it can be forked and you can do it for yourself. And this is what we have done. The kernel CI for us was really attractive because it supports different labs for checking Linux kernel, but it's specialized in Linux kernel. But we have made a decision that in the beginning Lava will be used for continuous integration solution on the kernel, and then we'll port it to the that's how our dashboard looks like. You can go on how many labs and how it was executed, the Linux kernel, some benchmarks that was pushed. You can open it and you can look at the status. How our continuous integration system is built. As I've said, we use Lava. It's divided into two-part master and worker. Master, it's a web interface which allows you to go to the dashboard and manage workers. A worker joins devices of under test to the device itself, which is testing Linux kernel or the firmware. It supports a lot of different features like multi-node device to device, to do. When you do complex tests in areas when one device activates another device through the Wi-Fi, for example. It's something like that can be done in Lava. A little bit in more detail about our infrastructure. Basically, in addition to the fact that we are raising Lava, we have to raise the hardware infrastructure around it. And for this, in the solution of this problem, we are helped by additional commands from our company. I would like to say thanks. This is our hardware team, which makes hardware connection over the devices so that we could pull them out of the brick condition, that we could go to their keypads automatically, so that we could press keypads, and then we could do USB hubs, etc., etc., etc. And the Form team, which supports the Lava infrastructure for us, that's how our farm looks like, where we do the Linux kernel test, our fork of the kernel, and we do the test of there's reg, there's additional connection around device. On the picture you can see devices, SberBoom, our audio device, and there is also one board where Lava Worker works, Lava Worker Pusher, which presses keypads and basically network switch in order for us to connect to all these devices through the socket. And in a little bit more detail about internals of Lava. The thing is that we cannot just take something that was done in the upstream for Lava, because we need to support custom protocols of this firmware. We have tuned up our internal infrastructure for the Lava release. We've done this support for the firmware protocol of our devices. We have extended it, and we have invented how to extend environment of the firmware without modifying the firmware. Who does it? Just simply different scripts and tests are pushed to this device, to the firmware, and then they are being executed. But we have invented how this can be done through the NFS and our NBD, network block device. That's how our dashboard looks in Lava, and you can see how SD kernel stable is being executed on SberBoom. We can look at tests that are being pushed on health status of devices. Is it alive or did it become a brick? And as I've told you, we have manual testers which push benchmarks for every release of the kernel. So this is the Maklov benchmarks is being used and other stress tests. And finally, about our results, what have we achieved in the course of these 2 years while we've been doing the fork of the kernel? In the course of the 2 years, we have pushed this fork kernel to our users, and finally we came into production. Instead of the vendor on SberBoom, we had 4.9 kernel. We have uploaded 6.10 kernel without one patch of the vendors. All patches were ours or streamed. And non-speed has increased by 4 times. 3 product problems have been solved, and they were pretty big, and we have dissected them, dissected the company, the stability of the memory, Wi-Fi stability, stability of the pointer, or how you'll be going to be heard by the device when you communicate with it. And this all has been fixed directly or indirectly by our kernel fork. And right now, once a month, we can update the stable version of the kernel. And if they would ask us to lift upstream kernel and the device system by the same processor, we do it within 1-2 week sprint. And during this period of time, we have created 220 patches in LKML. They took 45. We've done different features, architectural solutions. We have generated a lot on LGML, where they discuss patch series, and together with our patches, there were 26 releases of Ubud Linux kernel, because we are sending to Ubud and these patch systems. And there's a problem that I've been referring to during the whole presentation, and in October we have been drinking from maintainers, and we had a hot discussion about what is happening. Somebody said that it's impossible to work with Russian, but well, we are continuing to work, we are trying to work on, but there is an official statement by Linux Foundation which says that maintainers cannot provide technical consulting to us. This is the main problem. It's not that we cannot send patches there. They cannot tell us what should be fixed there. They can take them as is or transfer them by themselves. So if everything would be separated, all the garbage, that's the main idea. But anyway, you can go to the core code, you can look at our work, our results, and the locker on the org. And during this period of time, in order to cope with this stress, we've created a Telegram sticker pack. We call it LKML maintainers, and that's how we've been working with different answers from maintainers. Some maintainers have not communicated very good, some of them are cool, and we've tried to be positive, and we continue to be more positive because otherwise it's impossible to move forward. What else we are going to do? First of all, we support the kernel for iOS, and we're completing it, we're working on it. Also, we are scaling Lava. We integrate the firmware and would like to go back to LKML. We had several proposals and ideas how this can be done. We will try to find something, some solution, and of course, help all the community. And we believe in the international things, interesting and effective. So we have created Russian Linux kernel community, and we invite all of you to join us. This is the community which will allow you to discuss your ideas. It's an open community, open to the business, to enthusiasts, and it was created by us and other enthusiasts from another company. On this slide, you can see all the links and connections and addresses of our Telegram channel. And right now we have opened a mailing list to which you can write any of your ideas, and we will help you both and will provide technical consulting to you. Thank you very much. Any questions? Well,
Dmitry, спасибо. Ты просто великолепен.
Thank you very much. You're wonderful.
Много вопросов.
And I have a lot of questions. I don't know. Do we have time to speak?
8 минут.
Прекрасно.
We have 8 minutes. Wonderful. But don't forget, there are other people who would like to ask questions. Stop me, others, when you will have those questions. Number one, let's see. A lot of pain I've heard from you due to Unlogic. And there's an impression I have, a naive impression, that maybe this vendor, SOC vendor, is not a very good one, and maybe there's a better vendor who gives you more normal BSP, board support package, into some patch series over the main line or upstreams something as all winner, for example. What can you say about that? Can we ease this pain? I'll try to accurately answer your questions so that I wouldn't tackle other business solutions, but usually the source is business, and this is something that Unlogic is created for such devices that we are making, and it's a de facto market standard. Almost all, not only in Russia but also abroad, those who make smart devices, audio or audio plus screen, they make them on this particular vendor. Unfortunately, it's a fact. So it's a big community. Yes, it is. I know. I get it. Well, another hypothetical one. Tell me no if it doesn't work. But would it be easier for you if you would, relatively saying, would work on some ARC processors from Russian manufacturer, where you have access to the body of the company, which can correct something for you, accept some patches, and SOC internals give you consulting? Well, hypothetically, that would be easier, but reality is different from this always, because business will require from us faster solutions than waiting for Russian manufacturer of the CPU when he will bake his CPU or make this CPU. Everybody has similar problems that guys are solving, but right now this is the reality. We're using American-Chinese vendor. Also was developing similar embedded for the industrial automation. You take some evaluation board on which you base your schematics, and then you can easily port it to their kernel and to your device. Yes, that's absolutely right, but usually we also are trying our fork of the kernel supported for our device and reference board that you've mentioned. And this reference board, as a rule, is supported in the upstream Linux kernel. If it's not supported, we send patches there. For example, we've been supporting for SOC Family SM1 board, but when we've sent it, the build is called ACE200. Then immediately there was October story and it was not accepted. I understand. Stop. The question behind you? Yeah, welcome. Then we'll continue. Thank you very much for your presentation. Basic question. I think that when you have your own kernel fork, you face problems of supporting drivers for the equipment, for devices. So it seems that this is a separate pain there should be. Yes, of course. And we are solving this pain. In the beginning, I've been telling you that for this, we are supporting minimally the vendor kernel. In order for some things which in datasheet are not described, they can be debugged in a vendor kernel and then into upstream. But those that work in the upstream, reverse engineering, those who do this type of debugging, then porting to the upstream. And they do believe that this company will come to the end into the upstream and will do everything there. And that's what happens right now. If you will compare the current points with what was 2 years ago, Logic contributes into upstream 3 times more than before. All these enthusiasts have pushed them to make more for the upstream. That's it. I see. Thank you. I would like to continue. Can you tell me, please, you've shown us how many patches were accepted into the mainline, but how cool you are and how big is your fork? 300 patches. 300 patches. Patches are different size-wise. I understand your question. These 300 patches are perhaps 200 patches if you will squash them in devconfig and device trinash. These are patches which cannot be counted. We have a number of things which we still have not upstreamed. This audio for Sberboom Mini and patch series are in the upstream, but it is for the October. And the maintainer gave us the first need fix. We have transformed it, but then it stopped replying. And right now it's hanging in the air. Big patch series, approximately 20 patches, big ones, in a card, in a codex, and things like that. And the final question, the painful question about all of this. They can reply to you what should be corrected, or they have no right of accept patches from you. They have the right of accepting patches from us or modify patches without changing the authorship to put their own SOP, son of byte, but they cannot reply to us. For example, you've done this wrong and clock of subsystem should be used like that. Put stat like this. So when you as maintainer, when you write this, you provide consulting services, and consulting services cannot be provided to Russian companies under sanctions. Well, I'm also a Linux kernel developer. My patches are in upstream, and some people came some time ago. I'll tell you separately. After the presentation, they've been doing refactoring of my code related with the Linux kernel security. I had an impression they wanted to remove my name from this code. If your patches are applied, do they apply it as their own, or do they keep the authorship? I don't understand. They keep authorship, and it's not a problem for them. Anybody can come to our Telegram channel, and when the mailing list was shared today, there was a big discussion was about whether should we need to contribute to Russian Linux kernel or not. And I have left a link to the official announcement from Linux Foundation when they explained the situation. And they explain it that most of the companies that contribute into this open source project, these are American companies, and the infrastructure is installed in America. It means they have to follow the American laws, and American laws say sanctioned companies should not be consulted. However, then they say patches can be accepted. Black and white. Patches can be accepted. You can modify them yourselves and you can accept them yourselves, but no, you cannot give advices. There was a story with Baikal when they have not accepted patches as a fact. And it's not even about consulting. It was about those events which have started in 2022. And there was one of the maintainers who have not accepted patches from Semin Sergey and been writing his personal perception. But personal perception cannot be shared in public and LKML. He was told about this. And those who follow code of conduct, Greg,
I think it was Greg guy. Yeah, Greg has said, yeah, no problem. And he tried to appeal, that, hey, I'm just saying my opinion. He can make his own mind whether to receive patches or not. And then this contributor guy, we know him, by the way, he's also in our community. And he quit sending patches, said, hey, I'm not going to do this anymore. One more question. Yeah, I'm sorry, there's somebody else. I just want to say that thank you so much. Huge respect and prosperity to what you're doing, guys, because you do like something very, very important. Thank you. You're the best. Final question, because we need the next speaker to get ready. Good evening. Thank you for the presentation. If I got it right, how you do this merge with the upstream, then you need to see if your patches got into the new version and to roll it back. How do you make sure that your patches have been accepted and then you kind of roll back on your side? A quick answer would be we do this with GitHub. If longer, then first the patches when in KML they're being applied, they get into a special rep called Linux Next. There's a merge window notion. In merge window, Linux is, using maintainers from Linux Next or from the rep maintainers merging into Linux Next, and then takes it back to stable by diverting this thread. So in this thread, we can check if patches are in there. Are they in this release or not? It's been done with the git command, git short log and diff between the two versions of the kernel. And you're saying, but basically, when we do the rebase, like I've shown the animation earlier, when we do the rebase, if the patch is already in the database of the kernel, Git will tell you. It says you have empty commit or you have kind of merge conflict, and if maintainer, you will kind of fix up your patch, and so the patch will kind of self-destruct. The last thing I want to say that Git knows how to destroy commits which are in the base already. Thank you. Okay, let's select the best question. Don't want to be a spoiler here. What do you think? May I ask just one question? No, guys, sorry. We're out of time because we need to get the next guy on stage. I've liked the stage about the patches. Yeah, this one about the patches. Cool. Awesome. Thanks again for the presentation. Also, Dovina, please come up and we're going to give you a gift. And right away, without leaving the stage, I will say that, today, many big techs, no, I was saying about different guys. Today, many big tech companies are coming into open source, knowing how valuable it is. And you know that today, not only Sber is going to share about the open source, but also T-Bank. And right now, Max is going to share about the different sides of working with open source.
Раз.
Чак-чак.
Это я. Здравствуйте, я хотел...
Yeah, that's me. Hi, everybody. Want to say right away thank you that you guys on the 7 p.m. on Friday, you've chosen to be here, not in some other places in this city. I appreciate that. And also want to say that I'm not just a public figure. I almost never speak, so I'm sorry for possible lapses in my presentation. A couple of words about myself. I've been in T-Bank for 12 years, and I oversee mobile bank and BI of physical people, everything up front, yellow app in your pocket or a different color if you're having iOS right now. This is my zone of responsibility. My hobby, I write music and I also do the free diving. Now, my content today about the open source as is in T, now it's called T Technologies. It's a bank and insurance and investments and you name it. How this has been progressing and maybe dependent on what stage of evolution we are. Maybe you would be able to get some things and some dialogues and try to apply it in your company. A couple of advice, again, if you want to apply it in your company, this is going to save you lots of energy and time. Okay, here we go. And in many companies, where people told me how their IT works, they've told me that, this is the diagram, I guess. By default, access to source codes has only the development team. So in the office next to me, there could be a guy, my colleague, who's been working on the next project about what he does. He may describe to me verbally or show on the monitor, but I cannot see it in the code. By default, the code is closed. It's not an open source. And on the way to open source and IT culture, I want to mention inner source, the state in which, by definition, these kind of sources are open to everybody. Of course, there are some exceptions from the rule, processing, security, kind of critical system working with personal data. Sure, they should not be provided access for because it's a critical infrastructure. But if we're speaking about the front end and some kind of applied services, I don't know. Yeah, as a matter of fact, this lack of access don't be actually a barrier for cool things we all can do. And our team has experienced through several iterations of negotiations with the information security guys that 90% of the source code is available to all the IT guys, whoever is doing processing. They can see how the IPI of physical persons or mobile bank are working, ask questions, whatever you want, and he will not be punished. And I say, like IT as a Lego, like a Lego cubes. I'm going to show you on a different slide. Again, you accelerate supplies. You can understand what the other teams are doing, give suggestions instead of trying to reinvent the wheel. IT as Lego, basically the same, but not from the side of business, but IT. Self-service. Sometimes certain things you do not need to order, you set the goals and plan, you simply take it and okay, there are rules of contribution. You follow them. There could be many fences, but when you've passed with it, the responsibility of the code is given to the respective team of the project. And this kind of self-service is one of the big advantages of the open source. And high engineering culture, it's a shame factor. When everything is open, that would be great to just, behave. And a couple of advice, I guess, sorry, is too much text on the slide. If you'll find it interesting, you can later on to see it in the record of it and read it. Now, barriers. The main barrier is information security. Indeed, for quite a long time, people were saying, hey, we're going to be hacked, we're going to be broken into and stuff like that. But what we did, we worked and we did lots of audits against any leaks. I'm going to share about open source. And specifically, in our case, if you look at the calendar, the oldest project was UIKit for Angular. And it's IP SDK made for a mobile bank, and we thought, like, why did we spend all this? Why did you upload it as a library? It's needed only for the mobile bank. Yes, but 3 years later, we needed it for the operator of T-Mobile, investments and business. And those folks said, hey, so awesome, for several years ago, you thought that we may need it in the future. And if you do it systemically,
В общем, это просто наша такая...
I'm sorry for the small print, it's just our window shop, window case. All you can do, libraries, platforms, services, kind of for a rich collection of Lego cubes, so to say, which have happened simply because we begin to open the source codes and open the source code. The culture, involvement have changed, and this kind of window shop window that we have, it's a system analytics and a developer. They can find lots of great stuff right here. And at least the applied services and typical services, you can take those Lego cubes and you can assemble stuff in the matter of hours, not even days. This is the project card, description, support chat, simply an example, or the current, kind of footprint of this system. Done with the inner source for now. Also, it may happen that, speaking of inner source, when this is such a great product, that it becomes comparing with competition, which provide paid services. You compare capabilities, and you think, oh, actually, we're even better. Maybe we look much better than others. And sometimes projects become commercialized, and why do we do this? First of all, because you have another revenue stream. In addition to internal sponsors of the project, you get external sponsors. And secondly, you have like a leveling off of what industry need, and not only what you need for you and your team. No barriers. Like, if somebody says, nobody cares about our project, yeah, most of the projects, however great and awesome they could be, they will not be needed by anybody. It's not a mass sort of like market or case. It's hard to do something by your team only or your company only, which would be better than what has been accumulated by the world. Negative P&L. Yep, negative P&L, for sure. Basically, it's like a startup. It's a startup born in IT development. And we've had this kind of startup, we still have it. VoiceKit is the name. It is basically automation of call centers and calls and reminders. Like, tomorrow, guys, you have a payment for your great. Why should any human person do that when a robot can do this? And it's a text-to-speech and speech-to-text model. We've done it maybe 7 years ago. And we did it for ourselves, but then we evaluated it back in the day. The market solutions were comparable. We did it into service, and it turns out not that it was like a huge success, but first of all, we've realized that yes, you can do that, and secondly, it was a competitive solution, and some of the people chose us over competition. Another pride point in the story with the Splunk. Maybe you used Splunk. Can you please lift up your hand? It's a Splunk system logs, Yeah, I can see hands. Splunk, basically, I don't know how about now, but about 3 years ago when we had this problem, it was an industrial standard for log management, convenient language. You can do ports and whatever. And of course, in 2022, we won't be able to continue our license, and we begin to analyze what is available on the market, where we're not happy with that. And we have a very committee with a very smart IT people that said, okay, let's do it in-house. We want something of our own. So we decided to build our product. It's called Sage. At first, it would do the same assignment, like a monitoring, log management, and inquiry language. But then it grew out into an observation platform with tracing and metrics. Again, we began to meet our own in-house need. And then we realized that our requirements are on par with the market. When we met them, we realized that actually we can make money on it. That's it about commercial part for now. And open source. Open source, I want to give you a bit more. Sometimes you may have a quality product in library and project, but you do not see a potential for commercialization, and you don't mind to share it with the world. And this is how we come to the open source kind of mentality and approach. It has a lot of advantages for business, for employees, and for the global community as well. I'm not going to list it all, but briefly, our staff are only winning in terms of influence and career and freedom of participation, networking. And as for the company, at first glance, it's like never-ending expenses. People don't do this task. Why don't they do task? Or why this John or whoever worked for 4 days, on the 5th day he was doing some kind of patches in open source. You can show it if you have this kind of dialogues, like what it brings to company. Yes, it is not money here and now, but it's about efficiency, engineering culture, reliability, and kind of long-term vision for the company. These benefits you will reap, but you'll reap them in the future. But it's going to be like very, with a high multiple. Okay, barriers. I guess it's a small print again. I apologize for that. But again, these are the questions which we've seen and which we were able to solve. We will have a part about how to do open source to make it your friend and not your foe. But basically, like it says, like we can be hacked. We actually wanted more eyes to see at our product and not bug bounty. We've had some bug bounty, some issues on GitHub. Again, until 2022. What if it will be stolen? Actually, it will be many. It can be triggered by, hey, we've done the work, we give it away, and then somebody's making a commercial product out of it. At least in our company, it used to be like a huge policy and huge agreement. But we said, patches 2.0, you can make a commercial product. If you don't harm us, we do not mind. We've had cases like that. People would take UIT for web and do the fake phishing website on top of our UI kits, and they look like ours. Yes, it's a crime. We're against that. But when somebody would take like a trading platform on top of our UI kit, you're welcome. We've had long conversations, but actually we decided to do this kind of IT charity. Some of the examples of the project is a library of utilities for web. Again, we did it for ourselves, and then we looked, hey, it looks like we have some good results, good outcomes. We decided to upload it, and people use it. People use it, and these are metrics for performance and size of the library. I haven't used it. I don't know what's the idea of the project, but we can have great results. Now, the same graph, but you only see it in different years when the project was uploaded. The first upload by programming languages and types of the projects, be it a library or scripts or whatever. The same numbers but different layers. Again, you can just notify the trend. The sooner you begin, the sooner you'll be in the period like 4 last columns, where it's going to be like a virus, like a COVID infection of sorts, which will be spreading all over. And yeah, what else? Some of the advantages, some of the benefits for business, for IT, they are obvious. Sometimes we may have some hybrid arrangement between the commerce and the commercial and open source projects. Open core. Most of us have been using these kind of products. Like when the basic part is open, you can use it unlimited. But as for support expanded functions, they are paid. Open core model. And this is a business model. It is not a charity. Although the basic parts, we give away for free, and we give away a lot. But it looks like it's some kind of a hybrid, which has a commercial and also open source part. Yeah, it is helping community. I don't know, when students making some kind of startups, they're using the base part, and then they go to big companies that use this product, but they use it as a part of enterprise license. Again, several tags of what I'm using myself
Это продукты на
be it at
основе
home or be
open
it at
core.
work. These are all the projects based on the open core. Yeah,
Всех
they've
у
been
них
for
есть
free.
платная как минимум поддержка
All
или
of them
расширенный
have
функционал.
the
Это
commercial
называется open
support
core.
or expanded
Второй случай
functionality.
open source.
This is called open core. The second case is open source SDK.
Это open source. Исходники открыты.
It looks like it's an open source, the source is open, but this is not exactly a pure 100% open source. What can you do with that? You can understand how it works in some patches, but basically, if you don't have a service, without a service on top of this SDK, you can not do much. I can give you some examples where people understand why. In any case, the open source, you can understand how it works, you can contact, you can connect with others because there is a platform and some other advantages of the open source.
Stripe, Open Banking или там наш IP.
And Stripe and Open Banking or our IPs.
SDK это получается как форма доступа.
So SDK is like a format of access to API. If you do not like it, because it is open source, you can change it. Or you can even contest it and make your own. We've had examples like that. We had SDK for acquiring, for the accepting payments in mobile application. I think it was like for Avito platform. Maybe it was Avito platform. So SDK, receiving payments for services, it's been written on the iOS and Android. And basically it was a native tool. If your application on Flutter, I don't know if you guys into mobile development, Flutter basically is like a separate engine which has access to native, but it's not very convenient. And it recommends to make your own interface. I mean, to long story short, it's basically like a bridge. You need a bridge to use native functions. And the company MedBrains, contractors, they did some kind of mobile application with somebody and they wanted to make it on Flutter, but to save and to make it for Android and iOS without big requirements for output and design. This is what they've done. They've taken our open source SDK, they've learned how it works, and imported this into Flutter. They're happy. Yes, they solved the challenge because it is open. They did not do, kind of to raise it up in their non-native environment. They've done PR and they've done charity. We're happy. Basically, it's free. We got support for this Flutter. And the customer received their mobile application. Everybody's happy. So this is the form of the open source, but, it could be very, very useful. And this is my diagram. It all begins on the left when you don't have anything. And this is evolving into this type of formats or forms. And by the way, it looks differently in our case. I think everything was closed and then there was some kind of open source and then we began to build up on top of that. And now, had we known this experience, we would have done it differently. No, advice which work in our case. There could be a lot of text, and if you like it, you can read the presentation on your own. But we have such institutions as professional leaders or occupational leaders. These are high-energy people who are cool in their technologies and their tech stacks. They love what we do because they're emotionally involved, and they have communities because they have their own teams, maybe. And who are these people? Just a little of background history. For a long time in the IT was a service module. A lot of businesses are coming and just a single window to get applications and something is done and you get your answer. In 2020, we decided to move away. Instead of a huge IT kind of service with 1,000 people, we decided to make a lot of small ones. Business IT was not. The network could not say that, hey, business did not give me anything. Business is not just somebody in the next office. You are the business. You are responsible for your part. So in 3 years, we've covered this path, but we, in anonymous companies of the green and red color, this is non-existent when I wrote this presentation. And this is painful. I don't know how people live with that. What's the problem? So when you verticalize, you build your verticals. You have your CTO and CPO and services and you name it, and it may be a joint brand. There could be some kind of you know the next door guy who is sitting in your office but on a different project. So this is what we've witnessed. It was quite painful, and two countermeasures that we've made out of that, and they were implemented like a core tag. It's a basis. Everything you can use was again modularized, built into modules and covered by tests and so on, and it became the public good. And inner source kind of took off at the same time. And second is occupational leaders. You know, leaders in SCADA developers, Android developers, and QA full stack. So the most energetic and the most dedicated people who are committed and they gather together for their respective fields. They have some hangouts as leader professionals, and they have like some kind of joint agenda. And also within their occupation, they're most energetic, the coolest people who have influence and they have impact within the company. And you know, this is like an institution that we got in our bank. This is what we do. It's like a top level. For example, the competence matrix. People do one single line. You can say that your colleague of the 15th or 16th grade, or when they do the upgrade, they do not argue with this line because it's all the same everywhere, and it works. So, kind of meta challenges for our profession, and I want to say that this is super important. The core tech, the occupational leaders and these kind of vertical leaders, we're like in horizontal ties. I don't know how the other banks are doing, but in our bank, it was a big problem, and this is how we dealt with it. Maybe it'll be beneficial for some of you. You'll like it. So we do not repeat the same mistakes over and over again. And these occupational leaders, it's a role, it's not a job title. It was an experiment. I think lasted for about half a year. It was something like a job title. But we've noticed that people who are beginning to do this as opposite to the production, they begin to degrade. They, you know, like if you leave them alone as is, you know, leader of QA Mobile, for instance, then a year later, he or she will not be a leader. Yes, they will be doing this job, but they will not be experts in their profession. So there was a huge trade-off, and this role enables you to give like internal medals, internal benefits, but it's not a job. This is not the people who have been assigned with this, you know, kind of tasked with this. They always do the same work over and over. They have some practice, like a practical doctors. They learn a lot, they know a lot, but also they are doing operations themselves. 4 criteria of how we select those internal leaders. We do not show much of the story, but when you know, we can see high demand. In our case, it was a mobile and web. They were looking for this kind of leaders, and very, very quickly, like it was just spreading all over the company. And this kind of, you know, hey, we have this team of 10 people, but want our own occupation, want to promote our own interests, like a trade union, but there is no strikes in this trade union. People are positive. People do not want to fight with one another or with their employer. So in open source, leaders of these professions, they define what's going to happen. And after you've been in this kind of infusion stage, open source, every day people saying, hey, I want to upload this, or I want to upload that. And when you have a certain critical mass, so to speak, you know, like, okay, you know, come on, should I just upload the button or the script, which is patch in NGX? Sorry about that, but it used to be cool, but it's not enough for us anymore. So we do have some real cases when a project may say to us they're trying to upload stuff, and it looks like it's good, following all the criteria. But then we do the double check, you know, Like, this is your project, okay, your ego will be satisfied and your HR brand will be lifted, but are you going to provide some value into the world if dozens of other projects that are doing the same thing? Sorry, but like, we came to a stage where sometimes we'll say no. We say, sorry, bro, but it does not benefit the world, it does not benefit our community. And then defining a process, searching for products, people come to us and sometimes they do not have this habit, some of them, to think about open source. And then leaders or professionals is helping. Recommendation, help, communication with community, it's all getting better. And this is where they are on the diagram, basically around open source when we do the uploads and stuff. Available materials. People are the most important part in component. But also I wanted to say some available materials just describe the rules of the game. And it sounds trivial, but in 50% of cases, people are willing to play by the rules. They do not know the rules, or they are told, hey, we have here, it's a simplified list of what we are speaking when people want to share some other good stuff. Communication. Not just a chat where we have the news.
DevRel, it's in small caps, but there's a lot of criteria how the employer's brand influences the old one and the new one. There's a lot of criteria, but open source works for many of them. This is a second slide, which can be shown to product technical specialists, technical directors, and high-level employees who say that no, don't do outsource. Nobody needs it. And you can ask them a question. Would you like to improve your HR brand? Yes, we do. Would you like to hit these pinpoints? Yes. This is open source. I think this is going to work. What do? We do all of this together. That's why I'm not going to elaborate too much on it. And slide number 3 that we can show on the topic that, okay, don't do it right now, make an objective or something like that. It's not going to be timely, and this is okay. Absolutely okay. Where can we take it from? Well, I had the following thoughts. That objectively we can find people who are charged for that, and we can work specifically on changing the culture. Well, if this is very basic, but it works. Yes, this is just a hammer, but it hammers the nails into the wall. I had a fun example. Long time ago, I have faced a bug in Wikipedia for iOS. You can check if you have iOS, and if you have Wikipedia application, I faced the situation that when you look at PDF, the scrolling didn't work pretty good, and the patch. I have reported the bug. I waited for 1 month. I suffered, but I just corrected 10 lines. I've reported, and I became a well-known person. So people, when they face the problem, they should speak up. Well, I just basically see the problem, and right now I'm happy that it was accepted. And we can popularize things like that. What about the time for the open source? Well, in one sentence, it doesn't sound convincing. But many of us go into open source not because of something. They find a bug in a certain service, maybe don't understand something in documentation they have added. For example, they needed something and it's not existing in the database. So it's open source is a part of material that is needed for the production of the value for the team. I don't know, if somebody will be cut for merging the kernel, as it was told, you have to explain, come on, this is part of my work, please don't. And it's not like we have these business people who don't give anything and angry people. Well, but there is some misunderstanding from this point of view, and it did help. Use open source, but once again, I show what I use, and your list is half different. But, just this understanding, oh my God, maybe 80% of what I use in my computer or my mobile phone, it's open source products. Maybe somebody have forgot it. Oh, honestly, yeah, that's true. And can you imagine? We would live in a totally different world if this wouldn't exist. A lot of engineers, talented engineers, products gave us all of these. They gave us possibility to use it. They will hear us if we'll come to them with a question, and they will accept our corrections if we would like to participate in this. And this is a wonderful thing. And basically speaking, conclusions that I would like to convey to you. Well, there could be different strategies in conflicts, avoidance or compromises, or maybe other one. You can read about cryptology, but the open source is a model of cooperation between the employees, company, and the external world where everybody wins. This is a strategy where everybody is at the advantage. So my goal is to charge you for this. I've made two examples where inside of the company there's a great benefit that was given that through the open source and inner source they received a lot of services and products and libraries which gave them, not immediately, but after 3 years, the great boost time to market and a lot of projects. And this cross-dissemination, cross-pollination, instead of inventing wheels, this is, it's very good when you come to the colleague and add to his work. What can we begin with? When your company is thinking, or maybe in a different stage of development. So these are people. Nothing works if there won't be people who are charged for this, who have hot, burning hearts for that. The culture. Why do I speak about culture? So if you do something at the moment, and the long-term goals will lose to the short-term, and short-term, this is meta over us, which allows us to say, yes, right now we are going to sacrifice something that after a certain period of time, everything's going to be all right. And inner source, simple step. It's not necessary to open all the repositories simultaneously. You can start with fronts. It has less secrets and criticality, but you can have a goal. For example, you need security audit. Okay, let's begin with it. 2 weeks, you open one repository, but then they've told everybody about this. They created hackathon, and everybody who's not in the project, they can find 10 bugs. These are the ways to make such small steps and move them to big changes. Well, that's it. Maxim Korobov, Telegram. And thank you very much for your attention.
Так, во-первых, спасибо большое, Максим, потому что многие...
Well, thank you very much, Maxim, because many people forget that there are people and not only software. And first of all, you have to understand that this is a totally different sphere of activities. And do you have any questions? I see one.
Структурированно, потому что я весь доклад придумал вопросы, и я думаю, хорошо.
I was inventing questions during the whole presentation. Well, he was speaking about license, and I have to ask, and then you speak about license. Then how can you monetize? And then you will speak about how monetize, and how you work with other projects. And then you tell us how to work with other projects. That was wonderful. Well, the question that I wanted to ask two questions. Number one, first one is preparation for the uploading. In order not to feel ashamed. And very often it is seen when the company places some project into open source. This is one commit, like we decided to post it, we remove all this history so that it's better that nobody would see it. I don't know about ST technologies in these projects because this is not my sphere of responsibility, but it's interesting how it works with you. And the second question, well, how do you perceive that our developers commit into the open source signing with our company? And then whether it's okay when it's a profile open source or generally it is okay. Well, let's do it on a step-by-step basis. Honestly speaking, those projects which are posted, they begin with the first commit. And this is not what is important right now, but it shouldn't be only one commit. And our main rule, when you have posted into the open source, you should leave there. From dev platform, it's removed and you become the user from your own product. Yes, you are developing there, but it's downloaded as a binary from Nugget or other packages, not locally. And that's how you get the involvement. Then, as a continuation of this, what about relative integration, safe development, and this cycle? If it lives in the GitHub, then how can you conduct your checks, how it gets into the infrastructure, not really trustworthy code, perhaps how can we check and pull tests our checkers from us? These checkers, they work on the open source. The same that work internally, they also work with open source and they also react the same way. Okay, go take it. The second question about the commits on behalf of the company into some other repositories. Okay, let's see. In the beginning, first 5 years, it was simple. Take, kill. There were some precedents by specifically detailed employees who've been reading NDA, agreement about copyright. And we have created FAQ, which is not going to fit the screen. It's a very big one. And about every letter, it has specifics. So the employee, briefly, if the copyright belongs to the employee, it doesn't matter. If he did it in Silicon Valley, one commit on a work node, he stays the author, but exclusive right for usage is on the side of the company. And there were examples when employees were the main maintainers of big projects and they left the company. And there was a question. Is it his or companies? And most of the companies, it's his. The most critical ones, it was the copyright was behind him, but we made a fork and then we took it inside. So the worst case that we've had is that we gave to an employee his baby because it was the only one. He was the only one. But at the same time, we kept the company on the safe grounds. Good evening. Thank you very much for the presentation. I have the following question. I don't know. Maybe I've missed it, or maybe you haven't been speaking about it. How do you make a decision about which project will be the open source one? Which level this decision is made? How is it decided? And question number 2, how do you determine how much employee can spend for the open source? How much time? Well, I have a brief memory, so I will ask you to repeat the second question. Question number 1. Can I roll back? Yeah. There's some kind of a checklist. It's shortened for the presentation. It's a more internal one. But the most important thing, please show it on your fingers that your product doesn't have competitors, or maybe it does have, but why your project is better. This is the most important criteria right now. Previously, we've been posting everything. We've been filling the front page, the main screen. But right now, they tell us, do this one. And this is back to the question about the first commit. Sometimes you feel ashamed, and then it has to be forgiven. Well, it's a question of safety, infrastructure. So briefly speaking, that's it. There's another checklist. This is just health check. Minimal bureaucracy, which to our point of view, we just mature enough. Maybe some people have twice more. Somebody has nothing. Maybe in your company, you will take something and adopt something. You don't have to buy it. Well, the license, we have selected Apache 2.0. We had a big political decision. It's not our secret. We wanted to post a project for Android libraries, which reads NFC when you attach a card to it. There are several open source projects and they don't work. So we have put 2 engineers who divided the CND protocol, how the NFC works, down to the letter precision, its own file system. It's a very big hemorrhage. 3 man-hours spent. Then they wanted to post to open source and then said, well, nobody wants it. It works only for us. All other competitors, they don't work in Russian cards. So let's not post this. And these guys who've been working this, they said, okay, really, let's not do it. Cases like that happen, but generally, yeah, here it is. These are the rules. Question number 2, please. Yeah, question number 2 about employees every employee has a certain period of time for the open source project, or how does it happen? Or they just choose a team lead and things like that? Yeah. We do not check. Even some prohibited services, we don't do this monitoring. It's in the responsibility in the head of the employee, but nevertheless, the question of the performance, if something is wrong for the employee, for example, availability of common events and things, then this question will be asked of them, and he can say, okay, I'm doing the open source, but that's another story. We are not controlling, we are not allotting time that, for example, okay, today you do that. No, we don't do that. But we have two flows. The first one is that people in the framework of their regular work, there was a slide here about approval. If I have to correct something physically in a Linux kernel, okay, you can do it. It's going to be much better than if you will do some crutch. When it stops your work objective, no questions asked. But when you want to share this with the world, okay, checklist. If you pass it, we are just happy. We just for you. Did I answer you? Yeah, wonderful. Thank you. Great. Do you have any more questions? Just in case, I would like to remind you that for the best question, you can receive one of the best books from the Peter publishing houses about the open source and how to work with it. Okay, two people asked questions, and who asked the most interesting one? I thought the most interesting question was about one commit. It is so sad when open source becomes from one commit. Well, so the first question, who asked it? Yeah. Yeah. That was the winner. So please approach and get your prize. And thank you very much. It was very interesting listening to you as one of the developers. And basically that's it. It was the last presentation. So we are going to be expecting you tomorrow, May 24 in Lovelace. There's going to be a good networking. So we're going to be expecting you there. Thank you very much for your attention and great evening.